Section 0 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bridget Herbis, Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew, Section 0. Preface. It has often struck me that if a truthful account were written of the miseries of criminal life, it would, by destroying the fancied romance of wickedness, have a quicker effect in checking juvenile depravity than any moral appeals that could be made to the understandings of the evil disposed. Crime has now become a trade. Cunning is the only capital needed. The youths who take to this desperate calling are of such a nature that they are beyond a sense of danger. They would carve their names on gallows wood as calmly as an Eton boy disfigures his desk. They are insensible to the fear of the law. Of course, crime means unrestrained selfishness, or in other words, the gratification of desires regardless of the misery the indulgence may inflict on others. There are many of the leaden-souled who, if crime were treated as a business speculation, if the chances of profit and loss were as thoroughly weighed as when a merchant studies his ventures, might be impressed with the folly of the risk, and, swayed by their selfishness, take to honesty as the better policy. As I have said, these wicked of the world have no fear of the law, but they have a full appreciation of personal advantages. Prove to them that the rewards of virtue are by 1 penny higher than those of vice, and they will, with marvelous rapidity, alter their courses. If they are once coaxed into this passive honesty, the schoolmaster may, with good prospects of success, commence his work. Of one thing I may humbly make a boast: the extreme truthfulness with which this book has been written. The descriptions of boy life in the streets, the habits and customs of donkey drivers, the peculiarities of trampdom and vagrancy have all resulted from long and patient inquiries among the individuals themselves. They are actual records of the earnings and condition of these peculiar classes among the uncivilized of London. Indeed, some portions of this book, such as the chapters on the crossing sweepers and the rat march at the Jolly Trainer, were originally undertaken by me at the request of my brother, Mr. Henry Mayhew, and will, I believe, form part of his invaluable work on the London labourer and the poor. Augustus Mayhew, March 1st, 1858. End of Section 0. Recording by Bridget Herbis.
Section 1 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 1 of the romance preceding the reality. A crowd. A Kensington bus first pulled up, then a hansom, then a parcels delivery cart, then a Chaplin and Horns van, then a royal blue, an atlas, and 2 perambulators. Her Majesty's police van was the only vehicle that drove by, and the gentleman in uniform who daily takes the air in the open cupboard at the end continued to read his penny Morning Star, undisturbed by the stoppage and the crowd. The black windowless omnibus divided for a few seconds the attention of the throng in the road and on the pavement. The Kensington driver asked the police coachman, "What's your fare all the way, my Prussian blue?" The Atlas cad shouted out to the police conductor, "Won't any of your inside gents be so good as to ride outside to oblige a lady?" Not only was the roadway blocked, but the pavement was covered by a mob huddled together as closely as rats in a corner. It was a bitter, frosty winter's day, with an easterly wind blowing that, as you faced it, filled the eyes with water and made them smart like hartshorn. But, despite the cold, the black circle of the crowd seemed every moment to acquire an additional circumference of curious passengers. Where the people came from was a marvel. They seemed to leak in from all sides, yet Hardly any out of the scores that had collected together knew why they were stopping, or could even get a peep at the principal object of attraction. "Hey, what's up, Jim?" said one of the bus drivers to his conductor, as the latter was returning to his bracket after diving into the mob. "Is it cream of the wally or fits as has overcome the lady?" It was the dusk of the evening, and though the streets were thinned of their workaday traffic, the policeman had no sooner said to a woman seated on the doorstep, "Now then, this won't do. You must move on, you know," then instantly every person who was passing the spot was brought to a dead halt. There were city gentlemen going home to dinner, and nurses wheeling the children home to tea, clerks and linen drapers' assistants going back to business, bricklayers with empty hods, ticket porters with their hands in their pockets, men about town, street boys, private soldiers, bill stickers, return postmen, roughs and costers, and indeed the same incongruous mass that is always to be found in a London crowd. For as each person came drifting up the street, he seemed to be turned suddenly round by his curiosity like a cork in a pent stream, so that ere long the mob appeared to consist of the same curious collection of odds and ends, human chips, straws, and rags, as it were, as is seen jumbled together in front of a miller's dam. The most important business gave way to the excitement. There was a confectioner's man with an ice pudding in the green box on his head, and that pudding, so slowly thawing into liquor in the heated atmosphere of the mob, had been ordered for a neighbouring dinner party, which had already eaten its way down to the game. There was an electric telegraph boy with his despatch box at his side, containing a most important commercial message which had just arrived by the submarine telegraph. There was a doctor's boy with his little double-flapped market basket, and he, in a peevish voice, was calling on the crowd to take care and not go smashing his appearance. There was a milliner's lad, too, with his oil-silk-covered basket, in which was carefully packed an elaborate headdress for a lady who, attired for the theatre, was anxiously watching for the arrival of the messenger, and yet there he was, jammed in the crowd, calling out every minute, "Where are you a-shoving to, stupid?" and "Now then, keep back there, can't you, or you'll be a-squashing this here turband and feathers." And there was a host of other people besides, upon equally pressing errands, but every kind of business and work appeared to have come to a standstill, until each looker-on had been able to satisfy himself as to the cause why he, among 100 others, was loitering there. A milkman who was near the centre of the crowd remarked to an elderly dame as the policeman shook the wretched creature on the doorstep, "She don't seem like an impostor, do she?" "Well, there's no telling, I'm sure," replied the lady, "but if you ask me my private opinion, I should say she's been foolish enough to allow herself to be overtook by liquor." "Come, you must be sitting here in the cold, do you hear? Where do you live?" cried the officer, as he took the woman roughly by the arm. She looked up with a vacant, sleepy expression and muttered, "Nowhere." A carpenter with a nut basket of tools over his shoulder here stepped forward and asked in a kindly tone, "Ain't you got no lodgings, my good woman?" "I was turned out of them 2 days ago," was the almost inaudible reply, for she spoke in so low a tone that her interrogator had to put his ear down to her bonnet to catch her words. "But haven't you got any friends who'll take you in?" continued the workman. No, I'm a stranger here." And her chin and underlip began to work with the rising sobs. A man in the mob said coarsely to his companion, "Oh, come on, Bill, it's only a dodge." And the doctor's boy, seeing somebody quitting the crowd, suddenly thought of the powder he had in his basket for the baby in convulsions, and darted off at full speed. Well, you know, said the policeman, if you persist in stopping here, I must take you to the station. Oh, thank you. Anywhere, was the woman's reply. The policeman stood still, uncertain how to act, and the crowd began to discuss among themselves the merits of the case. Some declared that she was fairly starved down, others that she was only trying to excite compassion so as to get some drink out of it. A few of the more sensible, however, said she was ill, and that she ought to be taken to the doctor's directly. That young woman, exclaimed one, were well fed and decently dressed. She'd be as tidy a looking girl as you could meet with in these parts. You should take her to the workhouse, observed the carpenter, upon which a man with a pair of boot fronts under his arm burst out vehemently, saying, It's the right of every true-born Briton to have food and shelter give 'em, and I mean to say as it's a cussed shame that any poor creature should be left to starve like a dog in the streets as this here party is. And there was a cry among the mob of, Ah, so it is indeed, as if the thought had only just struck them all. I tell you they won't take her in at the Union, expostulated the policeman, in answer to 101 directions, and I can't charge her at the station. Here, come along with me, young woman. The only place for you is the asylum for the houseless in Playhouse Yard. As she did not attempt to move, but was settling down, as if going to sleep again, the officer took hold of her arm to help her to rise. But the miserable woman was so weak and faint with the cold and starvation that she was unable to stand, and staggered back onto the step. Shame! Shame! Cried the mob, growing indignant with the thought that she was to be dragged as a criminal through the streets. Why don't you go fetch a doctor, Bobby? Shouted a coster. You see the poor thing can't step it. One of the neighbors who, with her shawl turned over her head, had been standing on the next doorstep patiently watching the whole of the proceedings, now made her appearance with a cup of steaming tea in her hand. Here, my dear, she said, as she stooped down and held a saucerful to the lips of the poor soul. Drink this. It'll do you more good than listening to a pack of men's talk. The wretched, fainting creature sipped at the hot drink, and, though she seemed to swallow with difficulty at first, she said in a short time, Oh, thank you. Thank you. That warms me a bit. And then, after a few more sips, she passed her hand over her forehead, like one waking up from a stupor, and, as she pushed the hair back, murmured, I've had enough. I'm obliged to you. I can go now. The policeman led her off, grasping her firmly under the arm and half pushing her along as though he were taking a drunken disorderly to the station house. The woman staggered in her gait and seemed so helpless that many among the crowd gazing after her were still divided in their opinion as to whether she were in liquor or in want. A host of little boys and straggling men and women followed in her wake along the pavement like the sympathizing crowd at the tail of an Irish funeral. Ah, she's seen better days, she has, said the kind-hearted dame who had brought out the tea, and who, with the cup still in her hand, was looking after her. Her talk warn't like that of a common person, and them hands of hern ain't done much work, for she hadn't so much as got any needle marks on her forefinger. A crowd of female neighbors began to collect round the last speaker, and one observed, I really think, do you know, Mrs. Perks, she had nothing on but that black stuff petticoat, and that she'd made away with the very gown off her back. Why, it's enough to freeze all her blood to ice in such weather as this here. A thin woman with a dry cough observed, with a contemptuous toss of her cap, Well, all I've got to say is this one remark. If she's so very genteel as you ladies would wish to implicate, why don't she go to her friends? Surely they might help her at least to emigrand. But this I will say, if a piece of goods like her is to meet with rewards for misconduct, for every mother of a family among you must have noticed the situation she was in, and not so much as a wedding ring to be seen on her finger, why, where'd be the use of females remaining virtuous and being circumspicious in their behavior like ourselves? Shame on you, Mrs. Sparrer, ejaculated the dame with the teacup. I hope it may never be your lot to be so situated yourself, and have a person to sit in judgment, jury, and witnesses on you, as you've been a-doing to her, poor soul. It was, however, too cold to continue the discussion, so Mrs. Sparrow and the neighbors retired to their respective homes to talk the matter over with their husbands and fellow lodgers. End of section 1. Section 2 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 2 of the romance preceding the reality, Frozen Out. It was a bitter winter's day, we have said. The snow had fallen thickly during the night, whilst all London was asleep, and the early waker in the suburbs, as he lay in his bed, wondering what made the road so still and the morning light so bright, heard the song of the market carter, that, without the rumble of a wheel he had traced creeping from the distance, ceased suddenly, and, followed by a cry of, "Here, police, come along, look sharp!" Then, as his curiosity sent him shivering to the window, he saw in the dawn the black steaming horse, stretched at full length upon the white roadway, kicking up the powdery snow like foam, with the carter leading on its neck, and the piles of green cabbages in the cart all dabbed with flocks of snow. On the other hand, the heavier sleeper in the town was roused out of his last nap by the sound of shovels scraping harshly on the pavement, as if 100 knife-grinders were at work in the street, and others, who dozed still later, had their dreams abruptly cut in two by some dozen cadgers from the nearest low lodging-house, who, with a frost-tipped bit of green stuff raised on a pole, were all shouting together at the top of their voices, "Poor froze-out gardeners! Poor froze-out gardeners!" Truly, there is hardly a more startling sight than to wake up and find the town, which yesterday was black with its winter's coat of soot and dirt, suddenly changed to a city of almost silver beauty, seeming as if it were some monster capital at the polar regions, glittering with its glacial architecture, and bristling with its monuments, pinnacles, and towers, like so many palaces and temples hewn out of ice. Every housetop seems to be newly thatched with the virgin phlox, and every cornice striped as if with a trimming of the fairest down. All the verandas are white as a tent top, and the railings look as if made out of pith rather than ironwork. Every window-sill, and indeed the least ledge on which the foamy powder can lie, is thick and bulging with its layer of alabaster-like particles. On each doorstep is spread the whitest possible mat, and each street lamp is crowned with a nightcap of the purest fleece, whilst the huge colored lamps over the chemists seem gaudier than ever, and their blue and red bull's-eyes look like huge gems set massively amid lumps of frosted silver. The various signs over the tradesmen's shops are nearly blotted out by the drift that has clung to them. The monster golden boot above the shoemaker's is silvered over on the side next the wind. The little dustpans are filled with a pile of white fluff, The golden fleece hanging over the hosier shops seems to have changed its metallic coat for one of the purest wool. The 3 balls at the pawnbrokers appear to have been converted into a triad of guelder roses, and the great carved lions and unicorns between the first-floor windows of the royal tradesmen have huge dabs of snow resting on their necks, like thick, white, matted manes. The surface of the earth itself is white as a wedding cake. In the roadway, in the early morning, you can count the traffic by the ruts the wheels have made, for every one leaves behind it a glistening trail, as if some monster snail had crawled along the way. What a change, too, has taken place in the tumult of the busiest thoroughfares. The streets that formerly deafened you with their noise are now hushed as night, and everything that moves past is silent as an apparition. Even the big clots of snow that keep on falling from the copings and the lamps and trees startle you from the utter absence of all sound as they strike the earth. The wheels of the heaviest carts seem to be muffled and roll on as if they were passing over the softest moss. The horses go along with their hoofs spluttering where the trodden ground has been caked into slipperiness, and the drivers walk at their head with their hand upon the rein, while the nervous, timid brutes steam with the unusual labor, and their breath gushes down from their nostrils in absolute rays of mist. It is at this period, too, that the ice cart makes its appearance in the streets. The costermonger who can no longer drive his trade at the green markets now looks to the ponds for a living and comes to town with a load of transparent, splintery fragments that seem like jagged pieces of broken plate glass windows. The omnibuses have an extra horse put on when they reach the metropolitan hills, for the snow in the roads has long before midday been rolled into ice, and the highways are like a long, broad slide. To accommodate the outsides, hay has been wound round the stepping irons, and the gents on the knife board along the roof of the first buses appear with thick railway rugs tucked round their knees, whilst at the different halting places the conductor jumps down and stamps on the pavement, as he does a double shuffle to warm himself, flinging his arms across his chest and striking the breast of his topcoat with the same energy as if he were beating a carpet. Snow or sunshine, London work must be done, but now the mechanics and clerks that you meet in the streets go along with their heads down and their hands in their pockets at a half-trotting pace. Their necks are bound round with thick wisps of comforters, and the tips of their noses that overhang the worsted network are red, as if tinselled, and all sniff and cough as they carefully dodge by the round iron plates over the coal holes of the metropolis. The pavement in front of the bakers' shops is the only place from which the snow has entirely disappeared, and where the pedestrian can tread with safety. The whole town seems to swarm with boy and men sweepers, who go about from house to house, knocking at the doors, and offering to clear the pavement before the dwelling, according to Act of Parliament, for 2d. Everybody you meet has the breast of his greatcoat and hat rim dredged with white, and the policeman's shiny cape is, with its fur of snow, more like a nobleman's ermine tippet than the ordinary hard-weather costume of the force. How bright the air, too, seems with the light reflected from the snow. You can see to the end of the longest streets like on an early summer morning. There is a white, cold look about the scene, and everything seems so black from the contrast of the intense glare of the ground that even at noonday you might fancy that a silver harvest moon was shining in the skies, and that the snow itself, lying on one side of each object, was but the reflection of the pale brilliance of the white beams falling on them. The sky looks almost like a dome of slate, and the parks and squares like large new plaster models of countries, without a single path or bed to be traced, except where the few passengers have worn a narrow, dirty streak across them. The trees, too, are all ashy gray, and the objects in the distance seem to be twice as near as usual, while the dark specks of the people moving over the great snowy waste appear like blots on a sheet of paper. The statues throughout the metropolis have lost all artistic modeling in their form, and strike one as being as rudely fashioned as if there were so many figures molded by schoolboys out of snow. Some, however, are merely speckled with the flakes, and have their Grecian draperies splashed over with white, like a plasterer's clothes. Sir Robert Peel, gazing down Cheapside, looks as if some miller had rubbed violently up against him. Old Major Cartwright, seated in his armchair in Burton Crescent, has at least a couple of pounds of snow resting on the top of his skull and dabbled over his face, and giving him the appearance of having been newly lathered previous to having his head and cheeks shaved. The periwig of George III at Charing Cross has turned white in a night, like the hair of Marie Antoinette. The mounted effigy of F.M., the Duke of Wellington, at Hyde Park Corner, continues, despite a spadeful of snow at the nape of his neck, to point with his baton, which is now white as a wax candle, majestically in the direction of the White Horse Cellar, his patient steed having its hindquarters covered with so heavy a deposit that his grace seems to be sitting like a lifeguardsman on a mat of bleached sheepskin. Now the water supply of the metropolis begins to be almost as scarce as in Paris, while the water pipes of the more prudent of the householders are seen bandaged round with straw, like the wheel spokes of a new carriage. The turncocks, with their shiny leathern epaulets, go along with their immense keys, like those of some monster beer barrel, and erect tall wooden plugs for the temporary supply of the neighbors, who flock there with pails and pitchers, and wait in a crowd to take their turn at the tap, while the waste water gutters and hardens over the snow like so much grease. But if there be a scarcity of water, the public houses at least have determined to make up for it, for in the windows are printed placards announcing that hot elder wine and hot spiced ale may be had within. Taking advantage, too, of the inclemency of the weather, all kinds of warm comestibles suddenly appear on the street stalls. The fish kettles, full of hot eels and pea soup, have a cloud of steam issuing from them, and the baked potato cans are spurting out jets of high-pressure vapor, like the escape pipe to some miniature steam factory. As you walk along the street, too, the nostrils are regaled by pleasant odors of baked apples and roasted chestnuts from the neighboring stalls, at which sit old women in coachmen's many-caped coats, with their feet in an apple basket and a rushlight shade full of red-heart charcoal at their side, the fire shining in bright orange spots through the holes. The pert London sparrows seem almost to have disappeared with the frost, and the few that remain have a wretched, half-torpid look, and have gone all fluffy and turned to a mere brown ball of feathers. In the suburbs, the robins are seen for the first time, leaving little trident impressions of their feet on the garden snow, and their scarlet bosoms looking red as Christmas berries against the white earth. Then, as the dusk of evening sets in, and you see in the squares and crescents the crimson flickering of the flames from the cozy sea-coal fire in the parlors, lighting up the windows like flashes of sheet lightning, the cold, cheerless aspect of the streets without sets you thinking of the exquisite comfort of our English homes. But if grateful thoughts of comfort are suggested by the contrast of the snow, the same cause leads the more imaginative to think of the sharp, biting misery gnawing into the very bones of the luckless portion of London society. To those who can put on warm flannel and encase their bodies in a thick greatcoat, a sharp frost means only healthy, bracing weather, and to such people the long evenings are welcome, from a sense of the happy family circle gathered round the bright cherry-colored fire. To the well-born young silver spoonbills of the West End, Christmas is a season of mirth and holiday games, of feasting, pantomimes, and parties. By the elder gentlefolks it is regarded as a time of good cheer, with its cattle shows and guinea hampers and presents of fat turkeys from the country. For such as these, the butcher's shops are piled with prize meat, coated with thick fat, and decorated with huge cockades. For such as these, the grocer's windows are dressed out with dried fruits and spices, and studded with lumps of candied peel, and Covent Garden is littered with holly, laurel, and mistletoe, and fragrant with the odors of bright-colored fruits. But how, think you, must the cold be welcomed by those whose means of living cease directly the earth becomes like cast iron with the frost? How merry must Christmas appear to those whose tattered clothes afford no more protection than broken windows against the bleak, stinging breeze. How pleasant and cozy must the long evenings be to such as have to spend them crouching under the dry arches, and how delicious the sight of the teeming markets to poor wretches who, to stay their hunger, must devour the refuse orange peel lying about the stones there. Some readers, maybe, will fancy that such winter's misery is far from being common among our people, but they should remember that in the lottery of life, the prizes, as in other lotteries, are but the exception, and that the greater proportion of the chances are dead against those entering the lists, so that where one adventurer gets a lucky cast, thousands are doomed to end the game as badly as they began it. Readers should bear in mind, too, that with the luckless, the winter is especially the season when the wants are not only greater, but employment is scarcer, and therefore life harder than ever. Not to speak of the really destitute and the outcast, the well-to-do in London are surrounded by thousands whose labor lasts only for the summer, such as brickmakers, market gardeners, harvest men, and the like, besides multitude of others, such as navigators and ground laborers, who can ply their trade only so long as the earth can be made to yield to the spade and the pick, and others again as the dock laborers and the longshoremen, who depend upon the very winds for the food and fuel of themselves and families. To the skeptical upon such matters, and more especially those who believe that destitution is always the result of idleness, should visit the Asylum for the Houseless Poor, an asylum which is opened only, be it said, when the thermometers reach the freezing point, and which offers nothing but dry bread and warm shelter to such as avail themselves of its charity. To this place swarm, as the bitter winter's night comes on, some 500,000 penniless and homeless wanderers. The poverty-stricken from every quarter of the globe are found within its wards, from the haggard American seaman to the lank Polish refugee, the pale German out-wanderer, the tearful black sea cook, the shivering Lascar crossing sweeper, the helpless Chinese beggar, and the half-torpid Italian organ boy. It is a ragged congress of nations, a convocation of squalor and misery, of destitution, degradation, and suffering from all corners of the earth. Almost every trade and calling are there, too. Agricultural, railway, and dock laborers thrown out of work by the frost, unemployed artisans chiefly belonging to the outdoor trades, such as carpenters and painters, sailors without their registry tickets who have either been cast away or cheated of their all by the crimps, broken-down tradesmen, clerks, shopmen, and errand boys, who either through illness or guilt have been deprived of their situations, and, above all, Irish immigrants who have been starved out of their own land. Moreover, there are poor needlewomen, driven for back rent from their lodgings, servants out of place, charwomen, real frozen-out garden women, street sellers who have eaten up their stock money, tramps, beggar women, and old habitual vagrants. Nearly every shade and grade of misery, misfortune, vice, and even guilt are to be found in the place, for characters are not demanded previous to admission, and want alone is the sole qualification required of the applicants. The asylum for the houseless is at once the beggar's hotel, the tramp's townhouse, the outcast's haven of refuge, the last dwelling, indeed, on the road to ruin. The geography of the asylum for the houseless is somewhat difficult to make out to those whose knowledge of London extends no farther eastward than the Royal Italian Opera House or even Exeter Hall. There are some streets that even the most experienced cabmen have to descend from their box half a dozen times in order to ferret out the road to, and Playhouse Yard, the locality of the refuge, is one of these. The way lies up a long, narrow street, rendered still narrower by a double flank of stalls trestled along the curb. At the corner of every turning hereabouts is a gin palace, with a monster lamp suspended over the entrance, and a long shellfish stall in front of the door, set out with a trefoil arrangement of pen'orths of oysters as big as muffins. Outside the baker's shop windows are stuck large bills, always announcing the grateful intelligence that bread is down again to even money. And at the tea dealers there are comic placards, designed and colored by ticket writers, setting forth either the advantages of joining their pudding club or the dangerous strength of their gunpowder tea. Pawnbrokers, too, abound in the neighborhood, and at their door hang blankets and patchwork counterpanes, suspended from one corner as in auction rooms, while the watches, ranged in the windows, are as big and thick as the bull's-eye to a dark lantern. Nor is there any lack of coal and potato sheds, and at these the current price of fuel is always quoted in chalk on a board at so much per sea-weight. Here, too, on every Sunday in the summer season, the light spring van, which at other times is used for enabling the neighbors to indulge in that exciting lunatic sport known as shooting the moon, puts on curtains and starts with a party of pleasure and a beer barrel for Hampton Court. The yard christened Playhouse is a lane that it is ridiculous to dream of entering in a cab. Accordingly, 2 or 3 street stalls have to be disarranged in order to allow your vehicle standing room, and never was such commotion among the coster trucks and apple stalls as when your hansom endeavors to draw up to the curb. As you turn the corner, you enter an even poorer district than before. Here, pawnbrokers will not flourish, and dolly shops are found to prevail instead, for even the pledges which have been refused by the cruel uncle are not rejected by those ebony babes in the wood that swing over the door as signs of the black doll. The baker's shop, the grocer's, and the coal warehouse have severally disappeared and been rolled into one omnium gatherum store in the general line. The old Fortune Theatre stood in this same playhouse yard some 2 centuries and a half ago, and never was more pathetic drama performed there, under the auspices of the blind goddess, than that which is nightly represented at the Asylum for the Houseless, for, rightly viewed, the scenes and changes enacted there are but a portion of the great play of fortune, and the ragged crowd within the walls but the wretched murmurs to whom fate has cast the sorriest parts. It is impossible to mistake the asylum if you go there at dark, just as the lamp in the wire cage over the entrance door is being lighted. For this is the hour of opening, and ranged along the curb is a kind of ragged regiment drawn up 4 deep and stretching far up and down the narrow lane until the crowd is like a hedge to the roadway. Nowhere in the world can a similar sight be witnessed. It is a terrible thing to look down upon that squalid crowd from one of the upper windows. There they stand, shivering in the snow, with their thin cobwebby garments hanging in tatters about them. Many are without shirts, with their bare skin showing through the rents and gaps, like the hide of a dog with the mange. Some have their greasy garments tied round their wrists and ankles with string, to prevent the piercing wind from blowing up them. A few are without shoes, and these keep one foot only to the ground, while the bare flesh that has had to tramp through the snow is blue and livid-looking as half-cooked meat. You can pick out the different foreigners and countrymen in that wretched throng by the different colors of their costume. There you see the black sailor in his faded red woolen shirt, the Lascar in his dirty white calico tunic, the Frenchman in his short blue smock, the countryman in his clay-stained frock, with the bosom worked all over like a dirty sampler, and the Irish market woman with her faded straw bonnet flattened by the heavy loads she has borne on her head. The mob is of all ages, and women and girls, as well as men and boys, are huddled there close together. There are old-looking lads shrinking within their clothes with the cold, and blowing their nails to warm their fingertips, and mothers with their bosoms bare, despite the keenness of their weather, and the beggar babes sucking vainly at them. Each man has his hands in his pockets, and every now and then he shudders rather than shivers, as if positively palsied by the frost, whilst the women have the ends of their thin shawls and gauzy mantles rolled round their bare arms like the cloths about a brigand's legs. It is a sullenly silent crowd, without any of the riot and rude frolic which generally ensues upon any gathering in the London streets, for the only sounds heard are the squealing of the beggar infants or the wrangling of the vagrant boys for the front ranks, together with a continued succession of hoarse coughs that seems to answer each other like the bleating of a flock of sheep. Poor souls! They are waiting in the numbing cold for those barn-like doors to open, and as the time draws near, those in the front are seen unfolding the bit of old rag or dirty paper in which they have secured the ticket that entitles them to some 1 or 2 nights' further shelter. It was to this refuge that the policeman referred when he said to the woman, whom he found half frozen on the doorstep, "The asylum for the houseless is the only place for you." It was to this refuge that the officer and the faint and weary creature were on their way. So faint and weary, indeed, that heaven only knows what wretched fate would befall her if the bare hospitality of the place should be denied to her. End of section 2.
Section 3 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Thomas Bewley. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 3 of The Romance Preceding the Reality. The Refuge. Chapter 3. The Refuge. Some gentlemen had called at the asylum that day to see the place, and the class of people usually admitted there. The superintendent was busy, before the opening of the doors, explaining to them, in the office at the side of the passage, the rules and customs of the institution. The bare whitewashed entrance was so like that to the stage of some minor theater, and the little office, with its wicket window giving into the passage, reminded one so forcibly of the room occupied by the stage doorkeeper, that you might almost have fancied it had formed part of the old Fortune playhouse. In a corner of the office itself stood several square bread baskets, as big as sea chests, piled with little bricks of cut-up loaves, resembling both the size and color of so many fire bricks. "We gave each person, on coming in at night," said the superintendent to the visitors, "half a pound of the best bread, and a like quantity on going out in the morning, and children, even if they be at the breast, have the same, which goes to swell the mother's allowance. That gentleman," continued the officer, pointing to the clerk who was standing at the high desk beside the wicket window, "enters in this ledger." It was as thick as a banker's. The name, age, trade, and profession, for we've all classes here, I can assure you, and place of birth of the applicants, as well as where they slept the previous night. The strangers glanced their eyes down the several columns of this striking catalogue of destitution. The entries under the first 3 divisions showed, as we have said, that the asylum was a refuge for the outcasts of all ages, callings, and countries, but the last division was that which told the saddest tale of all. For as the eye ranged down the column indicating where each applicant had passed the previous night, it was startled to find how often the clerk had to write down "in the streets," so that "ditto, ditto," continually repeated under the same head, sounded as an ideal chorus of terrible want in the mind's ear. "We are now going to begin, gentlemen," said the superintendent as the office clock pointed to the hour of 5. "Open the doors and admit new cases." Then, turning to the visitors, he added, "We take all the new cases here, but those who have been in before and had tickets given to them, show them at another office farther on." A negro head, with a face as black as a printer's dabber, and eyes as white as hard-boiled eggs, suddenly appeared at the little wicket. "What's your name?" asked the clerk in a rapid business tone. "Tipo Sabe," was the answer. "How old?" "13, master," said the lad, in the same imploring tone as if he were confessing some fault. "Where were you born?" "Born at sea, if please, master." "Ah, then you have no settlement," observed the clerk, writing on. "Well, and where did you sleep last night, eh, boy?" "I had a pen'orth of coffee and slept there, master." Here the superintendent came forward, and, anxious to show off the advantages of the institution, in which he took no little honest pride, asked, "And where would you have slept tonight if you hadn't come here, eh? In the streets, I suppose? Ah, of course you would," he added, as the boy dolefully nodded assent. "Had anything to eat today, now?" "I had 2 biscuits give me by the lady at the baker's, master." "Then dare I say you can enjoy half a pound of good bread? Ah, I thought so. Here you are. Now, what's the cause of your coming here? You came home in a ship, I suppose, and had your pay, hadn't you?" The boy, who had his lips immediately buried in the hunk of bread, ceased biting for a while, and answered, as if his mouth was full of sawdust, "Yes, master, I had 2 pund 10 when I was paid off, 3 weeks ago, besides a chest full of clothes, which is at Mr. Finn's, where I lodged." "Ah," said the superintendent, turning to the visitors, "the old thing, gentlemen, crimps again. We get hundreds that way. I suppose you owe a week's board, and he took your clothes and left you nothing but what you stand upright in? Ah, I knew it. There you can go." And the sun-charred lad, who had nothing but a blue woolen shirt to keep him from the frosty air, slunk shivering off, with his head half buried between his shoulders, as if he were trying to huddle his limbs together for warmth's sake. "That man at the window, now, is a habitual vagrant," said the superintendent, half aside to the strangers, as another head appeared at the wicket. "He comes to us regularly every year. He winters in town as punctually as if he was a nobleman. So here you are again, eh?" he added, turning to the unshorn, black-chinned vagabond, who kept working his body about inside his clothes as if he was all alive. "Yes, sir, I come again," answered the man, grinning as he touched his brimless wide-awake. "You know my name and age, and where I come from pretty well by this time." The fellow was a perfect picture of what in Henry VIII's time was styled a valiant beggar. He stood nearly 6 feet high, and was a big-boned, ugly customer of a man. His clothes of fustian and corduroy were black and shiny with filth, as if they were smeared with pitch rather than dirt, and the sleeves of his jacket were, for warmth's sake, tied tightly round his wrists with pieces of twine. He had evidently no shirt on, for his jacket was tied up high to the throat, and through the rents his bare and grimy skin was visible. "Let me see," said the clerk. "I think you were a carpet weaver last year?" The fellow observed that would do as well as anything else. "And where did you sleep last night?" inquired the clerk. "At Bethnal Green Union, please, sir." "And where the night before?" and broke in the superintendent. "Well, I was at Chapel Union then, sir." "And what Union the night before?" "I think it were St. George's in the East." "Oh, no, sir, It were Stepney's, so it were. The superintendent gave a look at the gentleman, as much as to say, "You see he has made the round of the workhouses," and then added to the vagrant, "I suppose you don't like breaking those 4 bushels of stones the workhouse people give you of the morning." The fellow answered with a leer and another wriggle in his clothes, "It ain't exactly the kind of physic as suits my complaint, governor." When the vagrant had gone, the superintendent said, "We are obliged to let in such cases as those, for if we were to shut our doors because some impose on us, we should be punishing the honest poor more than the dishonest." After a time, long before a fresh page of the ledger had been filled, the examinations of the applicants wore into monotony. They all told the same unvarying tale, and that was destitution. "Now, if you please, gentlemen, we'll go upstairs and have a look at the wards," the superintendent continued. And so saying, he led the way along the passage towards the lobby. "This," he said, "is where the men wash before going to their beds." It was a square, cockpit-like place, with a broad wooden staircase in one corner, and on the opposite side was a large trough with a pump at one end. Here some of the ragged outcasts were cleansing themselves from their sleeping-out dirt and indulging in their first wash for many a day, whilst others, who, by soap and hard scrubbing, had restored something like whiteness to their countenances, had mounted the platform where hung the long jack-towels and were busy drying their skins. In this lobby, too, stood a crowd of applicants who had already slept in the asylum on previous nights, and who were waiting around another wicket window to have their tickets checked. "What have you been doing since you slept here last, my man?" the superintendent said to the pale artisan, dressed in canvas spotted with dabs of oil color that told he was a house painter. "I ain't been here for a fortnight, sir," answered the mechanic. "A friend of mine as is going to open an eel pipe shop give me a job." Upon this the superintendent observed to the visitors, "You perceive they don't come here unless they are positively driven to it, and when they can afford a night's lodging elsewhere, they are glad to get it." The next step was to inspect the wards, and accordingly the visitors were conducted into what is termed the lower or men's ward. The sight was utterly unlike all preconceived notions of a dormitory. There was not a bedstead to be seen, nor even so much as a sheet or blanket visible. The ward itself was a long, bare, whitewashed apartment, with square post-like pillars supporting the flat-beamed roof, and reminding the visitors of a large unoccupied storeroom, such as are occasionally seen in the neighborhood of Thames Street and the docks. Along the floor were ranged what appeared at first sight to be endless rows of empty orange chests, packed closely side by side, so that the boards were divided off into some 200 shallow tampet-like compartments, and these the visitors soon learnt were the berths, or, to speak technically, the bunks of the institution. In each of them lay a black mattress, made of some shiny waterproof material like tarpaulin stuffed with straw. At the head of every bunk, hanging against the wall, was a big basil covering that looked more like a wine cooper's apron than a counterpane. These are used as coverlids because they are not only strong and durable, but they do not retain vermin. In the center of this ward was a large double-faced grate, with a bright piled-up coke fire that glowed like a furnace both behind and before. The space around was railed off, the railings serving in rainy weather as a clothes horse upon which to dry the wet rags of garments of the inmates while sleeping. Around the fierce stove was gathered a group of the houseless wanderers, the red rays tinting the crowd of haggard faces with a bright lurid light that colored the skin as red as wine, and one and all stretched forth their hands as if to let the delicious heat soak into their half-numbed limbs. They seemed positively greedy of the warmth, drawing up their sleeves and trousers so that their naked legs and arms might present a larger surface to the fire than even the wide and frequent holes in their rags permitted. They appeared all as if longing to stretch themselves like cats at full length before the stove. Not a laugh nor sound was heard, but the men stood still, munching their bread, their teeth champing like horses in a manger. One poor wretch had been allowed to sit on a form inside the railings, for he had the ague, and there he crouched, with his legs near as a roasting joint to the burning coals, as if he were trying to thaw his very marrow. Then how fearful it was to hear the coughing, as it seemed to pass round the room from one to another, now sharp and hoarse as a bark, then deep and hollow as a lowing, or, with the old, feeble and trembling as a bleat. There were boys of 10, like dwarfs of 20, and old men, with the bent kangaroo-like bands and drivelling mouths, so indicative of idiocy. Everyone seemed to have been made apathetic by long misery. Even strong, stalwart fellows sat in lumpish silence, staring vacantly at the floor, for your true vagrant's mind is a dull blank, whilst others, who were footsore and worn out with their day's tramp, were busy unlacing their stiff, cast-iron-like boots. "What makes you shiver so, my man?" asked the superintendent of a vagrant-looking old creature, whose whole body seemed to shake like a jelly, and whose hand, as he tried to cut his bread with his clasp knife, trembled as if he were erasing a blot rather than carving his food. "Well, it's the cold I've gotten me, master, and I can't get it out of my bones, do what I will. I've got a dreadful bad leg, too. I'm going on for 65 years, and I can't get my parish to take me now." And then, as if he were as proud of his sores as a warrior of his scars, he, with his bread still in his hand, raised his trouser and exhibited an ulcerous leg that sickened you to look at. As the superintendent and the visitors walked round the ward on their way back, they found many of the inmates already stretched in their bunks, with the leather rolled round them, till they looked more like huge brown paper parcels than sleeping human beings. "The other wards, gentlemen," said the official to the strangers as they passed along, "you'll find just the same in appearance and principle as this. We have two of them above, the chapel ward and the upper ward, as we call them, only the chapel ward is for the better sort of men, and the upper one for women. All these gangways between the bunks where we are now walking," he continued, "will be sure to be filled up on such a bitter night as this before 12 o'clock, so that the floor will be entirely covered with some hundreds of poor destitute creatures who must, perhaps, have perished with cold if it hadn't been for our institution." "That man sitting up in his bunk," went on the officer, "is a cripple, and he's always one of the first to turn in, exactly in that place, because he gets out of the way there, and nobody has to step over him." Presently they passed one of the thermometers affixed to a wooden pillar. The officer looked at it for a moment, and then shouted across the room to one of his assistants, "Come, I say, make up the fires. This won't do. We're only at 45 instead of 60, and there's too much coughing by far." At this point a messenger from the outer office approached the official, and said, partly aside to him, "There's a policeman, sir, at the gate, has brought a woman along, whom he says he found half frozen on the doorstep. She seems a better kind of person." "Very well," answered the head officer. "Take her name down, as usual, and let her go upstairs to the chapel ward, and I'll see her directly." "The policeman says, sir, he thinks she wants food," continued the messenger. "Indeed," replied the officer. "Then you had better tell the matron to give her a basin of gruel directly, and not wait for the doctor's seeing her. Now, there's an instance of the good we effect, gentlemen," he added, turning to the visitors. What would a poor creature like that have done if it hadn't been for some such charity as this? The chapel ward is the place whither all fresh applicants are sent to be examined by the doctor, previous to admission for the night. This ward was the same long, bare, and binned-off apartment as the lower one, but, owing to the pile of forms used for divine services on the Sunday, and which are stacked up out of the way, one on each other, on the weekdays, as well as the academy-like tall desk near the stove in the center of the room, it had much the look of an empty day school. The only evidence, however, of the ecclesiastical character of the place was a clumsy brown pulpit, as rude as if it had been made by a packing-case maker. Here, on forms, sat the fresh cases of that evening, the males on one side of the room and the females on the other, whilst the doctor stood at the desk with his minute-book open before him. "Now then, the male cases," he said, and the men advanced in single file. His assistant at his side cried, "Come along, show the back of your hands, and open your fingers well," and immediately afterward he held a lighted candle close to the skin of each as they stretched out their arms for examination. "Now then, the woman, come along," called out the assistant, and instantly a long line of wretched outcasts rose, and suddenly, as if a hymn had been given out. At the end of the form, the woman who had been brought there by the policeman had been sitting, as far apart from the others as the limits of the bench would admit of. When the signal was given for them to come forward, she rose a minute or two after the rest, for she had been roused from brooding over her misery only by the noise of her neighbors' feet, and when she stood up she hung her head so that none could see her face. "What are the usual complaints of the people seeking shelter here?" asked one of the visitors of the doctor, who answered, as he continued half methodically in his examinations, "The most frequent are cases of exhaustion from exposure to cold and privation, as well as ordinary colds and sore throat, complicated with affection of the chest, and so on. There, you see, is our medical report for the last year, and that contains all I could tell you on the matter." The list of diseases was a fearful exposition of bodily ailment engendered by want, a catalogue that even those who are too ready to believe that the majority seeking charity are tricksters and cheats must have acknowledged as a solemn voucher of the privations endured by the poor, destitute, and houseless wretches asking shelter at the asylum. For as the eye ran down the list of bodily afflictions endured by the class, it read at a glance, even though informed by the smallest medical knowledge, a tale of long agony, which is far beyond fiction to rival. The many cases of catarrh and influenza, the rheumatism, bronchitis, ague, asthma, lumbago, inflammation of the lungs, diseased joints, spitting of blood, cramps and pains in the bowels, all spoke their terrible testimony of many nights' exposure to the wet and cold, whereas the instances of abscesses, ulcers, diarrhea, low nervous fever, atrophy, and excessive debility from starvation told in a manner that precluded all doubt of the want of proper sustenance and extreme privation of those, the very poorest of all the poor. It showed, too, that even the vagrant life of the tramp was sufficiently punished, so that the sternest economist might have learnt some little charity towards those who had done such bitter penance for their faults. By this time it had reached the turn of the last of the newcomers to approach the desk. She held out her hands methodically, as the others had done. The quick eye of the doctor noticed how thin and spare they were, for the whole mechanism of their fingers seemed to be visible under the transparent skin. He took her by the wrist, and said he kept his fingers on her pulse, looking first at her face, then glanced at her fingers and said, "My good woman, this is no place for you. Are you married?" He had asked the question rather abruptly, in the ordinary way of business, and he was somewhat surprised to see the color mount to the poor thing's cheeks with shame at the question. She, however, replied plaintively, as she sighed and shook her head, "I wish I was not." "I didn't mean to wound your feelings," continued the doctor in a kindly tone, "but I saw no wedding ring on your finger." She shrugged her shoulders and replied, "I was forced to part with that long ago." The doctor called the superintendent and drew him aside to talk with him in private. After a time the official returned to the woman and said, "My good soul, it's against the rules for this institution to receive anybody in your condition. I'll tell you what we must do with you. We shall give you a shilling, as we do others like you, so that you may obtain a night's lodging somewhere, and then you will have a settlement and a claim on the parish where you slept." The woman grew blanched as she heard the words, and she staggered back in utter despair. Poor thing, she had already applied at one union, and they had told her that she must go back to where she had been born, for her settlement was there, and she had heard that at the asylum for the houseless cases were received, which the working house refused, and now she learnt that the last refuge was denied her. She felt that nothing was left her but to die in the streets. "If your case was very urgent, we should send you to the hospital," added the official soothingly, "but as it is, you had better rest here a while and have another ration of bread and some more warm gruel, and then you'll be able to find a lodging for yourself." The wretched creature thought what was to become of her when that little shilling was gone, and she hid her face in her hands as she sobbed convulsively. The strangers, who had been watching the woman for some little time, now stepped forward and inquired the cause of her grief. "Have you no friends or relatives living?" asked one of them, but the woman made no answer and looked proudly at the speaker, as if questioning his right to pry into her misery. Then she buried her face in her hands once more. "We would serve you if possible, my good woman," continued the stranger, "so pray tell me, since you are married, where is your husband?" She answered bitterly, as if stung by the remembrance of the ill treatment she had suffered. "He has deserted me after robbing me of all I had." And then, as if fancying she had committed herself, she added, "Ask me no more. Ask me no more, I beg of you." The superintendent here interposed, saying, "We had a case much like this last year. A very nice girl, who had run away and got married against her family's consent, but we wrote to her friends and got them to take her back again." The woman shook her head as she heard this, and smiled at the wrong guess they had made as to the cause of her misery. "But you've quarreled with them at home, I know," said the official. "Come now, give me your parents' address, and let me write them a nice, dutiful, and penitent letter for you, and let them know that their daughter is in rags, and begging for a night's shelter at the asylum for the houseless." And her lips worked convulsively in scorn at the proposal. "Are your friends in a position to assist you if they chose?" asked one of the strangers. The woman grew impatient at the continued questioning, and looking at her interrogator said, reproachfully, "Oh, can't you understand that when decent persons are driven here, they wish to keep their misery as secret as they can? If I had wanted to publish mine, I could have gone round the town from door to door, with a petition filled with the whole particulars." The gentleman was taken aback by the answer. He stammered out some excuses, such as, "Really, you mistake me. Indeed, I am the last man to—" Here the doctor and the superintendent drew near, and the latter observed, "She stated at the door that she has passed 3 entire nights in the streets, that she belongs to no trade or occupation, that she is 23 years old, and that her name is Catherine Merton." I gave my mother's name, she cried, looking up as she heard the last words. The officials and visitors retired a short distance from her and consulted together. From her manner and expression, said one, it is plain she is respectably connected. You can tell that from her features and face, observed another. She is evidently in a state of great exhaustion from want, and in a highly nervous condition, remarked the doctor. Indeed, I would advise that no more questions be asked her. The superintendent exclaimed, we have many such cases here in the course of the season. People in the last stage of destitution, whose friends are not only well-to-do, but occupy high positions in the country. It was at last agreed, at the doctor's suggestion, that the poor woman should be placed under the care of the house matron, who should make her a cup of tea, whilst the doctor prepared her for a stimulating draught to recruit her sinking powers. In a few hours afterward, the noise and chattering of the boys below, and the gossip of the women above, as well as the squealing of the beggar children in the nursery, had all ceased. The more tidy of the women, who had remained darning their gowns after they had taken them off for the night, had put their work away, and stowed their letters and other humble treasures in the locker under the wooden pillow at the head of their bunks. The men had quitted the warm fire and crept one after the other to their berths, where, rolled round in their leathers, they were sleeping as sound as squirrels in the winter. The buckets of chloride of lime had already been placed at intervals in the gangway to fumigate the wards. The fires had been banked up for the night, and the gas lights had been lowered, so that in the half-light, as you moved about the silent, solemn place, and saw the rows of tightly bound figures, brown and stiff as mummies, it seemed like wandering amidst a large catacomb. The stillness was broken only by the snoring of the sounder sleepers and the coughing of the more restless. It was a marvelously pathetic scene to contemplate. Here was a herd of the most wretched and friendless people in the world, lying down close to the earth as sheep. Here were some 2 centuries of outcasts, whose days are an unvarying round of suffering, enjoying the only moments when they are free from pain and care, life being to them but one long painful operation, as it were, and sleep the chloroform which, for the time being, renders them insensible. The sight set the mind speculating on the beggars and the outcast dreams. The ship's company, starving at the North Pole, dreamt, every man of them, each night of feasting. And was this miserable frozen-out crew now regaling themselves with visions of imaginary banquets? Were they smacking their mental lips over ethereal beef and pudding? Was that poor wretch, whose rheumatic limbs rack him each step he takes, was he tripping over green fields with an elastic and joyous bound that in his waking moments he can never know again? Did that man's restlessness and heavy moaning come from nightmare terrors of policemen and treadwheels? And which among those runaway boys was fancying that he was back home again with his mother and sisters weeping on his neck? The next moment the thoughts shifted, and the heart was overcome with a sense of the heap of social refuse, the mere human street sweeping, this great living mixen that was destined, as soon as the spring returned, to be strewn far and near over the land, and serve as manure to the future crime crops of the country. Then came the self-congratulations and the self-questioning, and as a man, sound in health and limb, walking through an hospital, thanks God that he has been spared the bodily ailments, the mere sight of which sickens him, so in this refuge of the starving and the homeless, the first instinct of a well-to-do visitor is to breathe a thanksgiving, like the Pharisee in the parable, that he is not as one of these. But the vain conceit has scarcely risen to the tongue before the better nature whispers in the mind's ear, by what special virtue of your own are you different from them? How comes it that you are well-clothed and well-fed, whilst so many go naked and hungry? And if you, in your arrogance, ignoring all the accidents that have helped to build up your worldly prosperity, assert that you have been the architect of your own fortune, who, let us ask, gave you the genius or energy for the work. Then get down from your moral stilts and confess it honestly to yourself that you are what you are by that inscrutable grace which decreed your birthplace to be a mansion rather than a padding-ken, or which granted your brains and strength instead of sending you into the world a cripple or an idiot. It is hard for smug-faced respectability to acknowledge these dirt-caked, erring wretches as brothers, and yet, if from those to whom little is given, little is expected, surely after the atonement of their long suffering, they will make as good angels as the best of us. That night the superintendent, whilst going round the wards for the last time, said to the matron, "By the by, about the young woman whom the police brought here. How was she when she left? Better, eh?" "Oh, yes, she was much better. Getting on very nicely, I may say," was the answer. "She had a comfortable hot cup of tea, and a good warm beside the fire in my room, for I took her there, poor thing, she seemed so decent-like. I gave her the shilling to get her bed with, but she's as helpless as a child, and knows nothing about London's ways." "Did she tell you anything more about who she was?" asked the superintendent. "Yes, poor simple thing, she did," answered the dame. "When she got well warm, she had a good cry at being in such a place, and as I told her not to take on so, and that this world was only one of trial, she began to talk away, as if her heart was full to bursting, and she was glad to find someone that she could tell her troubles to." "Well, and are her parents well off?" asked the male official. "Oh dear, yes," replied the dame. "From all I could make out, they seem to be very rich and very proud, a good deal like the black-haired girl's case that was here last winter. You know, the one that had gone off with the play-actor fellow. But she didn't seem to like to speak much about her home, and do what I would, I couldn't get the address out of her. All the time she was talking about her father's pride. I was saying to myself, you don't know it, poor thing, but you're every bit as proud yourself, a chip of the old block, as the saying goes, for she kept on protesting she'd rather die of starvation in the streets than ever go home again." "It's very shocking to think of the pride of some people," observed the superintendent. "Ah," sighed the dame, "we can none of us see the beam in our own eye." Then she went on, "I only got her story from her by bits, and all of a jumble like. But what I gather is this. She was married when she was very young to an Indian officer, and when he died she came home a young widow thing, and had a good pension, enough indeed to keep her quite independent like of her friends, though she went back to live among 'em." "Well, what has she done with it?" asked the superintendent. "Wait a bit," expostulated the dame. "You see, this is how it came about, as far as I can guess. After she had been home some little while, she got to find the time hang heavy with her, and so began to take lessons in French of one of those refugee fellows who had come and settled in her neighborhood, and then she got listening to the Frenchman's palavering when she ought to have been minding her learning, and the end of it was, there was a secret marriage between 'em, quite unbeknown to her friends." "Ah, I see," cried the superintendent. "He was beneath her station, and she was afraid to let her family know the imprudent match she had made." "No, no, you're too quick by half," said the matron. "That was only a small part of the reason, let me tell you, for her saying nothing about the wedding. You see, the pension she was entitled to as an officer's widow would have ceased directly it became known that she had married again. So, naturally wishing to preserve her independence, for she knew her husband was too poor to maintain them both, she would not let even her most intimate bosom friend know of the marriage, lest it should creep out and her pay be stopped at the India House." "And I suppose somebody found it out and went and informed the authorities?" speculated the superintendent. "No, nothing of the kind," expostulated the dame. "Now you really must allow me to tell you the story my own way." Well, continued the lady, sucking her mouth dry as if making ready for a long oration and crossing her forefingers, things went on as I have told you without anyone so much as dreaming of what had took place, until the poor dear found she was likely to become a mother, and at last it got to be beyond the power of cloaks and shawls to hide her condition. Then there was a tremendous to-do. Dear me, I see it all," cried the superintendent. "They turned her into the streets and shut their doors against her. Wasn't that it, eh?" "Do have a little patience, pray," interrupted the dame, annoyed at having the story taken out of her mouth. "You shall know all in good time. Her father seems to have been as hasty as he was proud, and took up rash notions without inquiring whether they were true or not. Seeing her in the situation she was, and of course knowing nothing of the marriage, he began abusing her, and then and there called her a shameless hussy, and threatened to turn his back upon her." "But what a silly girl!" exclaimed the officer. "Why didn't she show the certificate of her marriage, and set it all straight at once? How you talk! Didn't I tell you she was afraid of losing her pension if her marriage got abroad? Besides, she was as proud every bit as her father was," answered the dame, "and, what is more, she seems to have been quite as hasty too, for when he called her harsh names, her spirit was up. So, as she knew she had been properly married at the altar, and had a feeling that she was independent of her family so long as her pension wasn't stopped, she packed up her things and off she went and lived with her husband, leaving her relations to think just what they chose." "Bless my soul!" exclaimed the superintendent. "What mad things a person's silly spirit will lead one to do! And she might have cleared it all up by one little word, and just see what it has come to now. Of course the French fellow ill-treated her after all, for such matches seldom turn out well. Ah, poor dear, she's been punished enough for her headstrong doings," sighed the pitying matron. "What strange romances do turn up in this place, to be sure. Well, as I was saying, she lived with her husband away from home, putting up with the jibes and taunts of the world, for the sake of the man and the money that was to keep them from starvation. For when I tell you she had been his only scholar, you may fancy his teaching business didn't bring in much to the home." "I should think not," exclaimed the officer. "Why, we've had plenty of foreigners here who would have been glad to give lessons in their language for a meal." "Well, it soon came out, poor thing, what the Frenchman had married her for," mournfully added the matron. "Of course Mr. Monsieur had heard my lady had got a pension to her back before ever he thought of making love to her, and though before the marriage she had explained to him that she would lose every halfpenny she had if it ever came out that she was no longer a widow, yet they hadn't been man and wife a week before she got to see plainly enough that the fellow didn't believe a word of what she had said to him, and fancied she had made up the story just to keep the money in her own hands. Well, well, there's never a sin committed but the punishment is sure to follow," ejaculated the officer. "And here it comes, I can see." "Even before she left her father's house," continued the matron, "this man kept on worrying her to let him go down and draw some of the money, and he told her right out that he knew that as her husband he was entitled to whatever property she possessed. However, so long as she was at her father's, he was a bit afraid to appear in his true character, and he was kept quiet by a sovereign now and then. But no sooner had the noise took place and she gone to live with him entirely, than he threw off the double-faced mask of caring for anything but her money, and plainly said to her in French, 'I ain't going to be bamboozled, my lady.' So what do you think? Why, he takes all the money there is in the house at the time, and comes up to London and walks straight to the India House, and there, showing the marriage lines as proof of his being her husband, demands that the pension should be paid only to him in the future." "The mean hound!" the superintendent could not refrain from exclaiming. But the fellow bit his finger nicely, of course, for such a step naturally put a stop to all the money from that quarter. Think, though, of what a blow it must have been to her, poor thing, said the matron. I'm sure I thought her heart would have broke before me, as she told me how she had given up father, home, and friends for that man's sake, and how for him, too, she had put up with taunts and suspicions that are the hardest of all for a woman to bear. And then for him to go away from her and leave her directly he found that his selfish blunderings had made a beggar of her. I dare say, too, he was a good bit ashamed of himself, and didn't like to face her after what he had done. Ah, not only that, interrupted the officer, but it is clear enough he married her only for her money, so as soon as he found that there was none, why, of course my gentleman was off. If you had only heard her tell it all to me, it would have made your eyes smart to see how she took on about the vagabond, said the kind-hearted matron. The silly thing must have loved him, of course, or she wouldn't have made the sacrifices she had done on his account. Well, when she found he didn't return home, she began to think all sorts of things, and to get half crazy with his neglect of her, especially in the situation she was. Still, she wouldn't allow herself to think bad of him, though she could hardly keep down the suspicions that came up in her mind. Well, she waited and waited, watching day and night for him to come back, and writing to him all manner of imploring things to get him home again, until at last she was fairly worn out, and as it was just upon the time for her to draw her pension, she borrowed a few shillings, and came to London herself. And found out how she had been used by the fellow? Guessed the superintendent. Yes, indeed, continued the dame, tossing her head. She hunted for him everywhere she could think of. She went to all the places she had heard him talk about, but he was nowhere to be found. Then, when quarter-day arrived, she set off to the India House to receive her pension. And then, poor soul, what a thunderclap the clerk had got to hurl at her. They taxed her with being married, and said they were surprised at her boldness in coming there when she knew that her pension was forfeited. Bless me, it must have been a blow to her to lose both money and husband the same afternoon, as it were, soliloquized the superintendent. But at least it had the effect of opening her eyes to the true character of the man. When a woman takes to a man, it's wonderful how slow she is to think badly of him, moralized the matron. This poor thing stayed in town, still hoping to meet him somewhere, for she couldn't bring her mind to believe he had abandoned her. She lived on her things, one going after another, as we well know in the case with half the poor creatures who comes to us here, until at last all was gone, and she was turned out of her lodging for rent. Oh, I've no patience with such folly, the officer exclaimed. Why didn't she write home? The matron impatiently answered. How could you say that, when you know we have had scores and scores here, who would sooner suffer all the agony of the sharpest hunger and cold, rather than humble themselves by confessing the degradation their folly and self-will had brought them to? It's the fear of being taunted that does it. And their own stupid worldly pride, too, added the officer. But if you come to think of it, remonstrated the dame, it must be a dreadful struggle for those who have been well-to-do to bring themselves to write home to their friends and confess they are starving in the streets. To have to put our address to a letter is a terrible trial to stiff-necked people, even though they be in rags. Do all I could, though I'm sure I talked and begged till my tongue was sore. I could not get that young woman to promise me she'd write as much as a dozen words to her friends. No, that she wouldn't, she said, not even if it cost her her life. I never set eyes on such stubbornness of spirit in all my born days. Well, such people must pay the penalty for their own obstinacy, exclaimed the superintendent. But did she say anything about calling again in the morning? For those gentlemen that were here today seemed to take great interest in her case, and wished to know what could be done for her. Indeed, I couldn't get her to take any regular promise, was the answer. for though she didn't say she wouldn't come, still I am sure she is too much afraid of our finding out who she is ever to show her face inside this asylum again. End of section 3.
Section 4 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 4 of the Romance Preceding the Reality. Adrift. What a silent, dismal, deserted place is the city of London on a Sunday. It reminds one of Defoe's description of the metropolis during the plague, when every shop and house was closed and barred, and the citizens had fled to the suburbs. On no other day are you made so conscious that nobody lives there. For, whilst in the other parts of the capital you catch, as you walk the streets after church, the savory fumes of the Sunday's baked meats that men in clean shirt-sleeves are carrying steaming through the thoroughfares. Here, no bakings are carefully attended to, and indeed there is hardly a baker's shop to be seen, unless it be such as drive a light luncheon trade in buns and biscuits and coffee, and which, though on weekdays they swarm with clerks thick as flies about a tart tray, are now closed up as tight as strong rooms. You can tell now how few of the large blocks of houses are used as dwelling places by the citizens, for there is scarcely a wreath of smoke issuing from the crowded stacks of chimneys, and the air is clear and unfogged with the sooty fumes, so that you are startled to be able to see from one end of Cheapside to the other, and wonderstruck to find that the roadway, which the day before was so blocked up with cabs, omnibuses, and vans that you could almost have to run along their roofs like a line of housetops, is now nearly as open to the view as a railway cutting. The pavements, too, that were yesterday black with their jostling, hurrying crowds, are now scarcely speckled by the few stragglers that saunter along them, whilst the one omnibus that creeps lazily on its journey has hardly a passenger in it, and has the whole street to itself, as clear as a race-course. At the Old Bailey, where, on other days, the carts of the suburban carriers stand opposite the inn-yard, drawn up like a row of bathing machines, the cocks and the hens are out in the roadway, scratching up the litter as in a farmyard. And farther down, in front of the criminal court, where, at other times, the entrance door and the neighboring public houses are thronged with troops of witnesses and suspicious-looking prisoners' friends waiting the results of the trials within, now the pigeons walk unscared along the causeway, pecking the dust as they strut along. Neither is there any longer here a smell of hot boiled beef, nor a cloud of steam issuing through the area rails of the adjoining eating-house. For the shutters are up there, and the linen-jacketed man that, in a state of perpetual perspiration, carves the ruddy rounds, big as butcher's blocks, behind the window, is now away airing himself, maybe, in the river's breeze upon the halfpenny boat. Where are the colonies of clerks that yesterday you noted filling the dining-rooms in Bucklesbury, or feasting on their half-steak at Joe's, Ned's, Sam's, or any other of the familiar tribe of Christian-named chop-house keepers? Where the army of porters and warehousemen that worked at each block of buildings round about St. Paul's, peopling every floor as thickly as sailors do the decks of a merchantman? Where the colony of bankers, merchants, factors, and brokers that gobbled their soup at Birch's, or took their sandwiches and sherry at the South American, or teased their stomachs with the cream-tufted tarts at Purcell's? The bay tree, too, is closed, and not a city man stands eating his shilling snack hot with vegetables at the counter. The Lombard Street taverns, moreover, with their portions of pink pickled salmon spotting their pewter bars, have put up the chain and locked their doors, whilst the proprietors have driven out in their light shade traps to drink tea at Hampstead, Kew, or Harrow. As you walk along the deserted streets and glance up at each floor, you never see a human head at the window. Nothing, indeed, but piles of goods, as if the shops had started to the upper stories as in a pantomime trick. Their iron Venetian blind-like shutters are down before every shop window, ribbed as the sail of a Chinese junk, while before them slants the daylight reflector, casting its patch of brilliance vainly on the closed shop fronts. It is almost impossible to recognize Thames Street again, for the wharves along the riverside have the gates all closed, except where the little wicket is left ajar, and down the yards of some of these you can see the huge empty wagons, with their thick shafts turned back and pointing high in the air. Here, too, the cranes that on a weekday project like iron gibbets from every floor are turned on one side, in the same manner as the crutch for the bottle jack is bent back to the chimney-piece when the roasting has ceased. The carts no longer block the road, nor are their huge bales dangling like monster money-spiders from a thread and swinging in the air. At the coal exchange the only thing stirring is the weathercock, and the office desks, seen through the windows of the floors above, look as deserted as those in a schoolroom during the holidays. On the other side of the way, Billingsgate is lonely and empty, and has a dreary cloister-like stillness about it. And where but lately the air rang with a positive babble of voices, you can now hear a whistle echo against the metallic roofing of the broad, expansive shed. The benches and stalls are packed on top of one another, like old discarded tables in a lumber room, and as you look down into the basement through the square opening in the paving that seems like the hatchway to a ship, you see the huge empty shellfish tubs giving the place the look of a large laundry out of work, rather than being the periwinkle and whelk portion of the market. Now step down to the floating pier and see what a change the day of rest has made in the traffic of the river as well as the shore. So doubly silent is the silent highway that the birds chirping among the old exchange statues at Nicholson's Wharf sound as noisy as the aviary at the Pantheon. There is not the flutter of a paddle wheel nor the roar of the escape pipe to a newly arrived steamer to be heard, but the rushing of the tide, chafing against the bridge piers, gurgles in the ears, broken only by the barking of the curs, noisy as alarms, that are left alone on board the lighters to guard such as are moored close to the shore. There is no admission for visitors at the docks on Sunday, and the big gates are closed, so that the little side door alone is left ajar for the ingress and egress of the seamen, whilst the alphabetic warehouses seem still, moody, and closely barred as hulks, and in the unfrequented roadway outside the walls, a gang of young thieves from the purlieus of Rosemary Lane are playing chuck halfpenny, without the chance of a passing wagon to interrupt their game. Even money, too, seems idle on the day of rest. The Bank of England, squat as a cash box, looks positively as if it were to let, and you expect to see bills posted up at the various corners, announcing the forthcoming sale of the valuable effects. The coffers of the world now seem to be closed as a worked-out mine, and you wonder whether the great draining engine of 5% has ceased working or not. Who passes his Sunday within this citadel of wealth? If you were to pull the bell, would anybody answer it? Who ever saw the Bank of England servant taking in the milk, or a butcher's cart or baker's truck waiting at the area gate, even on a weekday? Is the man who guards the building on the Sunday twin brother to the keeper of Eddystone Lighthouse? And is he, too, left there for 4 weeks at a time to wander alone about the desolate place? Where have the silver-haired, prim-looking bankers of the deserted Lombard Street flown to? And where are the exchange men that but yesterday crowded the quadrangle? Look through the iron gates, and you will see the poor statue of Queen Victoria as lonely as a scarecrow in a cornfield, and the whole place as desolate as ruins after a fire. Then London Bridge, the main duct of all the metropolitan traffic, where policemen, like dike inspectors in Holland, are stationed to see that the great commercial tides setting in from Middlesex and Surrey flow on quietly, without breaking down the restrictions of the city. This immense thoroughfare is now so clear of vehicles that fathers walk with their children in the roadway, and on the other side of the water so completely has the business of the week ceased that a street seller has erected her stall on the entrance steps of Hibernia Chambers, and the piled-up oranges, ranged in little pyramids like golden cannonballs, rest against the closed, massive doors. For the hop merchants that rent the offices of the palatial building have forgotten all about their pockets for a time, and left the chances of cent per cent to the fruit woman. As you enter the narrow passages of Leadenhall Market, you startle maybe some bone grubber carrying a rush hand basket, and who seems to have been taking advantage of the solitude of the Sabbath to purloin a slice of meat from the 2 or 3 carcasses that are left hanging in the open space. Here, too, the long rows of unoccupied butchers' hooks seem like the hat pegs at a bankrupt railway hotel, and the narrow arcades of shops, with their shutters up, have the appearance of some deserted Indian bazaar. Not a footfall is heard upon the pavement, and the piano at the licensed game dealers, jingling forth the 100th psalm, fills the place like an empty room with its sounds. Indeed, go where you will, to Whitechapel Shambles or the Temple, walk down Cannon Street, Barbican, or Bishopsgate, or visit the busiest of the public offices such as the Post Office or the India House, all is as quiet and deserted as if it were some 2 or 3 hours after midnight, rather than only an hour or 2 after noon, so that you might fancy you were wandering through the sleeping city of the fairy tale, and that all the bankers, merchants, and brokers, as well as their attendant army of clerks, shopmen, and porters, were slumbering in their chambers, as if spellbound with the magic trance. But if the streets appear thus desolate to those who welcome the Sabbath as a day of rest and home retirement, how fearfully lonely and sad must the city seem to the poor creatures who, without a shelter to hide in, are forced to wander out the day, waiting impatiently for the night to come and screen their wretchedness with its darkness. On this day, when even the humble manage to put on clean linen, and unshorn beards have entirely disappeared, how shame-stricken and heartbroken do those wretched beings seem who have to shuffle along the pavements in their everyday rags, wearing the one dust-colored suit of tatters that even on the weekday made the passers-by shrink from them with the fear of contact. There was one miserable soul who crept along the forsaken pathways, seeking only those streets where the warehouses lay the thickest, and glancing down each turning before she entered it, to make certain that she would meet with none better clad than herself. Occasionally, she rested for a while in the corners of gateways, or crouched on steps with her head on her knees, remaining motionless as if in a deep slumber. After paying for her night's lodging, she had eked out what was left of the shilling she had received at the asylum for the houseless, eating only when her hunger grew painful, and allowing herself scarcely more than the rations dealt out to a shipwrecked crew. She felt hourly that her strength was failing her, and that both reason and body were giving way with her pangs. In the early morning, for the night had been passed dozing in a coffee shop, She had crawled about the West End, but as the day advanced and the cleanly dressed people began to stir abroad, she had gradually crept away before them, and so reached the lonely city. Whilst the crowds were flocking to church, she hid herself down Mews, and when the bells had ceased ringing, she slunk forth again, and stole cautiously into one of those odd, out-of-the-way city churches with a burial ground like a back garden up a court, and whose congregation is always about as numerous as the audience to a scientific lecture at a mechanics institution. Here she slided to the least conspicuous of the free seats, and tried to pray. But the place was warm to drowsiness, and tired and faint as she was, the hum of the organ lulled her to sleep. It had thawed during the day, but as the night came on, the sky grew clear and starry, and the air keen and frosty, so that in a few hours the pavements were a sheet of glass, and the lumps of mud as hard and sharp as the slag of a foundry. The street slush had, during her Sunday's pilgrimage, oozed through the gaps and holes in her burst boots, and as the cold of the night returned, her wet stockings froze to her chilled feet and wounded them at each step she took. Now she had not even a penny left to pay for the cup of coffee that would have entitled her to a short slumber at the night houses with her head upon the table. She counted each hour through the night, as does a sick person restless with a fever, and heard the 100 steeples of the city chiming the time in the darkness and chill of the early morning, until she thought the sunlight would never come again. As the air seemed to grow colder than ever at the fag end of the night, and the streets had long been rid of the few remaining brawlers, leaving her the only wanderer through them, she grew more wretched and desperate than ever. Driven by the policeman from doorstep to doorstep, and finding that she was not allowed to sit, much less sleep, in the thoroughfares, she began to think it better to end such a life as hers, and sauntered on, shuddering, towards the river. But when there, the water was like a sheet of steel, and looked so witheringly cold as her mantle flew open in the nipping breeze, that her timid resolves took flight, and she felt she lacked the courage, even though heartbroken and half-frozen as she was, for such a death as that. So on she wandered again, half sleeping as she walked, and trying to find some hidden corner where, unseen by the policeman, she might doze against the wall, until at length the reviving bustle of the market carts roused her from her stupor, and she was filled with hopes, almost as faint and comfortless as the cold morning light, that some lucky accident might happen to her in the coming day. How that day was lived through, it is difficult to tell. The poor soul had already been 30-odd hours adrift in the streets, without food or sleep or even rest. Still, while the daylight lasted and London was alive with the rattle of its traffic, she staggered along, borne faintly up by the continual excitement of the passing throngs, and feeling still a half-presentiment that she would meet with her husband somewhere among the crowd. But when she saw another night beginning to dusk the air, and the lines of street lamps starting one after another into strings of light, she felt no longer faint and torpid, but grew positively furious with the frenzy of the thought of passing another such a time in the streets. Moreover, the sky was overcast, and the half-melted snowflakes fell now in a shower of sleet that, as it beat against the face, stung the skin with the sharp splinters of ice mixed with the rain. Then, more terrible than all, she began to feel that another life besides her own was at stake, and to be roused with all the madness of maternal instinct, lest any danger should befall her child. Whither could she crawl to hide her head at such an hour? What place would open its doors to receive her? She'd been turned from the workhouse, and dismissed with a shilling from the last haven of all, the asylum for the houseless. It was no time for seeking shelter as a charity. She must have it, even though it be adjudged to her as a punishment. It had been refused her as an act of mercy to herself. It should now be forced upon her as an act of justice to others. The first thought was to do as she had read of women doing when rendered as desperate as herself, and, stung by the anguish of the moment, she seized a stone from the newly macadamized road and was about to fling it at the first street lamp. But then came the thought that perhaps the authorities might take pity on her for so trifling an offense. So, turning round, she flung the stone with all her remaining strength at the first brilliantly lighted window that caught her sight, and shattered a huge sheet of plate glass as big as a masquerade posting bill that adorned the showy front of a neighboring shawl and mantle warehouse. At the sound of the crash and rattle of the glassy fragments, a crowd of shopmen rushed into the street, and on the woman confessing herself the offender, it was but the work of a moment to hand her over to the police, whilst the enraged proprietor vowed that if it cost him £100, she should have 3 months of it. And the tradesman was true to his word. End of section 4. Section 5 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 5 of the romance preceding the reality, The Release. What, Simcox? My boy, who'd have thought of seeing you? Bless my heart, why it's Mr. Nathan, as I live. These gentlemen met outside Tothill Fields Prison. Mr. Simcox, of the firm of Simcox, Son and Nichols, had his hand on the prison knocker, ready to lift the 200 weight of metal, when the approaching figure of Mr. Nathan of Lyon's Inn startled him from his purpose. "This is the very last place where I should have thought of meeting you," exclaimed that ornament to his profession, Simcox. "And I certainly never expected to see you here," returned the buckish Israelite. "If it ain't impertinent, may I ask what brings you to these parts?" "Well, do you know, I was just going to put the same question to you." "Oh, I've come about a poor woman who has got into trouble." "Ha ha, and my case is with a female, too." "The girl I've come about is here in the name of Catherine... Catherine, let me see, what's her other name?" "It isn't Merton, is it? For that's the one I want." "Dear me, this is strange. That's the very party I'm after, sure enough." "Well, how remarkably odd. If it's a fair question, who are you concerned for?" "Oh, certainly, without prejudice, you know. I come here on the part of the husband." "The husband? He's a Frenchman, isn't he? Used to teach languages, I think? Well, I'm instructed by the family, very old clients of mine, and highly respectable people." "And what do they want to do with the girl?" "I really don't think I should like to go so far as to answer that question." "I don't see that it can prejudice your case at all, for I am quite decided as to the course I shall pursue." "I tell you what," proposed Simcox, "you tell me, and I'll tell you. That's fair." "Without prejudice, of course?" "Certainly. Well, I have come here to pay the fine and release her." "You surely must be joking. That's just my errand." "Bless my heart, you don't say so. And what do you propose to do with her when you get her out?" "Well, as we are to be frank, the husband wishes to have her sent over to France to him. He has taken a singing coffee-house, a café chantant, as they call it, and—" "Ah, I see. and he thinks, as Catherine is a pretty girl, she'd look well sitting behind those portions of lump sugar and taking the money for him. And what does the father mean to do with her, eh? Why, I am to send her down to an aunt of hers in the country, and I believe she is to be dispatched to Australia. You speak as if you were sure to have her. You forget the husband has a prior claim. We deny the marriage. And we are in a position to prove it. I have a copy of the certificate among the papers that my client has sent me. Nonsense. That fellow was villain enough to forge any document. I tell you it was a bona fide marriage. Pooh! Pooh! I intend to claim the woman on behalf of the husband. And I shall go in with you and serve the prison authorities with notice that if they deliver her up to you, they'll do so at their peril. Well, we needn't quarrel about it here. And so saying, Mr. Nathan gave a heavy knock at the door. In a moment the ponderous gateway was open, and the two solicitors were ushered into the clerk's office at the side. Both in their impatience began shouting at the same time. I've called to pay the fine. One at a time, gentlemen, interfered the steady-going clerk. In the case of Catherine Merton, said Mr. Simcox, I give you notice that you do not hand over the body to Mr. Nathan here, and I have come to give you similar notice not to part with her to this gentleman. And I claim her on behalf of the husband. And I deny that there is any husband at all, and come here on the part of the father. Come, gentlemen, you needn't quarrel about it, said the clerk solemnly. Neither husband nor father can claim her now. She hasn't been released? Asked the lawyers in one breath. The clerk answered gravely. She was buried this morning. Good heavens! Cried Mr. Simcox, starting back. Dear me, what an awful thing, said Nathan, turning pale. We have no power now, Simcox, so we had better go and have a glass of sherry together, for the shock has made me feel quite faint. They were about to quit the office when the clerk called after them. By the by, gentlemen, there's a baby, a little boy, that Catherine Merton has left behind her. What are we to do with him? Boy? They both exclaimed as they stared at one another. Then Simcox said, Oh, he belongs to the husband, clearly. Husband? Exclaimed Nathan. Why, you denied the marriage just now. He'd better be sent home to his mother's family. Couldn't be in better hands, I'm sure. Well, gentlemen, said the clerk, settle it amicably between you. Which shall we hand the infant over to? Oh, I've no instructions on the matter, and I'm sure I've none. I am certain my clients are of too high standing in the world to countenance any child of sin born under such disgraceful circumstances, exclaimed the moral Simcox. And I expect my client, tittered the wily Nathan, will be only too glad to get rid of the burden. But will you leave the addresses of your clients, gentlemen, asked the clerk, so that we may communicate with them? Both the lawyers seemed to consider such a proceeding perfectly unnecessary, and precipitately left the prison. Now, what fate, reader, think you, would be likely to await a being born under such circumstances and in such a place? To what end is such a beginning likely to lead? Is such a one likely to find the streets of London paved with gold? End of section 5. Section 6 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 1 of Book the First. Young Workhouse and Father Parish dragged up. An individual, costumed in a fashion which partook of the conjoint characters of the police inspector, the railway guard, and the half-pay officer, jerked at the long dangling bell pull beside the gate of a large building, the architecture of which was of that non-ornate government establishment contract style peculiar to hospitals, prisons, madhouses, factories, and barracks. That individual was a prison warder, and that building a workhouse, the workhouse of St. Lazarus Without. The house, as all the poor in the neighborhood called it, speaking of it as if there was no other house in the entire parish worthy of consideration, and always prefixing the definite article to it, as merchants talk of the bank when referring to any of the places of business belonging to Messrs. Coutts, Drummond, Hoare, Twining, Rogers and Company. The house, we repeat, was of the true parochial pattern, such as may be seen in almost any quarter of the metropolis. Had it not been for its high outer wall, it might have been mistaken for a hospital. But for its want of bars before the windows, it might have been supposed to be a prison. If it had only had a tall chimney shaft, the stranger in London might have come to the conclusion that it was an extensive factory, or a couple of sentries pacing in front of it, and a few pairs of regimental trousers drying outside the windows, would have convinced the visitor from a garrison town in the country that it was some barracks. The little square wicket in the gate was opened, and a round red face appeared behind the gridiron-like bars. The eyes of the face twinkled again as they glanced at the prison arms on the warder's stand-up collar, and the mouth was seen to expand into a grin as its owner said, "Now then, what's up? You ain't come after any of our chaps, have you?" The prison officer felt somewhat piqued that the parish should presume to address the county in so trifling a tone, and answered as sharply as if he had been on drill, "Letter from the governor." The gate was unlocked, and when the warder had passed through, a woman carrying a child was about to follow, whereupon the workhouse porter thrust her back, saying, "Now, young woman, where's your order?" "All right," cried the turnkey, with true official elision. "One of our female warders. You're to receive the body of this here baby," he added, as he nodded at a long roll of clothes that the woman was carrying under her mantle. Now, if the male official had been roused at the porter's want of proper respect for his superiors, the female one, who wore the full uniform of blue-trimmed bonnet and green plaid cloak, distinctive of a prison matron, grew positively crimson with indignation at the idea of being mistaken for an applicant for relief. She felt, however, that it was beneath her as an officer who had been many years in the service to bandy words with a workhouse porter, much as she might have been inclined to tell her a bit of her mind. Inside the workhouse gate, the Union character of the place was as unmistakable as the Union Jack itself. Close beside the gateway was the little square cottage of a porter's lodge, placed there like a huge dog kennel to guard the entrance. The big, brawny old soldier who did duty as gatekeeper had evidently been chosen with a view to the overawing of sturdy vagrants, and though displaying but little softness in his nature, exhibited an odd fancy for pigeons and singing birds. For against his doorpost a lark hopped about upon a few square inches of turf, and the room inside the lodge was as chirrupy as a barber's shop, with its cages of linnets and goldfinches, whilst the pigeons strutting about the large, bare, gravelled courtyard, as pompous and gorgeous as beetles, belonged also to the official. Across the yard was the big entrance hall, where rows of black leathern fire buckets dangled from the ceiling, as at an insurance office. And once within this, the true character of the building was made apparent to every sense. The nose could sniff pauperism in the smell of bread and gruel which pervaded the air. The eye read helplessness and poverty-stricken dependence in the crook-backed old figures tottering about as if palsied with weakness in their suits of iron gray, whilst the ear recognized the same tale in the mumbling, wheezy voices, the asthmatic coughs, and the occasional shouting of the hale officials into the ears of the half-fatuous inmates, for all about the place were so hard of hearing that they had to use their hand as an ear trumpet when spoken to. To cross that workhouse threshold was to step, as it were, into another country, peopled only by beings in their second childhood, and the sight of such a multitude of old creatures, toddling along with all the ricketiness of babyhood, set the mind wondering how so many shaky graybeards, for all were far older and weaker than any seen abroad in the streets, could ever have been collected together. It was, indeed, a perfect museum of old age, where every variety of decrepitude might be noted and studied. A few of the inmates went staggering across the sanded floors, propped on two sticks. Others sat out on the yard benches in the spots where the sun fell, hoping to add a little heat to their expiring fires. And many of these had white nightcaps showing under their hats, as though they were always ready for sleep and fully prepared for the last long nap of all. The prison officials were ushered by a trembling old pauper messenger, who by virtue of his office had been promoted to the dignity of an entire suit of cords, and looked not unlike a superannuated charity boy, into the deserted boardroom, where they were left for a while to scan the regulations concerning disorderly and refractory paupers, or to study the dietary tables, or else to pore over the maps that hung round the room as thickly as showboards at a railway station. They also had time to contemplate the portrait of Margaret Fleming, who, as the inscription said, died in this workhouse, aged 103, as well as to reckon by the number of mahogany chairs drawn up in a single file along the walls, how many guardians were in the habit of sitting on full board days round that ample green baize-covered horseshoe table, which, with the high-backed chair standing alone at the upper end of it, seemed to fill the entire place. In a few minutes the master entered with the governor's letter open in his hand. He looked at the baby, whose little chin the female warder was now busy tickling, in the hopes of coaxing it into a smile, and said, "Oh, that's the child, is it? It seems healthy enough. No skin disease, eh?" "It's as beautiful a baby as ever was born, bless its little heart," answered the female officer as she continued to fondle the infant, "and has all its limbs straight, thank goodness. The governor tells me here that its name is Philip Merton," proceeded the master, glancing at the note. "Yes, Merton was the name of the mother was in by," replied the woman, "and an exceedingly well-conducted person she was." The master went on reading the letter, speaking aloud as he did so. "The mother died in prison of puerperal fever." "Ah, very good. 4 days after the birth of the child. Dear me, sad case." "Very good. Can't say whether married or not. Very good. Reason to suppose the relations of the mother are well off. So, indeed, very good. But no clue as to their name or whereabouts. How unfortunate. Well, we must see whether we can find them out and make them pay for the maintenance of the child." Then, opening the door, he cried out, "Here, Hogsflesh, ask the matron to be good enough to step this way." When that lady made her appearance, a conversation took place as to whether any of the mothers then in the Union could be found willing to nurse the child in addition to her own. The matron ran over the names of several and at last said, There's Mary Hazelwood. I'm sure her little Bertha is no drag upon such a strong, healthy woman as she is, and she'd be glad enough to take the boy, I dare say, for the allowance of beer and meat she'd get by it." The conversation was suddenly brought to a close by Hogsflesh again appearing at the door, and saying as he thrust his head in, "Please, there's 3 ounces of wine wanted for the infirmary, and quick, please." It was therefore rapidly settled that the proposition should be made to the before-mentioned strong and healthy woman, and the female warder took her parting kiss at the plump cheeks of the unconscious little outcast, prattling to it in childish language the while, and even though it was fast asleep, telling it that they would all come and see it, and bring it some nice playthings as soon as it was old enough to use them. In a short while afterwards, the hungry little Philip was butting his head like a young lamb against the side of Mary Hazelwood, whilst his pauper foster sister was put to suck her fist and sprawl in the workhouse cradle at the foot of the woman. His prison baby clothes had been exchanged for the blue and white striped frock and the duster-like checked pinafore, composing the workhouse infant suit. The mother's ward, for so the room allotted to the women with infants was called, in contradistinction to the nursery, which was set aside for such children only as were old enough to be taken from the breast, was a kind of outhouse at the back of the women's side of the building. The yard which led to it was appropriated at once to exercising and the drying of the pauper linen. The ward itself was a cleanly looking, whitewashed room of the size of a 3-stall stable, with a raftered roof showing above. There was a strong smell of babies and babies' food pervading the place. On the hobs of the fireplace were rows of saucepans and tin pannikins to keep up a constant supply of warm pap, and the rails of the high guard-like fender were hung with an array of Lilliputian linen, such as shirts, hardly bigger than sheets of nosepaper, socks but little larger than thumbstalls, and colored frocks of about the same size as the squares of chintz in a patchwork counterpane. The room seemed positively crowded with cradles, for they were ranged along the wall in lines like so many tiny boats drawn up on a beach. Some of the little pauper infants were propped up in their cradles, amusing themselves with the rude playthings that the mothers had invented to quiet them. One had a rag doll, another was thumping a tin plate and crowing at the sound it made, and a third was rattling some pebbles in one of the pannikins. A few of the mothers, with their babes in their arms, were walking up and down the room, endeavoring to send them to sleep by patting their backs and hissing the while, as a groom does when rubbing down a horse. And others were seated on the benches with their infants in their laps, jogging them on their knees to allay the fretfulness of teething, whilst the poor little ones sat with their dimpled fists tapped down their mouths, or else biting at their mother's finger as it rubbed their swollen gums. Yet many of the pauper mothers, despite the wretched character of the place, were playing with their little ones, though hardly entering into the baby games. One, as she leaned back on the form, was teaching a bare-legged, half-dressed little thing to walk along her knees and body up Mammy's Hill, and another kept dabbing her hand over her babe's mouth in order to make it babble like the bleating of a young lamb, whilst a third was tickling her little one's fat neck and digging her fingers into the rolls of flesh till it cooed and gurgled again with infantine delight. And yet there was a melancholy about the maternal fondling at the pauper nursery that contrasted forcibly with such scenes in the homes of even the poorest outside the Union walls. Not only were no lullaby songs heard there, but every woman in the place was satisfied that bitter misfortune, rather than any imprudence of her own, had brought her to the house, so that there was a gloom of misery and persecution over all, and, indeed, they talked among themselves of little else than the neglect, trials, and privations they had endured before coming to the Union. Those who were married among the number told either how they had been deserted by their husbands, or how their homes had been broken up by ill health or want of employment. One recounted how her husband, who was a field laborer, went out for a holiday, and she had never set eyes on him since. Another explained how overwork had ruined her good man's health, saying that the hours with his light cart at the railway was too many for him. The unmarried mothers, too, had all the same tale of neglect and broken promises to tell. As at a debtor's prison, indeed, the inmates, one and all, protested their ruin had been brought about by no failing of their own. One of the most melancholy and pathetic features of the pauper nursery, too, was the very innocence of the babes, which in any other place would have charmed you. For as you were startled to see the mothers apparently settle down to the wretchedness of the union, rather than being heartbroken with shame at the thought of being discovered in such a home, so you were shocked and pained to find the little ones laughing and playing with their workhouse toys, unconscious of the degradation of their lot. Nor could you help pitying the wretched mothers themselves. You knew that it is but mother's instinct, even for the vilest, to wish their offspring to be other than themselves, for every woman, however lost to worldly pride, is at least ambitious for her child, and would, if she had her will, have it begin life at the very topmost rung of the ladder. What wormwood, then, must it be to her soul to find him beaten down, as here, to the very dust, even before the battle of life has begun, and degraded to the lowest ranks ere he has done anything to forfeit his honor. The life of a workhouse infant has as little variety connected with it as that of a lighthouse keeper. The days of little Philip Merton came one after another, and were as similar in appearance as those in a new diary, without an event worth noting to fill up the blank. Even the old mill horse is said to have enjoyed the pleasing relaxation of turning the other way on the Sabbath, but to the Union baby, Sunday brought no difference to the week's monotony of periodical pap and gruel. True, Sunday was white pinafore day, and there were no clothes then hanging to dry in the exercising yard. And the workhouse chapel organ, too, might be heard droning across the yard, about as loud as the hum of a bumblebee among the flowers. But although the mothers told the children to listen to the music, they, none of them, poor things, knew what music was, for not even an itinerant hurdy-gurdy was ever heard within the walls of St. Lazarus without. Nor had they ever seen a bumblebee, nor, indeed, a flower, as nothing grew in that small Sahara of a gravelled yard. Neither was any living animal seen within the Union gates, beyond the tabby cat out of the old women's ward. But the workhouse babes could not even enjoy the sports peculiar to infancy, such as thrusting in their doll's eyes, or sucking the tail of a sucking pig. For in St. Lazarus Union the doll's eyes were stitched in black thread upon the rag faces, and such delicacies as sucking pigs had never been heard of, as forming part of the workhouse rations, even within the memory of Margaret Fleming herself, who died, as we have said, aged 103. Mary Hazelwood, with her two infants, had so much to do that the days passed anything but slowly with her. By the time night came round and she had the children cleanly dressed for bed, for the washings were as regular as the meal hours, and cuddling one another in their cradle, she was glad to sit down quietly beside them and darn their tiny workhouse clothes. And then, as she saw their hair mixing together on the pillow, she would declare that she was getting to like that dear Phil almost as much as her Bertie, though it wasn't doing right to her own flesh and blood. The woman, indeed, belonged to a better class. Her husband had been a seafaring man, and had gone out one morning, after a few words, when rather the worse for liquor, to look for a ship, but had never returned. And whether he had deserted her, or stumbled over the dock side, she had been unable to learn. The birth of her child had forced her into the workhouse, but here she had conducted herself so much to the satisfaction of the matron that, on the death of the old woman who looked after the children in the upper nursery, she was installed as nurse to the family of little 2-year-old outcasts. By the time Philip had reached his second year, and had been transferred to the upper nursery, he had, thanks to his foster mother, grown into a plump, healthy-looking child, and so fat, too, that he had mere creases for joints and dimples for knuckles. His hair was light brown, while his skin was pinky and transparent, so that it had often been a debate with the mothers in the ward as to whether he would grow up fair or dark. He was still too young for his features to have any distinct mark about them, nor did they bear as yet any trace of his father having been a foreigner, though perhaps he was quicker in his temper and more sudden in his affections than any of his little playmates. He was a great favorite among the women from his pretty fresh color, and the matron in her rounds often pinched his cheeks as she went by, and called him her little pet with the long dark eyelashes. The occasional visits, too, of the female warders from the prison served to throw not only an importance but a sympathy about the little fellow, for it soon got bruited about that his mother had once been a lady and had died in prison after days of destitution in the streets. Thus he got to be the most petted of all the pauper children, and if ever he toddled to the other side of the yard and paid a visit to the old women's ward, there was almost a quarrel among the aged crones there as to who should have him on her knee or hold the cat for him to stroke and pull about. And even when he went over there with Sister Bertie, as he was taught to call her, the ounce papers of brown sugar allowed to the poor old creatures were brought out more as a grand feast for Phil than to please the little girl. There were some 15 wretched little pauper children in the nursery. There was little Annie Inwards, who had neither father nor mother, and there was Susie Collins, whose father had been killed at the railway, and Billy Thompson, whose 3 little brothers were in the Union also, but had been sent to the infirmary for ill health, and Tommy Little, whose aunt wouldn't keep him any longer, and 10 or 11 others, all with some wretched story which affected everybody but themselves almost to tears. But among the number there were 2 for whom little Phil had very different feelings. The one was Emma Dixon, a big girl of 8, whose mother wasn't right in her head and wouldn't let her go to school. And her the little fellow was almost as much afraid of as he was taken with poor blind Willie, who had come out of Pancras Union, as the women called it, and who had no other name that they knew of. But this one, after Sister Bertha, he loved better than all the rest, although he hardly knew why. When a mere baby, Phil had been attracted towards the blind boy by the strange, wandering, upturned look of his dead, opaque eyes, and, next to the cat, Willie's eyes were the most curious sight for him in the place. So he would sit and watch the restless, useless eyeballs, and as they seemed to turn back into the head, ask 1,000 childish questions of the afflicted little orphan. When any strangers or guardians came to see the Union, Nurse Hazelwood, as they called her now, and who had grown as fond as a hen of her brood, would show their little chubby legs and arms to prove they were all well taken care of, impressing upon the visitors that they were as sweet and clean as a new pink. And to do the woman justice, she was as continually cleaning her little ones as a cat does her kittens. For 3 years Phil stopped in the workhouse, till, in his little mind, it was not only a home, but an entire world to him. Seldom did his walks extend beyond the limits of the exercising ground, so that he had no knowledge of nature or hardly of mankind. So entirely had his little life, indeed, been hemmed in by the Union walls, that he grew up with a notion that there were only 2 classes of people in the world: paupers and guardians. And, consequently, when he and the other little ones were allowed, as a great treat, to go out for a walk with Nurse Hazelwood, he would call every well-dressed man that he passed a guardie, whilst every respectable dame he pointed out as a matey, the nursery name for matron. Nor had the little fellow any more vivid idea as to the necessity of working in order to live. He had seen day after day go by, and some 300 or 400 people regularly supplied with food, without the least exertion on their part, and he had got to fancy that nature sent breakfasts and suppers in the same way as she did light and darkness. The only work of which he had any notion was washing and cooking, for he had often been into the laundry on one side of the yard, and it was a favorite amusement of his to peep down into the kitchen and watch the big cauldrons of gruel being stirred. Accordingly, the men he had seen working when out on his walks he had fancied to be playing, though, too, he had never asked himself or anyone else where bread or gruel came from. It is almost certain that if he had been hard pushed on the subject, the boy would have shown there was some vague idea lingering in his mind that quartern loaves were obtained in the same manner as the paving stones he had seen dug up out of the roads, whilst gruel, no doubt, he thought to be as easily collected in tubfuls as the rainwater they caught for the washing. As for money, he had never even heard the chink of it, and had a shilling been shown to him he would probably have taken for one of the Union medal buttons. When little Philip had turned his 3rd year, it came to the time when he must quit the Union for the pauper farm schools in the suburbs. Little Bertha was to go with him, but Blind Willie and Nurse Hazelwood, or Mother as he called her, his only other friends in the world, were to stay behind. The two children were hardly aware that they were about to be taken away for good, and as they were being dressed for their departure, they were full of glee under the idea that they were going for a short time outside of the old brick walls. So they laughed and clapped their hands, whilst Nurse Hazelwood was sobbing so that she could hardly see to tie their clothes for the tears that were in her eyes. She knew that she could stop the leaving of her daughter, but over her foster boy she had no power. And then came the idea that even if Bertha did remain with her there inside those 4 high walls, she would grow up half silly, like Emma Dixon, the crazy woman's child. The poor thing sobbed and moaned as if her heart were breaking, but still she was determined, for the child's sake, to bear up against the agony of the parting. And when the time came for leaving, and she saw the two unconscious children eager to quit her, she flung her arms round them and pressed them to her till all the clean clothes she had been so busy arranging were crumpled and soiled with her affection. They had at last to tear the children away by force, and as they did so, she cried aloud, "I can never let them go, matron. Oh, don't take them from me." In kindness, the little ones were hurried away from her, and as the door closed, the poor pauper mother flung herself on the table, and bursting into a convulsion of grief, called God to help her, crying aloud, "All's gone from me, all's gone from me now. I'm a lone woman, lone, lone." End of section 6. Section 7 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 2 of Book the First. The Pauper Boy's New Home. Your true Londoner seems to have as little affection as a bird for the place of his birth, the prevailing desire among Cockneys being to get away from their parent metropolis and settle down in some civic country cousin of a suburb. A statistical quidnunc has it laid down as an ethnological law that scarcely a Londoner can trace a pure Cockney descent for 3 generations, urging that if the great-grandfather of a family had been born within the sound of Bow Bells, the great-grandson seldom remains in the capital to inhale smuts with his air, but retires to end his days in the land of pure milk and fresh-cut vegetables. We cannot say whether there be any general truth in the statists' views of Cockney genealogy, but certain it is that London is becoming more and more a city of warehouses, chambers, wharfs, offices, and shops, rather than dwelling houses and lodgings. Now that the metropolis has been transformed into a huge spider's web, with railway fibers radiating from its center, the citizen, like the round-bellied insect itself, builds up a little retreat on one side of the great web, and is only seen to dart along the lines when there is anything alive and stirring that promises a good catch for him. It is this yearning for a mouthful of country air that sends the Londoner, yellow and smoke-dried as a Finnan haddock, gasping down to the seaside every autumn, and it is like a craving to see more of the earth and its vegetation than the disk of mangy turf within the railings of a square that has caused the mushroom towns, with their colonies of lath and plaster villas and tiny stucco mansions, to spring into existence around every suburban railway station. By means of fast business trains, Brighton is now scarcely farther from the capital by rail than is Hampstead by bus, and the longitude of Windsor, measured by time, is hardly greater than that of St. John's Wood, computed by the city atlas. And so it comes that morning and evening trains, as long as sea serpents, rush up and down the line with each joint of their monster tail closely packed with season ticket bearing merchants. Near one of these small and new out-of-town towns was situated the pauper school to which the hero of our story was consigned. The town itself was as yet only in the bud, for many of the carcases of the houses had hardly had time to blossom into villas. Every patch of ground had a board up, announcing, "This eligible site to be let on a building lease." Of the residences already erected, the larger majority were still unfinished, the works having been brought to a sudden stoppage by the evident bankruptcy of the speculating builder, and of these the desirable carcases were advertised for sale, whilst the few tenements that had been completed and rendered fit for habitation were in the excruciatingly genteel style of campo grandeur, and in the florid cockney order of architecture. They had all palatial porticos, and a double importance had been given to them by the cunning of the architect, who, by building them in pairs, had succeeded in imparting to two small houses the dignity of one large one. Each couple of villas, too, had a carriage drive big enough for a pony chase between them, and the little shrubs and delicate trees in the strips of gardens were evidently only just out of the nursery. Dotted all about was a thick sprinkling of public houses, showing that the place was a favorite resort for Sunday excursionists from London, and every one of the taverns had a grand balcony, fitted with benches at the first floor, besides a flat roof, furnished with tables and a flagstaff for the accommodation of cockney smokers. The St. Lazarus Industrial School was a long building, as plain in its architecture and set with as many windows as a contracting builder's factory. It was of red brick, with white trimmings, and cocked hat-like pediments to the wings that gave it a thorough British regimental look. And it stood on top of a hill, surrounded by its own grounds, and with an enormous central shaft rising above its roof like a lanky lighthouse. It had nothing of the look of a school, for there were no rows of white curtained beds to be seen at the windows, so that you expected as you went by to hear the whirl of wheels and the clatter of hammers rather than the hubbub of children at play. On approaching the walls of the playground, however, the hum of hundreds of voices burst on the ear like the roar of a sea heard inland, and you saw, hovering over the huge quadrangle behind the building, a multitude of paper kites of all shapes and sizes, that seemed like so many birds poised in the air. The branches of the trees, too, around the wall, were garlanded with the tattered remains of kite tails and bodies that had got entangled among the twigs, and made them look, with the bits of paper and string clinging to them, as untidy as old brooms. In this building were housed some 700 children, who, like young Phil, had been thrown upon the parish for support. They were of all ages, some so young that they could hardly walk steadily, and others almost strong and expert enough to get a living for themselves, and they were of all castes, too. A few had fathers and friends, though such parents were hardly worth the mentioning for the assistance they could afford their offspring in the world, for they were mostly paupers like the children, whom poverty had stripped of home and cut off from the claims and ties of kindred. Fewer still had relations who were in a position to visit them and bring them small tokens of remembrance, petty offerings that had been squeezed out of the outdoor relief and yet were prized and envied as much as any hamper of good things ever received at the most select academy for young gentlemen. The majority of the pauper pupils, indeed, were the mere waifs and strays of the world, social driftwood and salvage, cast upon the shores of London from the many wrecks of the stormy city. Some of these were foundlings, wretched little beings picked up on a doorstep, for whom even parochial vigilance could not trace a pedigree. Others were orphans in the profoundest sense of the word, with only parish guardians for a stepfather, and who could never remember any home, nor indeed the inside of any house but that of the Union. A large proportion, moreover, bore the ironical stigma of being love children, though these had known so little of love in the world that, once got rid of by their unfortunate mother, they had never seen her face or heard her voice afterwards. The pauper school was the rag fair of life, whither was brought the refuse of society, the things that had been discarded as so much lumber. And, as in the old clothes market, the mind wonders what is the history of the left-off coats, trousers, bonnets, and gowns collected there, as well as what possible use they can be hereafter put to. So in this assemblage of infant cast-offs, one cannot help speculating as to the origin and ultimate destiny of the poor living rags and tatters that others have flung aside as being utterly worthless to them. Of course, little Phil, mere babe as he was no more aware of the misery and degradation of his position in the world than a lordling in long clothes is conscious of the peculiar good fortune that has befallen him. Young Phil sipped his gruel from the iron spoon with an appetite as keen as that with which the sprig of nobility sucks his soji from his silver pap boat, for such undeveloped palates have not yet learned to discriminate between the vulgar and the refined flavor of the different metals in the mouth. Neither had the little lad the faintest sense that the house he lived in was in any way different from that of other people, for could he have expressed his ideas on the subject, and generalized upon the rules of life, he would as surely have laid it down that all children are born in workhouses, as the savage would that blankets and rum are the perfection of human luxury. Consequently, had Phil been made to understand, while on his way to the St. Lazarus Industrial School, that he was going to spend the next 10 years of his life at a pauper academy, he might have burst into tears at the tidings. Still, his sorrow would have been caused by the thought that he was leaving home and Mammy Hazelwood for good. For the union was linked in his little mind with all that made life dear, while the workhouse women who had shared their ounce packets of sugar with him seemed to his purblind vision the most admirable and favored of human beings. The old pauper who drove the workhouse covered cart in which Phil and Bertha were being taken to the school was an object of no slight envy and importance in the little community of St. Lazarus, getting as he did extra rations of meat and beer for the duty. He was remarkable for the peevishness of old age, and, from a half idea that he was earning his living, had grown to have a contempt for his fellow paupers, as well as to treat them with all the tyranny of petty authority. He seemed disgusted with the playfulness and restlessness of the children on the journey, for when they came near him and shouted, "Gee, gee," to the horse, and touched the reins or wanted to handle the whip, he grew as growly as an old lapdog at the tricks of a kitten, and cried out, "Lie down or I'll give you a crack." Nor was he more inclined to listen to their wonderings and prattle by the way, for when they beheld a fashionable footman for the first time in their lives, and, taken with the bright colors of the livery as the man strutted, cane in hand, after his mistress, inquired if he was not a beadle, the old pauper grew more surly than ever at the mere mention of that despotic functionary, and, shaking the children's hands off his shoulders, said, "Cuss all beadles, don't bother me." On reaching the suburbs and seeing the cows grazing in the fields, little Bertie, whose knowledge of natural history did not extend beyond the cat in the old women's ward, clapped her hands and jumped about as she called out, "Puss, puss!" "Go backwards, will you?" snarled the old driver, angry at being roused out of his half-doze over his pipe. Then came a young ladies' school, with the little girls walking two and two, and the tall mistress behind, whereupon both the children seemed to fancy that the governess occupied the same position as Mary Hazelwood had to them, for they exclaimed at the top of their little voices, "Nursey, nursey!" "Confound you, keep quiet!" snapped the touchy old fellow, as he knit his shaggy eyebrows at the little ones till he looked as grim as a Skye terrier. We need not impress upon the reader that when a child is taken to a pauper school, the reception is neither so endearing nor encouraging as that which usually occurs when any new young friend is introduced to the classic head of a genteel academy. At the St. Lazarus Industrial School, the newcomers were shown into no handsome reception room, nor was any cake or wine had up to stop the tears of the fresh pupils. Neither was Philip taken between the knees of the master and patted on the head, nor told he would one day become as distinguished a gentleman as his father. Not that the children were ill-treated on their arrival at the pauper schools, but rather they were received in the regular way of business, and little or no heed given as to whether they cared about coming there. Poor Phil and Bertie, indeed, were handed from the workhouse cart as unceremoniously as parcels from a railway van, and the same ticket given with them in acknowledgment of their receipt. Phil heard the superintendent read the piece of paper beginning, "Pleased to receive the following children," and saw him stare first at himself and then at Bertie as he muttered, "An orphan and one other child." But the poor boy could hardly tell what it all meant. He felt frightened at the sight of the new faces and the big building, but still he had no definite idea that the place was to be his home for many a year to come, or that he was about to be separated from his foster mother. When, however, the grumbling old driver had mounted into the workhouse van again, and the children heard the wheels crunch over the gravel drive on its way back to the Union, both the little things understood, for the first time, that they were to be left behind, and struggled to get to the door, screaming the while, "Mamma, come to me! Mamma, come to me!" A child's fears are always excessive, and seem to grown people from their intensity like the caricatures of emotion, for with the very young there is no judgment to check the imagination, and fright once raised outruns all probability where there is no experience to check it. Little Phil and Bertie trembled and sobbed, as if they had a confused notion that they were about to be killed. Every face they saw seemed to be of the ugliest possible character to their minds, for no matter whether it came smiling or frowning to them, they screamed and roared as if it belonged to that ideal enemy of all children, old Bogey himself. If they had ever heard of fairy tales, and among the illiterate paupers such nursery book lore is unknown, the little things would assuredly have fancied that they had got into the castle of the ogre in Hop o' My Thumb, or into the stronghold of Giant in Jack and the Beanstalk, and that all the children whom they saw were intended to be eaten up alive. First of all, they were half frightened to death by a tall woman, who dragged them through long passages and up steep stone stairs to a room where their workhouse clothes were to be taken off, as if they were really going to be murdered on the spot. And they made certain that such was to be the case when, despite their screaming and cries for Nurse Hazelwood, They were plunged into a bath full of hot water and there scrubbed till their skins and eyes smarted again with the friction and the soap. Nor was their confidence in any way restored when, dressed in the school costume, they were taken into the infant playground, where 100 little things were playing about. For as soon as the newcomers entered, the others left off their games and drew round them in a circle, staring at them like so many sheep at a dog. Phil and Bertie did nothing but cling together and cry, for they were too young even to say a word of consolation to each other, and their little minds indeed being filled with a dull blank of grief. At supper, they left their slice of bread and butter and mug of milk and water untouched, for then they were scared by the sight of the 50 little ones gathered together in the nursery for the meal. And they had never seen so many children assembled in one room before. Everything they saw and heard, too, was so strange and different from the workhouse nursery that they sat with their fingers in their mouths, looking timidly and wildly about them. When the bell rang for bedtime, and they were taken up into the infants' dormitory, where, instead of Nurse Hazelwood, a strange woman came to undress them, their little senses once more noted the difference of their situation, and their tears showed that they felt they were never to see their dear mother again. Then, as they cuddled together in one of the dumpy little iron bedsteads that crowded the large sleeping room, they twined their arms about each other's necks as if they had really laid themselves down to die, like the children in the wood, and there they sobbed away till their faces formed a wet patch about their heads, so that the black lines of the tick could be seen through the moistened pillowcase. Before a week had passed, however, Phil had forgotten all the miseries that had so nearly broken his little heart on entering the school, and ere long he had grown as attached to the place as he had been to his former home, so that had anybody attempted to remove him from his new one, he would most likely have felt the separation as keenly as he did his departure from the Union. He soon became, indeed, one of the merriest children there, for he made friends amongst his little toddling companions, and slowly grew to be as fond of his new nurse as he had been of his old one. His first year was spent in the baby's room, and here he was the biggest of the boys, for some of the others scarcely reached above the nurse's knee, whilst he was just tall enough to look over the iron bars of the nursery fender. His life in this part of the establishment had little to distinguish it from that in the workhouse, with the exception that at the industrial school the child's days were not utterly toyless, playthings not being wholly unknown to the infants there. Over the mantelpiece in the dormitory was kept the humble stock of pauper playthings, a curious collection of broken penny articles and bits of gilt paper, which, poor as it was yet more than the workhouse itself could boast. There was a Noah's Ark, hardly bigger than a baby's shoe, and a wooden money box, like a miniature trunk, but containing a few beads instead of coins. And there was a cardboard cottage decorated with pith, and a cat without a head, besides a few lids of old soap boxes, embellished with varnished pictures and gilt borders, together with a little tin grate and a baby dustpan. But the grandest toy of all was a wooden horse, about as big as a pet spaniel, which the chaplain had given the little things. To ride on this was the great treat of the infants' room, and one which none but those who had been as good as gold were allowed to enjoy. A year's playing with the tin plate, stamped with the alphabet around the rim, a year's rattling the beads in the money box, with a few rides on the chaplain's wooden horse, and Phil had become old enough to be moved down into the infant boys' room, to take his first lesson in the infant school, as well as to share in the games in the infant's playground. His seat during school hours was on the lowest stair of the broad flight of wooden steps that constituted a kind of gallery for the little pupils to be ranged upon during their lessons. The playground, too, was a fine place to jump about in, and it had no clothes hanging to dry in it like the exercising yard at the workhouse, so that he and Bertie could run and gambol in it without having the wet linen flapping in their faces. The superintendent's wife, too, had given Philip a penny battledore and shuttlecock, and this was so precious a treasure that the little fellow, on first receiving it, wanted to carry it to bed with him at night, and nearly had it taken away because he screamed and kicked on not being allowed to do so. Wretched little pauper schoolboys, we who can remember the sums that were spent in the days of our youth, the Christmas boxes and school money and birthday gifts that were laid out with the old cake woman of the school, or at the counters of that fairyland of our holidays, the bazaar. Such as we may, perhaps, wonder how so poor a plaything could cause such great happiness as Phil's penny present yielded him. But to those whose babyhood is comparatively toilless, who hardly ever know even the childish luxury of a sweetmeat, and who are content to amuse themselves with a piece of paper fluttering at the end of a thread, to them, lower as they are in the scale even than they who get an occasional farthing to spend, the present of a penny toy is an event in their young pauper lives to be remembered and dated from. And many were the little orphans in that industrial school playground, who not only looked up to the lucky possessor of the bit of wood with as much envy as our children do to the owner of a pony or a watch, but thought themselves the most happy and favored people in the world, if they were only allowed to have a short game with it. But the wind is beautifully tempered to the shorn lamb, and pauperism, ignorant of higher enjoyment, plays as happily with its dirt pies and rag dolls as even young princes with their working models of steam engines and clockwork singing birds. End of section 7. Section 8 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 3 of Book the First. The Pauper School. Time was when your pauper schools were little better than pauper pens for pauper cattle to be kept in until they were old enough, according to law, to work their way slowly but surely from the workhouse to the prison, and thus shift the burden from the parish to the county. In such days the maintenance of the young pauper herd was put up to competition, and he who bid the lowest figure had the job. Nor was it until some violent fever had broken out and threatened a pestilence among the ratepayers, or until the expenses of the parish funerals had mounted to unwieldy sums which no nicety of finance could conceal, that guardians began to trouble their heads about the fate of the miserable wretches to whom they had consented to act as deputy fathers. There are some people who never think of sanitary measures until the cholera is abroad, and assuredly parish overseers are among the number, for it is only when our social dustbins reek in the nostrils and pour forth at each commotion a very miasma of moral disease that any steps are taken to purify the noxious mass or to put an end to the abomination. Luckily for Phil, he had begun his career in life at a time when the outcast children of the land were no longer fed and trained by contract. It had already been discovered that the best means of putting a stop to the habitual pauperism which infested our workhouses as thickly as rats do a sewer was by training the young parish outcasts to some calling which would enable them to keep clear of the Union for the future. And it is this discovery which has called into existence a class of institutions which are at once the noblest and most useful in the land, the pauper industrial schools. The school at which Phil had been placed differed but little from those now scattered about the suburbs of London. It was a little self-supporting community, the children being taught to do almost every office that was needed for themselves and their fellows. The boys worked upon the farm and the farmyard, growing the fodder for the cattle that yielded the milk, which the girls made into butter and cheese for the parish scholars. Again, the linen on their backs, as well as their clothes and shoes, were all made in the parish girls' needleroom or the parish boys' workshops. The school steam engine, moreover, was stoked and tended by young pauper engineers, and even the repairs of it wrought by young pauper smiths, whilst the mangles and washing machines which the steam set in motion were managed by young pauper laundresses, who did all the washing for the little colony. Thus some 700 childish creatures were taught to live with all the economy, regularity, and beauty of a hive. The bread they eat was kneaded and baked by their own young hands, the meat cooked by them, and the place clean, whilst even the gas which lighted the building young paupers had helped to manufacture. Indeed, there was hardly a want in the place that was not supplied by the same young laborers. There were boy carpenters to build or repair, as well as boy painters and glaziers to color the woodwork and mend the windows, together with boy bricklayers to whitewash. And yet, while the hands were being taught, the mind was not left untrained, and so sound was the teaching that some of the more apt of the pauper pupils were being educated to become the future masters of that or some similar institution. It was a sad day for Phil when his time came to be removed from the infant side to the boys' portion of the school building. The change was like going into a new world again, for he had to leave all his little friends with whom he had been associated for so long a time. Moreover, the boys in the upper playground were all strangers to him, and so much bigger than himself that he felt the same fear of going among them as he had done on first coming to the school itself. But though he was now old enough to be ashamed of showing such a feeling, still the thought of being separated from Bertie, whom he had got to love as a real sister, caused him more grief than he had artifice to conceal. The little girl, however, had no check upon her sorrow, and as they sat apart under the shed in the playground, she whimpered and rubbed her eyes with her knuckles until her tears were colored with the dirt off her hands, so that she seemed to have been weeping Indian ink. But Philip was just little man enough to know that the big boys he was going among would laugh at him if they saw his eyes were red with crying. So he swallowed his sobs and endeavored to persuade her, and himself at the same time, that there was no good in fretting, for it wasn't as if they were going to be shut up away from one another, as he would still be able to see her at mealtimes and at chapel on Sundays, and he would take care and nod to her every day, even if he couldn't speak. One marked difference that existed between the infants and the boys at the industrial school was that the younger children had not yet sense enough to speculate as to their origin or the condition of their parents, whereas the elder boys were continually puzzling their brains with the mystery of their existence. No less than 200 out of the 300 lads who thronged the upper playground were orphans in the fullest sense of the word, and even the parents of the less destitute children were either in the Union or in the receipt of outdoor relief. It was reckoned among the boys at that school as extraordinary a circumstance for a lad to have a father living, as it is at other seminaries remarkable for a youth to be without one. At the generality of academies for young gentlemen, there is some one pupil whose parents being out in India, or who, having only a guardian to look after him, is left at the school during the vacation, and such a one is always an object of pity among his companions, and sympathized with even by the servants of the establishment. At the pauper school, however, there were no holidays at all, simply from the fact that there were no homes to go to, nor even with the larger proportion of the 700 little outcasts were there any mothers or fathers to receive them. When Phil, in his skeleton suit of corduroy, was turned into the big playground, the new boy was soon spied out, and as the news spread round, the games were stopped, and the lads at the farther end of the ground left off swinging round the gymnastic pole, whilst those who had been making kites or indulging in fly the garter came streaming out of the playroom to have a peep at the fresh comer. They stared at him at first as strange animals gaze at each other, until at last began the round of boyish questions touching his private history and condition. "What's your parish?" was the first question. and which came as naturally to the orphan scholars as the inquiry concerning the parentage of a new pupil is common among other schoolboys. The speaker was the big boy of the school, who, by virtue of his size, had been promoted to a cord jacket, vice a skeleton suit resigned. Phil gave no answer, for he felt that if he said a word he must burst into tears. "Are you an orphan?" asked another, who was not, and was always glad to show off a bit before his less lucky schoolfellows. Phil nodded his head, on which he was told to speak up and say at once whether he had got a father and mother or not. "Nurse Hazelwood, please, is the only mother I've got," stammered Phil. At this there was a shout from several boys who belonged to St. Lazarus Without, and who instantly exclaimed, "Why, she's the Union nurse, Spoony." A lad with a crutch, anxious to befriend little Philip, here observed, "He means perhaps she's his foster mother," for all the boys at that school understood the most minute relations of orphanage, so that terms that would have been as Greek to more favored children were naturally comprehensible to them. The speaker, however, was set upon by the united boys belonging to St. Lazarus, all of whom shouted, "What can you know about it? You came from St. Job the Martyr, so just shut up." It was curious how the boys at the industrial school were divided into little cliques, the lads from the different parishes making cronies of their fellow parishioners, just as those from the same county became friends at other seminaries. "Are you a foundling?" inquired another lad. "Come, young'un, you needn't be timorsome over it, for there's a jolly lot of us here." Almost the only thing that young Phil remembered concerning his origin was having heard Nurse Hazelwood once tell one of the guardians, while going his rounds of inspection through the workhouse, that he was the boy whose mother had been a lady and died in prison. He remembered it well, because the gentleman had patted him on the head and given him his first halfpenny at the time. So Philip paid no heed to the question, but turned away from the speaker. "Come, don't sulk," cried one of the boys, and pointing to another he continued, "This chap here was tied in a fish basket to the relieving officer's knocker." "No, I wasn't," retorted the other in the midst of the laughter. "My mother's a washerwoman, and has 2 and 6pence a week and 2 loaves outdoor relief on account of her rheumatiz." The examination in chief was then taken up by the lad with the crutch, who said, "Cheer up, don't be afraid to tell us chaps here. You were deserted, I suppose, and haven't got any friends?" "I've got Nurse Hazelwood," Philip answered simply, as if he thought that was everything in the world. "She ain't the sort of friend we mean. Ain't you got no relations, such as will give you a red comforter like we've got?" The comforter here referred to was the great mark of distinction between those boys who could boast of some kindred and those who were utterly friendless in the world. The parish allowance, by way of necktie for the scholars, consisted merely of a piece of black shoe ribbon to fasten the shirt collar, and the bright-colored worsted cravat to keep the chest and throat from the cold had come to be a regular sign in the school that the wearer had somebody to care about him, so that as the eye glanced over the playground it could pick out the children who were not utterly destitute, as easily as corporals can be distinguished from privates by their stripes. "Don't you know where you were born, and how you came to have a settlement at St. Lazarus?" was the next inquiry. Philip shook his head, for though he had often heard the word settlement used in the Union, and knew that it was looked upon by the inmates as a kind of indisputable claim or birthright to the place, still he had not yet got to understand what it meant so clearly as his questioners. "Well, tell us how you became chargeable. Was your father an able-bodied or indoors man?" "Please, I've heard Mother Hazelwood say my real mother was a lady." A shout of laughter burst from the boys at the reply. "Ho, ho!" roared one. "Here's another gentleman's son come," as if it was usual for the foundlings to fancy they were born of distinguished parents. One lad, called Billy Fortune, had evidently been indulging in such a dream, for somebody cried out, "I say, Bill, here's one of your sort. You say your father was a butler in a nobleman's family, and I shouldn't wonder now if this young'un had bounce enough to tell us his mother had been a cook in the same place." Phil could restrain his tears no longer, but turned his head round to the wall, and as he hid his face against his arm, wished to himself that he had never been taken away from the infant side of the school, but allowed to pass his life near Sister Bertie. At this moment, the newly finished large kite that had been the talk of the school for weeks was brought out of the playroom, and as it was known to have exhausted the pocket money of 6 of the richest boys, who had gone partners to buy the fourpenny ball of string for it, even though the engineer had made them a present of his old 2-penny newspaper to cover it with, all the boys instantly quitted Phil and ran off to the new toy, the same as if a Punch and Judy call had been heard chirruping them away. The only one who stopped behind was the boy with the crutch. He said nothing, but remained, quietly listening for a while to Phil's whimpering. Presently he tapped the little fellow on the shoulder and said, "Don't take on like that, for if the chaps see you, they are sure to call you crybaby." There was another pause, and when at last Phil brightened up sufficiently to turn around, the lame boy added, "If you'll be my crony, I'll be yours. I haven't got any fellow I care much about, for I can't join in their games on account of my leg." As he mentioned the affliction, the boy stuck out a mere stump of a limb, which had been taken off so close to the hip that the poor fellow seemed all lopsided, and made one fancy that he couldn't even stand, much more walk, if it wasn't for his crutch. Phil was so taken with the sight that he could hardly remove his eyes from the mutilated limb, whilst the cripple, taking advantage of the silence, ran on with a kind of introduction of himself as the best beginning to their friendship. "My name is Ned Purchase. My mother died in the hospital, and I belong to St. Vitus in the Fields. I don't remember my father, but he kept a beer shop in Newcastle on Quine, and paid rates for ever so many years. I'm called Goosey here, 'cause I've got only one leg." "Were you born like that?" asked Phil, pointing to the stump. "No, it was took off for a white swelling at the Free Hospital by Surgeon Sharp. Who was your parents?" "Did it hurt?" "I can't remember it now, for I wasn't above 4 year old. Do you recollect your father?" "You can't do anything without a leg, can you?" "Oh, can't I, though?" answered Ned Purchase, who, like all afflicted persons, was rather vexed than pleased with the continual iteration of pity to which his misfortune daily subjected him. "Why, I ain't half as bad off as Tom Lott here. He's lost his right arm. For I can work at a trade, and he can't do nothink but rin errands if he don't get to be a pupil teacher, which he won't, for he ain't half quick enough. Then there's Mike Saunders, poor chap. His backbone is injured, and there he has to go about bent double as if he was down at leapfrog. He'll never be able to do nothink at all, but will have to remain in the Union till he dies. Ah, we've got a lot of chaps here like that. Heaps." The 2 new friends then made the round of the playground. It was a large gravelled courtyard, 2 acres in extent, set with gymnastic poles at the end by the long shed, under which the boys played in wet weather. On one side was a series of cottage-like buildings, and these were the shops where the various trades were taught to the pauper pupils. Thither Phil was led by his lame companion and told to look through the wirework protecting the windows. He saw a lad busy planing at a bench, and the long curling shavings twisting about his hands, whilst another was busy knocking together with his mallet the framework of a door. Phil, as he gazed at the result of the boy's handiwork, looking so clean and smooth, could not help exclaiming with delight, "I'll ask them to let me be a carpenter." "You'd better leave it alone," answered Ned Purchase, "and make up your mind to go to farm work, for that's what you'll have to do, 'cause you're strong." The next window they peeped through was at the tailor's shop, and there Phil saw some 20 boys seated cross-legged on the shopboard, with their coats and jackets off, and stitching away at the stiff new corduroy suits of the school. "How would you like to be a tailor?" asked Ned, with a look of glee. "It wouldn't suit me at all to sit like that all day long," replied Phil. "It's going to be my trade," said Ned proudly. "You see, my leg won't be missed when I'm sitting down in that way." Then they glanced at the shoemaker's miniature factory and saw the little fellows in their leathern pinafore-like aprons, jerking out their arms as they pulled the waxen thread through the shoe leather, or hammering big square-headed nails into the soles. Phil cried. Well, I'd rather go to farm work and be out in the fields than be stuck down to that sort of thing. Ah, would you? Responded Ned with a sneer. You'll tell a different tale when you've been here a few years. All the shoemaker chaps get into a place and begin doing something for themselves in no time. But the farm boys stick on hand and can't be got off nohow. Many of them, too, after all, have to be sent back to their parishes, to be bound to a chimney sweep or a butcher, maybe. From this they passed to the boiler house and watched the great engine flinging its brazen arms up and down, whilst a little fellow, scarcely bigger than Phil, passed his hand between the network of moving mechanism as he poured oil into the joints as calmly as if he were feeding a lamp. Philip felt his heart swell as he thought how he should like to be able to manage such an enormous machine as that. But his dream was interrupted by Ned Purchase saying to him, Ah, there's lots of boys would give anything if only they could be put into the engine room. But there's no chance, for there's only two ever wanted there. By this time, the kite had been raised high into the air, and nearly all the boys were collected in a circle round the happy lad who held the string, so Ned Purchase thought it a good opportunity for taking Phil into the playroom. This was a long, empty outhouse, and against the walls hung the skeletons and bodies of kite in every stage and style of manufacture. Some were only bits of brown paper cut into the shape of a heart, with a thread and tadpoley tail hanging to them. Others were mere frameworks, ranged against the wall like an armory of infantine crossbows, and others again were half covered, and like a patchwork counterpane with the various bits of paper out of which they had been formed, and among them which the eye recognized now a page of a Pend and Lunny journal, and now a leaf of an old copybook, with a round hand lesson upon it, and line after line repeating, England was originally peopled by... Thus it was that Philip and the lame boy made friends, and that evening was passed in telling stories to one another of all they could remember of their early history and all that they knew of the workhouse where they'd been brought up. They compared the dietaries, too, of their different unions, and asked innumerable questions as to whether they had ever heard of this and that pauper, for the boys seemed to fancy all the poor must be acquainted with each other, in the same manner as even educated people imagine that anybody who has been to India must have been intimate with every Englishman out there. They chattered, moreover, about the guardians who had taken notice of them, or, more memorable than all, that had ever given them a penny. Long before the bell rang for bedtime, the two boys were sitting together with their arms twined around each other's neck, talking the wildest romance that, like hopes and dreams, is the heritage of even pauper youths in common with all the others. It was then duly arranged that Ned Purchase was to marry Sister Bertie, and when Phil's father, who it was at last settled must have been some grand gentleman, was found, they were all three to live together and do nothing but ride on ponies all day and have pudding for every dinner, every day in the week. Ah, don't I wish I was as rich as a guardian, that's all, said Phil. How much money do you think your guardian has got, £100? Much more than that, you silly, answered Ned, or how could they pay for the keep of such a lot of people as they do? More like £500. £500! Exclaimed the thunderstruck Phil, lost in the immensity of the sum. I wonder how much that makes in farthings. I only wish we had got it. We wouldn't wait for father's coming back then. But God won't let all be rich, answered Ned, moralizing. Though, as the chaplain says, there's the same God for the rich as the poor. Phil looked down thoughtfully on the ground and murmured, Why should God like the rich better than the likes of us, I wonder, and give them such a lot and leave hardly anything for the poor? I can't tell, I'm sure, said the simple Ned, but the chaplain says we are to have our reward by and by when we die, and that a rich man might as well try to squeeze himself through the eye of a needle as to get into the kingdom of heaven. Well, but, inquired Phil, if only the poor are to go to heaven, what a number there will be up there, and if there ain't to be any guardians, who'll take care of us then? Why, don't you know that God is the greatest guardian of all? Said Ned, who, workhouse orphan as he was, had learned to regard the deity in that character rather than as the great Father of all. And didn't he make the world and all the money that is in it thousands and thousands of years ago? Thousands and thousands of years ago, murmured Phil, half to himself. Why, that was when I was nothing. End of section 8. Section 9 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 4 of Book the First. Young Workhouse and Father Parish, 4 years and their changes. The history of one day at the pauper school was so like that of another that to describe the daily routine was to record the events of the last 4 years that Phil passed at the place. The changes in the weekdays were hardly known to the boys by the names they bore, but rather by the alteration they brought in the diet. For what are ordinary called Tuesday and Thursday were spoken of at the industrial school as meat pudding days, whilst Sunday, Wednesday, and Friday were suet pudding days, and Saturday soup day, instead of being styled after the usual nomenclature of the almanac. To those under 11 years of age, the school itself presented little or no variety, whilst to those above that age it afforded the relief of working in the shops or on the farm every alternate day in the week. With these slight exceptions, the life of the pauper seminary was as much a matter of drill, order, and regularity as if the establishment had been some infantine, rather than infantry, barracks. Every morning at 6 the bell in the courtyard rang with the same clatter as for a departing steamboat, and instantly all the dormitories, which a few seconds before had been almost as quiet as hospital wards, were alive and bustling as the ship's company in a sudden squall. The dormitories themselves were long, bare, but cleanly wards, with a row of iron bedsteads ranged down either side of them, whilst in one corner was a compartment partitioned off as a separate berth for the pupil teacher. The only things that broke the monotony of the white walls were the large placards of Bible texts placed over the doors, some impressing the precept, "Speak not evil one of another," and others bearing the words, "Set a watch, O Lord, before the mouth, keep the door of my lips." A minute or two after the bell ceased ringing, the lads were up and partly dressed with their bedclothes turned back and ready, waiting for the order of the pupil teacher to face their beds. Then came the command, "Kneel down," and in an instant all was silent again, with the youths bent in prayer at the foot of the iron bedsteads and inwardly breathing their supplications to heaven. At such times even the most callous might have been touched by the solemn sight of the wretched fatherless creatures appealing to their spiritual father for care and protection throughout the day. The next minute the boys had taken their jackets from under their pillows, and, drawn up in file before the dormitory door, were awaiting the signal of "forward" to pass from the room and get their shoes from the nest of pigeonholes in the lobby outside. Then came the calling over names and the washing in the lavatories at the side of the playground, and, this done, the whistle of the drill master was heard, and the boys were drawn up in rank and file for inspection. All was now ready for breakfast and family prayer, but long before the meal the boys and girls who helped in the kitchen had been busy ranging along the tall, narrow benches that served for tables and made the dining hall look like a huge riding academy, the 700 cans of milk and water and the 700 thick lumps of bread and butter that formed the provision for the morning's repast. And when the large hall, big as an assembly room, was filled for morning prayers with every soul in the place except the youngest of the infants, officers and servants as well as boys and girls, the eye was enabled to comprehend the extent of the bounty feeding such a host of mouths that must otherwise have gone without a crust. Nor could the visitor help contrasting the cleanly and tidy look of the destitute little throng with the filth and raggedness of other poor children, who are thought to be better off in the world than those who are driven to the parish for support. When, in answer to the 3 taps on the table, the entire multitude stood up to say grace, the clatter of their sudden rising was like the shooting of a load of stones, and as they remained with their eyes shut, half intoning the supplication for a blessing on their food, they seemed like a legion of blind mendicants, all uttering the same petition for charity. The boys were delighted with the drill that formed part of the summer exercises, for it was not only like playing at soldiers, but from its half gymnastic character, had all the excitement of an athletic game. The old drill master, too, who had served at Waterloo, was as pleased with the work as the lads themselves, and evidently felt the same enjoyment at the mimic military evolutions as veterans are said to experience when teaching their grandchildren to shoulder their crutch. Accordingly, the very first signal that Sergeant Shaw blew from his silver whistle brought all the lads trooping to the mannequin review. Leapfrog was given over, the iron hoops that the engineer had made for the boys ceased to rattle over gravel, the kites were hauled down, and the playroom emptied. No sooner were the 300 lads drawn up in one long double line than the sergeant, pacing in front of the miniature ranks with all the pride of a general, shouted out his command of "To the left face!" And then the noise of the whole line twirling on their heels simultaneously sounded like a wave upon the shore. After this came the order, "Quick march!" and instantly the little troop filed along, the pauper corduroys whistling as they went with the friction of the legs that kept twinkling backwards and forwards like the moving blades of scissors, and the feet pulsating on the ground as the drill master marked the time with cries of "Left, left, 1, 2, left, left, 1, 2." Thus the tour of the playground was made, and then the boyish regiment drew sharply up across the quadrangle at the sound of "Halt!" Now followed in rapid succession the commands of "Eyes front!" "Ranks of divisions, prove!" "As you are!" "Right file, prove!" "As you are!" "Rear rank, open order!" "Four form deep!" "Prove distance!" "As you are!" And, as each order was given, it was peculiar to see the little pauper phalanx execute the command with a precision that one and all delighted in. Even the lame boy, Ned Purchase himself, was pleased to be allowed to form one of the orphan army, and went jerking along on his crutch, fancying he was marching and maneuvering as well as the best. Phil liked the drill much better than the schooling, and, indeed, had already made up his mind to be a soldier directly he was tall enough to list. And when he heard that one of the boys had taught himself to play the flute so well that the superintendent had got him to be taken into the Guards as a fife player, he thought it the greatest good luck that could possibly befall a human being, and every night made it a special request in his prayers that heaven would be equally kind to him. With the pupil teachers, Phil bore the character of being a dunce, but with his companions in the playground he was considered to be one of the sharpest among them. He was generally at the bottom of his class, though at any gymnastics he could mount to the top of the pole quicker than any other. At arithmetic, even the smallest boys on his form could jump over him, but at the fly the garter, he could take the 5-foot leap and clear a back without even toeing the line, far easier than boys double his size. Immediately the summons was given for assembling for school. His animal spirit seemed to leave him, and no sooner did he enter the big schoolroom, with the different classes divided off by red baize curtains, and the lecture hall-like seats ranged gallery fashion one above another, than his heart sank within him, and he sat lumpishly in his place, staring at the maps hung round the walls, at first glancing half vacantly at the chart of the travels of the Apostle Paul, then wandering away to the land of promise after its conquest by the Israelites. Nor did he wake up from his reveries even when the big blackboard, hung like a cheval glass, was wheeled in front of the class and the pupil teacher chalked the simple addition sum upon it. For when the boy master asked the lads how many 6 and 8 made, Phil thrust out his hand mechanically with the others as a sign that he could tell, though, on being bidden to do so, the guess of 22 showed that his little mind was far away, wondering what Asia was like from the map and how long it would take him to walk there. At reading aloud from the daily lesson book, he made as sad a mess as at figures, and even though the 20 boys before him had all repeated the exercise of the bird nest, drawling out the little verse, God taught the bird to build its nest of wool and hay and moss. God taught her how to weave it best and lay the twigs across. Nevertheless, when it came to his turn, he stammered over nearly every word, and had to spell half the syllables so that it was utterly impossible to get any sense out of the simple rhyme. But what Phil hated worse than all, and what he firmly believed was nothing but an ingenious torture devised by some demon pedagogue for the express purpose of worrying little boys, was the exercise called dictation, especially that upon words spelt differently, but having similar sounds, so that he was fairly driven out of his wits when he had to write down such a sentence as the following. You are right in saying that right means a ceremony and right a maker, as the marriage rite and the wheelwright, but it is difficult to write them all rightly. So pray write this sentence. Mr. Wright's marriage rights gave the wheelwright's daughter, so she writes, all the rights of a married woman. A stranger visiting the industrial school with the knowledge that at least 2/3 of the little pauper boys were orphans would doubtless have been startled to find them playing about the gravel quadrangle as merrily as if they had the kindest and best of parents to take care of them. Such a one would have come to the conclusion that others felt their destitute condition more keenly than the boys themselves. Nevertheless, there were moments when even the most thoughtless of the orphan lads were roused to a sense of their terrible loneliness in the world, and these occurred principally when any of the more lucky boys were visited by their friends. For then a kind of wretched envy seemed to seize upon the most destitute, as the conviction forced itself upon them that they might stop there for years and years without the chance of any friend ever coming to see them. Sometimes, when all the little fellows were playing together, laughing and jumping about, the cry of Hodge wanted or Cumber visited would echo through the playground. Then all the games ceased, and as the happy Cumber or Hodge was seen scampering towards the combing room where the friends visited the boys, the others would creep up to the door and try to catch a glimpse of that great rarity, a friend, and afterwards slink away to talk moodily together about either what they remembered as to their own father or mother, or else what they had merely heard about them. But what seemed to lacerate their little hearts more sharply than all was when the self-same fortunate youths, some half hour afterwards, reappeared among them, their faces red and glowing with delight, and carrying in their hands the peg-top or the orange that had been brought them. Then all would gather round, and 20 voices ask at once who had been to see them and what they had given them, while the sight of the halfpenny or even the farthing they had received would cause many and many to sigh and wish they had such rich friends to visit them. Some, too, would follow the lucky lad about the ground, and watch him as he rolled his orange round and round in his hands to make it juicy, and beg as he ate it for even a bit of the peel. For the remainder of that day, too, there was a general depression throughout the school, and nothing else was talked of but Hodge or Cumber and his grand friends, and numbers wished they were only like him. Phil had 2 friends who sometimes came to see him, the one Nurse Hazelwood, and the other the principal matron of the prison in which he had been born. But though the latter, when she called, gave her true name of Miss Perryman, still, for the boy's sake, she was anxious that neither he nor any else should know who she was. The visits of Nurse Hazelwood, however, were but little thought of among the schoolboys, for as she was known to be in St. Lazarus Union, and she generally asked when she came to see many of the other boys who had been under her care, scarcely any excitement was produced by her presence at the school. Moreover, the poor old woman hadn't the means to give such costly tokens of her love as half-pence or oranges to each of her nurslings, and the half-pint of nuts, which she usually brought with her, appeared so little when it came to be doled out among them all at the rate of 6 to each, that Phil was rather taunted than envied during the 2 days in the year on which his foster's mother came. But to do the little fellow justice, he cared far more to see his workhouse mother than the grand lady with her velvet mantle and parasol, who gave him sixpence every time she called. The old nurse, when he entered the visiting room and ran to throw his arms about her neck, would seize hold of her own Phil, as she always called him, and hug him and kiss him, as much as she did Sister Bertie at her side. And there they would sit for more than an hour, talking about the house, and she would tell him of the changes that had taken place in it since he left, while they would listen with the same interest that others do to the tales of home. She would chat to him, too, about Blind Willie, and when she had brought the little fellow vividly back to Phil's mind again, he would ask all kinds of questions about the poor lad, and what he and Will used to do when they were in the Union together. There was one question, however, that was always uppermost in Philip's mind. He had heard the orphan boys so often sit speculating by the hour as to their parentage, and others telling tales of what they had known of their family, that a craving had come upon him to learn something about his own, more particularly about his mother, of whom he had heard so little, and yet that little implied so much. Accordingly, whenever Nurse Hazelwood made her appearance at the school, he was sure to ask her how she knew that his mother had died in prison. The answer was invariably the same. "You mustn't ask me, child. I can't tell you anything more than I have." "But Ned Purchase says it's only wicked people who are sent to prison," continued Phil. "Was Mother, then, wicked?" Poor Nurse Hazelwood was shocked at the words, and exclaimed as she threw up her hands, "Heaven forbid, boy, that I should ever live to say such a thing to a child of its poor dead parent." "Ned Purchase declares she couldn't have been a lady if she died in prison," continued Phil sorrowfully. "But she was a lady, wasn't she?" "Tell Ned Purchase not to go bothering his head about other people's mothers," the nurse would reply. "But, Nursey," coaxed Phil, creeping up to the old woman, "who was it told you she was a lady? There, don't shake your head, but try and recollect, do please, for me, Nursey. You'll learn all about it, won't you now, by the next time you come?" And every time she came, the same questionings and answerings went on. Phil's other visitor produced a far greater commotion among the boys, for whenever she paid her yearly visit it was instantly buzzed over the school that the grand lady had come to see Merton again. And as she always gave him a silver sixpence on leaving, she was classed by the poor pauper lads as being among the most wealthy in the land. No sooner, too, was the visit at an end, and Phil among his companions again, than all crowded enviously round him to hear what the lady had said. "She says she knew Mother," Phil would exclaim boastingly, and not a little proud that his mother should have such a friend. "Did she, though? Then I shouldn't wonder if your mother was a real lady after all," one of the boys would reply. "Yes, she says Mother stopped at her house sometime," the elated Phil would go on. "It's no use trying to cram us," one of the less credulous would exclaim. "If she was a friend of your mother, why did she let you become chargeable, huh?" There was a laugh of derision among the boys, and Phil, in dudgeon, turned upon his heel and retired to talk with Ned Purchase alone. "It's all true that I said just now, Ned. It is, upon my word and honor. He would proceed, for he was as excited with what he had heard during the visit as he was angry at having the story doubted. She told me what Mother was like, and I'm sure she's seen her and knows a lot about her too. She says she had dark hair and eyes like me, and that she has some letters of hers. She saw my mother, Ned, just before she died. And is it true, then, she died in prison? Inquired Ned Purchase, who knew all Phil's secrets. Why didn't you ask her what she was in for? He added, for the workhouse is so close to the jail that lads reared in one are mostly acquainted with all the details of the other. So I did, answered Phil, full of what he heard and gasping out the words in his excitement. But all she would tell me was that Mother had been treated dreadful, and that she had been drove to do what she did. Phil got more of a dunce than ever, for though when out in the playground the excitement of the games roused his boyish spirits, no sooner was he seated on the form of his class than his mind was away speculating as to what the lady had told him, and building up hopes upon the flimsy foundation of his father's being still alive. So that when it came to his turn to answer the sum that the master had chalked on the blackboard, if a boy had 60 plums to eat in 10 minutes, how many must he eat per minute? Phil, who was dreaming of his mother, replied, just 25 when she died. Then, as all the class burst out laughing and the master thought Phil had meant the reply for a joke, he had to stop in school that afternoon for the blunder. Accordingly, when it came to Phil's time to be put to a trade, it was agreed that farm labor was the only thing that suited to him, for he was naturally loutish, they said, and therefore the work couldn't have the same blunting effect upon his intellects as it was found to produce upon quicker lads. The out-of-door work did Phil some little good, for he had less time to brood over his dreams, and the exertion of turning up the earth served to put an end to all his romantic fancies. For digging in manure and cleaning out pigsties are occupations which contribute but little to the development of the imagination. The agricultural portion of the industrial school covered an estate some 60 acres in extent, and reminded one of a model farm, for the grounds were tilled with the greatest care, and the fields laid out almost with the same regularity as garden beds. All trees had been cleared from the ground and hedges replaced by invisible fences, so that the estate had more of a foreign than an English look about it, for the pasture land seemed to be undivided from the arable, and even the kitchen garden and the sprouting orchard were hardly distinguishable from the farm itself. Far down at the bottom of the sloping land ran the channel of the railway, hidden by the depth of the cutting, so that the rattle of the carriages and the gusts of white steam that seemed to issue from the earth, as well as the working of the arms of the tall signal posts hard by, were the only evidences of the passing trains. The boys, in gangs of some half-dozen, with the bailiff at their head, tilled the earth by manual labor, and often as a train rushed past, Phil would rest upon his fork to gaze after the engine as he saw it appear in the distance and lose itself among the hills, and he would wonder to himself whither it went, and what the earth was like there, and whether he should ever be carried over the land by one of those quick darting things. This occurred day after day, and a craving at length fastened upon him to get out into the world and see the country and the towns of which he knew so little. For as yet his travels had never extended beyond his ride in the cart from the workhouse and an occasional walk out with the school to have a game of cricket on the neighboring common. Working in the same gang with Phil was Billy Fortune, one of the biggest boys in the school, who had been at farm labor so long that he had grown weary of waiting to be put out in the world, and was always grumbling at seeing those who had been taught trades easily provided with situations, whilst he remained on hand to dig and dig, day after day, as he had done for years before. I wish a cove could only get away to sea, he'd say sulkily to Phil when the bailiff was not near. Wouldn't I precious soon hook it? Where's the good of a fellow stopping at this work and never getting a halfpenny for himself? I want to be earning something, and if they won't help me to it, why I shall save them a trouble some of these fine days. Then Billy Fortune would proceed to tell Phil about ships and how jolly the life of a sailor was, and give him such accounts of foreign lands as he had been enabled to gather from the school geography, until his little companion thought if it wasn't for Bertie and Ned Purchase, he too would like to go seafaring. The tie, however, which held Philip to the school, and which made it seem like a home to him, was destined shortly to be broken. Sister Bertie, who had grown to be a big girl, had risen so high in the estimation of the schoolmistress that she had been promoted to the post of waiting maid to the superintendent's wife. She had become, too, such a favorite with the chaplain that he promised to place her out in the world as soon as possible, and to get her a good situation. Phil, when he first heard of the promise, had half prayed that it might never be realized. So when he was told that the situation had really been obtained, and that the day was even fixed for his sister's departure, he hardly slept that night for crying. For though it was seldom that he could speak to the girl, yet every day at meal times he could nod his head to her and see her smile in return. Sometimes, too, he was allowed to have half an hour's interview with her in the passage between the girls' and the boys' playgrounds. Consequently, he had never felt utterly alone in the place. When the time, however, arrived for the parting, and Bertie, dressed for her journey, had come to the playground door to say good-bye to her foster brother, Phil was half surly in the selfishness of his grief at losing her. "Why, Phil, isn't it better now?" said Sister Burning consolingly to him. "I am to get £5 a year after the first year, and only think what a help that will be to Mother and you." "Well, I don't know what you want to go at all for," grumbled Phil. "Leave a fellow all alone here? I wouldn't have done it to you." "I am going, Phil, to a sick old lady's," continued Bertie, playing with his hands, "who wants a girl to read to her, and only suppose if any of her friends should have a place for a boy, why, I should speak up for you, of course, and then, perhaps, we might be near one another again." Phil pretended to treat the notion with contempt, but still he smiled with inward pleasure at the care of his sister for him. "Come, don't be angry, dear Phil," pleaded Bertie. "You know the chaplain visits once every 3 months all those who have got situations, and you can always hear of me from him." Philip could not bear to look at the girl, so he turned his shoulder round, and she, thinking he was still angry, clung to him as she cried, "Oh, Phil, don't be cruel now. You'll never let me go from you in such a way." The appeal was more than the boy could bear, and, half choked with his sobs, he stammered out, "It isn't that, Bertie, but you can't tell how hard it is for a chap to lose his only friend in such a big place as this." For some time after Sister Bertie's departure, Phil bore up with the hope that perhaps her words might come true, and he be sent for to come and live at some friend of her mistress's. But when week after week went by and no such happy message arrived, the only consolation left a boy was to waylay the chaplain on his rounds and ask him whether he had seen or heard of Bertie lately. At such times the minister would tell him either that she was going on very satisfactorily indeed, and that he had every reason to be gratified with her conduct, or else he would kindly take him into his room and read him the remarks he had written in his report book after his last visit to the girl. "There, Merton, you see, Bertha Hazelwood has one of the best characters in my reports," he would say, patting Phil on the head as he spread out the book before him. "Her conduct, you perceive, is exemplary. Rises early, obeys cheerfully, works hard, and willingly, is regular at her devotions, and altogether her moral and religious deportment of a very pleasing and consoling character." The effect of Bertie's absence, however, soon began to show itself on Phil by the daily increasing impatience that he felt to be out in the world like his sister, doing something for himself. And whenever he heard that some of the boys in the tailor's or shoemaker's shop who had entered the school after himself had been apprenticed and put out, he and Billy Fortune would grumble together and vow that they wouldn't stop their farm laboring much longer. About this time, too, It so happened that the guardians of St. Vitus in the Fields discovered that Ned Purchase had no legal settlement in their parish, and indeed that he belonged to some union in the north of England, and that they had been keeping him unlawfully for the last 8 years. In a few hours, everybody in the school knew that Ned Purchase had been found to have another parish, whereupon the young paupers were all busy like so many little parochial authorities, discussing the niceties of settlement and arranging how he was to be passed to his new union. When Phil and Billy Fortune returned from farm labor in the afternoon, they found a crowd of lads around the crippled boy, who was half crazy at the idea of being torn away from what had grown to be a home to him, as well as terrified at the doubtful character of the new place he was to be sent to. And indeed, it must be hard to such as him to find, when long associations have twined the affections around the haunts of their boyhood, that the ardent friendships of youth are to be severed with the signing of a discharge paper, and that they themselves are so utterly powerless and unheeded in the world that directly it is discovered the burden of their keep can be legally shifted, they are moved from one farm to another as rapidly as cattle sold at a fair. The day after the news had been made known that Ned Purchase was to be passed to his legal settlement, he and Phil were seated in one corner of the playground shed talking earnestly with Billy Fortune, and with their heads so close together that they had evidently some profound secret among them. "I tell you," said Billy, "there it is printed, and I read it myself. It's in the old newspaper we had give us to cover the big kite with, and it says he was a poor cabin boy that got aboard a ship at Portsmouth, and he went over to the Ingries, and now he's coming with whole shiploads of money and has got made a member of Parliament in consequence. If you like, you can see it all yourselves. Just at the bottom, near the tail of the kite, there's the very speech as the gentleman made at a slap-up dinner he was asked to." "Whereabouts is Portsmouth?" asked Phil, for he had not the least idea whether it was in Europe, Asia, Africa, or America. "Oh, it ain't far off," answered Billy, who had a vague notion that it was somewhere near London Bridge. "We could easily walk it and get a ship there in less time than you can catch a tittlebat." "I should like to get out to India," observed Phil, "and go riding in castles on elephants' backs and shooting tigers like it says in the history of Warren Hastings that's in the library." "But they wouldn't take me as a cabin boy, would they?" nervously asked the poor cripple. "Why not, Goosey?" inquired Billy Fortune, though presently a sudden thought seemed to strike him, and he exclaimed, "Oh, you mean 'cause of your leg? Pooh! Lots of fellows have told me that half the old sailors at Greenwich have got no legs at all, and Lord Nelson in his portraits I know is always drawed with only one arm." Whereupon the youngsters settled among themselves, and proved to each other's satisfaction that a seafaring life was just the business for a cripple like Ned Purchase, as all that a sailor had to do was pull ropes and steer the boat. Besides, as they very cogently urged, there couldn't be much walking about to be done on board such a small place as a ship. "And once out in India," continued Billy Fortune, "you'll be quite at home, Goosey, for in every picture I've seen there's the kings and princes sitting cross-legged like tailors, and you've been brought up to that business here, you know." The rest of the day the boys passed in the most out-of-the-way places about the building, plotting how their escape was to be managed. If anybody stopped near them, they instantly moved off to some more deserted spot. "You see," said Phil, "Saturday's half-holiday, and that's our time to be off, just after the names have been called over, for then, you know, we're allowed to go about the grounds where we like. Besides, we shall have a clear start all Sunday, for they can't well come and look after us during church time." "I vote," said the cripple, "that we walk out into the farm fields just as if we were going to fly our kite, and then we can sneak off round by the stables and be through the hedge into the wood at the back here in a jiffy." "But when we're in the wood, how are we going to get anything to eat?" asked Billy, who was of a rather hungry disposition. "We can't sell our clothes to get any money, you know, for as they belong to the parish, they might have us took up for stealing." "Well, that is good. How do you think Robinson Crusoe lived that we were reading about only the other night in the bedroom?" cried Phil. "And if he could do it on an uninhabited island, surely we can manage it in a wood where there's plenty of prime blackberries. What's nicer than them, I should like to know?" And at the thought of the fruit, Phil uttered the boyish exclamation of golly and rubbed his waistcoat up and down as expressive of intense delight. It was then ultimately arranged by the young runaways, after long deliberation, that they were to save as much bread as they could from their meals, and immediately after the Saturday's dinner they were to take their last farewell of the school, and then, making the best of their way to the Thames, walk along the banks of the river till they came to Portsmouth, which Bill Fortune assured them he knew was somewhere in that neighborhood. End of section 9. Section 10 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 5 of Book the First. Young Workhouse and Father Parish, The Runaways. The three little pauper rebels, having made up their urchin minds to decamp from the industrial school, became inseparable companions, and passed every moment of their playtime in maturing their boyish plans. They had their secret meetings in the most out-of-the-way places and obscurest corners, while they held solemn debates in mysterious whispers, at the same time keeping a sharp lookout on the monitors and the drill sergeant. If their privacy were disturbed by any stray schoolfellow, the whole character of the assembly was instantly changed, and so as to remove all suspicion of its unlawful object, the moment the signal of "somebody coming" was given, one of the conspirators would begin to whistle loud and boldly, whilst the others broke out into noisy conversation or commenced romping together. So totally were the poor boys absorbed in their plottings that, like true conspirators, they were nervous and uneasy unless in one another's society. Feeling rather timid as to the success of their plans, nothing appeared to give them so much courage as treating the possibility of a failure as an absurdity. Whenever Philip felt that his fears were overcoming him, he invariably made a point of accusing Billy Fortune with being afraid and wanting to back out of it, and the indignant denials and energetic matter of that bold young pauper never failed to inspirit the meeting and restore confidence. Before 2 days had passed, the little rebels had, by their altered manner, attracted the notice of the whole school, and but for the speedy execution of their plans, they would certainly have been found out before a week had elapsed. Had they been three Roman patriots arranging the overthrow of tyranny and ambition, their general behavior could not have been more marked and singular. Did any lad invite the stern Philippus Mertonus to join in the giddy delights of hopscotch or leapfrog? He answered with a haughty sneer, such as would have become a Brutus spurning the offers of a Caesar. Twice on the Friday was Billy Fortune discovered drawing ships on his slate instead of doing his arithmetic, and when threatened with punishment he tried to look as defying as he could, for he was saying to himself, "Tomorrow at 12 I shall be miles away." Each of the three boys, whenever they met for consultation, always managed to bring with him some article or other which he had pilfered during the day, thinking it would likely prove to be useful during their stay in the wood. "I've got some lucifer matches," said Nen Purchase at one of their rendezvous. "I collared 'em out of the tailor's shop. Won't they be jolly useful making fires?" "Aye," cried Billy Fortune, "and I think I know where there's a potato field. And if one thing is primer than another, it's baked Murphy's." "Here's my bread. I didn't eat a bit at dinner on purpose," said Phil, pulling out a big slice from his jacket pocket. "Have you saved anything, Billy?" "No, I eat my bread," answered the fat conspirator, "but I prigged this string from Tom Close's kite. It will do first rate for tying branches together when we make our cave." When Friday night came and the three boys were sleeping in their school beds for the last time, as they thought, they could none of them close an eye for thinking of the step they were about to take on the morrow. Phil felt almost ready to cry with depression, for however jolly he may have called the scheme when chatting it over with the others, yet something within himself warned him that he was about to take a foolish step in life, which would plunge him into the uncertainty of the world's struggles before he was fitted to encounter them. Billy Fortune was of too brutal and coarse a nature to bestow two thoughts upon anything that he did. He only felt that he desired a change of scene, and running away was the easiest mode of gratifying himself. With Ned Purchase, however, the case was very different. The poor cripple knew that he had only to choose between being sent away from the place which he had grown to love as a home and leaving it of his own accord. School hours were over, and the Saturday's half-holiday had begun. The three boys, with their pockets bulging out with the pieces of crust they had saved, crept round by the kitchen garden, crouching against the wall until they reached the hedge that divided off the wood, when, dashing through an opening in the fence, they plunged into the thicket and ran off like frightened hares into the darkest part of it. Now all their boyish dreams of a merry forest life were soon to be dispelled. Now they were to learn that Robin Hood had not been the most favored of mortals, and that most likely, if the offer had been made, he would willingly have quitted the romantic delights of the greenwood shade for the more solid enjoyments of a well-roofed dwelling. For the first time they were to learn by experience that Robin Crusoe on his desert island led a life of privation, compared with which a workhouse existence was one of luxury and enjoyment. After running for at least an hour and darting through briars and underwood till their hands and faces were torn with thorns, the three young scamps came to a halt. The first thing they did was to hunt for a place to pass the night in, and great was their surprise to find the ground wet and soddened with the past rains, so that even the pressure of the foot brought the water up to the surface like squeezing a sponge. "I say, I don't half like this," said Phil with a disappointed look, and turning to Bill and Fortune, he added, "I thought you said there was lots of dry moss here." "So there is, you silly, when you've dried it," retorted Master Fortune. Ned Purchase stammered out something about going back again, but was soon silenced by the redoubted Billy. "You may go if you like," he said, "only it's all found out before this, and won't you get a licking, rather. You'll have to take our share, and your own too, I can tell you." The runaways tried to light a fire, and one by one the lucifers were held to the decayed leaves, but without success. To console themselves, they sat down on a bent bough, and tried to raise their drooping spirits by planning the delicious future that awaited them as soon as they dare leave the wood and start for Portsmouth. Already they were on shipboard, pulling at ropes and letting out sails, or else they were catching flying fish or watching the changing colors of the dying dolphin. Now they were landing on some island where they were all received with the greatest kindness by the black inhabitants, and even welcomed by the king himself. After feasting on sugar cane and delicious fruits, they were to return to their own country, laden with presents consisting chiefly of diamonds the size of eggs, and lumps of gold as big as quartern loaves. "Catch me giving that old drill master any, that's all," cried Billy Fortune, as earnestly as though his dreams had been realized. When the twilight came, the truants eat the bread they had brought with them, but it had grown so hard with being kept in the pocket that it broke like biscuit. Neither was there enough even to take the edges off their appetites. "Oh, I've got such a pain here," said Billy Fortune, pressing his stomach. "I've never felt so hungry in all my life. It's the running's done it." "Chew some leaves, they're just like spinach," suggested Ned Purchase to the disgusted William. "You said we should find blackberries and birds' eggs," exclaimed Phil reproachfully. They found some amusement in imagining to themselves the sensation their absence had created in the school when the name list was called over at night. From the place where they were sitting, they could hear the big school bell ring for supper, and afterwards for bedtime. They watched all the lights in the different windows of the building, trying to find out by them which was their dormitory. Then came wonderings as to what so-and-so was doing, or what the headmaster had said, and whether any search would be made for them that night. At last, Billy Fortune declared he could stand his awful hunger no longer. He vowed he was starving, and that as he had often read that was the worst death possible. He was determined to do something desperate rather than dwindle slowly to a skeleton. When his companions saw him jump up for the ground as if he meant to leave them, they both began to charge him with being the cause of their present suffering, and the first to turn tail. "That's all you know about it," shouted Bill brutishly. "I shall be back again in an hour, only I can't stand this beastly hunger. I've got a plan for freeing us all, I tell you. I'm only going back to the school to get some grub. I know the place where it's kept, and there's a window quite handy in the wall. All a feller's got to do is just to put in his arm and help hisself. So just keep your hearts up and never say die, and I'll be back in less than no time with some jolly new bread, which is the primest eating in the world to my fancy." And despite their entreaties that he would not run so great a risk, off went the stubborn lad. "Do you think he'll blab if he's caught?" said Phil nervously, as if he half suspected the answer. "Yes," replied Ned. Now that they dare neither of them to go to sleep for fear that the marauders should be detected and their hiding place hunted after, it was as much as they could do to keep their eyes open. They knew it was far in the night by the long time since it had been dark. They grew nervous, too, thinking of robbers. Poor workhouse lads! Neither of them had spoken a word for more than an hour. And, indeed, each had imagined the other to be asleep, when Ned suddenly cried out, "What's that, Phil? Do you hear anything?" Phil answered, "No." But he spoke in a whisper, for he had heard the whistle plainly enough. Before another second had passed, Ned Purchase, breathless with fear, pointed to some lights moving in the wood not 100 yards off. Phil was on his feet in a moment. "That sneak Fortune," he muttered, "has gone and blabbed where we are. Come on, Ned. Let's cut as hard as we can." Ned Purchase was nearly frozen, and the stump of his leg was aching with the cold. "I can't stir, Phil," he said. "You go. Goodbye. We shall meet again sometime." Phil gave the cripple his crutch and seized hold of him to help him up. "Do you think I'd leave you?" he cried. "Quick, jump up like a man. I'll help you on." "No, let me be, Phil," said Ned, with the tears streaming down his cheeks. "How could a one-legged chap like me get clear off? Hark, they've got dogs with them. Cut, cut, do, Phil. I should only die if I followed you. Run, run, here they are." Phil looked round, and among the dark trees he saw the lights moving about like monster fireflies. He could hear the rustling of the bushes being pushed aside, and off he darted, shouted out, "Goodbye, dear Ned," as he bounded in the black wood. The street lamps had just been lighted when a boy, wet through with the rain, and dragging his feet after him, as he had hardly strength to raise their weight, crept along the pathway leading to the Elephant and Castle. Then, coming suddenly to a halt, he stood staring about him as if dismayed at the sight of the several roads branching off in front. It was such a night that no one who had a home to go to would think of loitering about. Even those who had umbrellas ran along the pavement to escape as fast as possible from the rough weather. But though the rain came down with a force that made it splash up again from the stones, there the lad stood, looking down the long vista of bright lamps, and staring before him almost as intently as a sailor on the lookout at sea. Poor Phil! He was his own master at last. He was free to go where he liked and do what he pleased, and yet, with all the world before him, he dared not trust himself to advance a foot lest it should lead him into evil and suffering. And now what is to become of him? The streets of London make, at the best, but a stony-hearted parent, the gutter forming but a sorry cradle for foundling babes to be reared in. The black slums of the metropolis are poor academies for youth, and moral philosophy is hardly to be picked up under dry arches and in padding kens. End of section 10. Section 11 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 1 of Book the Second, Childhood in the Streets. The Start in Life. "Here, my cubbies," cried a suspicious-looking youth as he entered the kitchen of one of the low lodging-houses near the Mint. "I've caught a young flat what's been and hooked it from the house at Norrid. He didn't know where to stall to in the Huey. I found him out in the main toper and told him to step it along with me, for I was going into a ken in the back drum. Just twig his bunch of fives, Cokie." This was said to a gentleman with a peculiar bottle nose. "S'elp me if a molly like that there ain't worth a jemmy a day to a Kenobit wiring, while they're just made for hooking a fogle out of a cly." Poor Phil Merton, to whom the above unintelligible jargon referred, stood in the center of the wretched room, trembling with fright at the strange and dismal character of the place, as well as the savage-looking people he had just been introduced to. The purport of the above communication, though incomprehensible to most people, was not so to one who was known among the gang as Van Diemen Bill, and who sat by the fire, swathing his bare ulcerous feet in a long roll of rags. He, however, was sufficiently well versed in cant to know that it meant to say that the strange boy couldn't tell where to get a lodging in town, and that Buck, the name of the lad who had brought Phil to the house, had found him in the high road, and told him to come with him, as he was going to a lodging-house in one of the by-streets. He knew, moreover, that Buck had drawn his friend Conkey's attention to the delicacy of the boy's hand, declaring that such a one was worth a sovereign a day to a thief at picking pockets, and adding that Phil's fingers were made expressly for hooking out handkerchiefs. The speech, however, had hardly been finished before Van Diemen Bill had suddenly slipped on the old shoes at his side, and, going towards Buck, said, as he folded his arms and looked at him surlily and in the face, "Shut up, will you? Shut up now. I tell you, you ain't a-going to make a gun thief of this here young flat. It's a bad game, you know as well as I do, and I won't stand by and see a mere kid like this here put in the way of being lagged or scragged, transported or hanged, as he is sure to be at last if he goes on the cross like us. You knows, Buck, as well as I do, that we leads the life of dogs. Aren't we all on us spotted, marked, here? And ain't the bobbies at our heels directly we stirs a foot so that we can't even do a Kingsman silk handkerchief in a day, let alone a skin or a soup, a purse or a watch? Stand back," he shouted, as Buck appeared to make an advance toward the lad, "and leave the kid alone. I'll put out my chalk farm, my arm, and give you a rap with my Oliver Twist, fist, over your I suppose, nose, that'll flatten your Chevy Chase, face, for you," he added menacingly between his teeth, as he shook his clenched hand in the air. Then, stooping down to the scared lad, he said, in as tender tones as he was capable of, "Come with me, young'un. This ain't no place for you. They're all on the cross here, and you must keep square, my lad, keep square whatever you do." And so saying, the old thief seized Phil by the arm and led him out of the house, much to the astonishment of the younger and less squeamish rogues infesting the place. Nor was there anything very extraordinary in such an act, for, let us say, for the honor of such characters, who are generally considered to be utterly dead to every kindly feeling, that we ourselves have had honest boys brought to us by old returned convicts, and that solely from a disposition to save the lads from leading the same life as their own, for none but the very basest of thieves seem to wish others to be like themselves. And it is by no means uncommon for a person to hear, when some one of the fraternity says he has made up his mind and is going to square it, live honestly for the future, the others, one and all, exclaim, "Well, I'm glad on it. I only wish I could do the same." To say the truth, Van Diemen Bill had led such a life of suffering and crime that now, in his advanced age, when he found himself no longer capable of the more daring exploits by which heavy swag, plunder, could be obtained, and too closely watched by the police to be capable of any of the minor thefts, he felt angry at the thought of any young lad being trained to a life like his. It was impossible, as he said, for such as him to get work, and neither could he steal. Indeed, it was only by continued friendly leads, subscriptions, among his old pals, and the gathering of the few bits of rag and bones from the muck heaps in the streets, that he was enabled to eke out life at all. Phil was no sooner in the street than the man led him hurriedly away to a low public house in the neighborhood, and there, entering the little tap that was so dark that the gas was always kept burning during the daytime, he said, "Come, lad, have a bit of scran, and I'll stand a shantigatter. I've got a tevis here." And then, suddenly remembering that he was no longer talking to one of his own fraternity, he added, "I meant to say, have a bit of this here victuals, and I'll pay for a pot of beer. I've got a sixpence. A party as is kind to me on my rounds gave me some broken bits and an old jacket this morning, and I sold the jacket to the dolly man for a bob. So come, eat now, boy, you needn't be afraid of me, for though I'm a thief, I wouldn't harm the hair of your head, that I wouldn't." Phil looked up in the old convict's face, and in the corner of his eye he could see a bright teardrop shimmering against the swarthy skin. Had the boy been more knowing as to the lives and characters of such people, he might have guessed that some recollection of his early home or a dead parent's advice had suddenly flashed across his mind. But the soft thief's hand was rubbed hastily over the brow, and the ugly memory shaken out of the brain with a half shudder and toss of the head. The sight of the tear, however, inspired Phil with some little faith in the humanity of his companion, and assured him more than any words could do that the man really had some feeling for him. In a few minutes the handkerchief of broken victuals was spread upon the table, and Phil was eating heartily for the first time that day, and sipping occasionally of the half-pint of the threepenny ale that his kindly, if not honest, friend had supplied to him. Nor was it long before the convict had learnt from the runaway workhouse lad his whole story, and more especially how, as he stood loitering about the Elephant and Castle, the lad Buck had accosted him, and finding him without a lodging, had promised to provide him with one if he would follow him to his home. The story ended, Phil could hardly help giving way to his feelings, and sobbed aloud in his alarm at the danger he had been in. "There, there, boy," said Van Diemen Bill. "You must keep your pluck up whatever you do. Come now, I'll tell you what I mean you to try. All I can give you, my good lad, is a sixpence, and if it hadn't been for the old coat I got this morning, I couldn't have done that. Howsomever, the sixpence you're welcome to, and thank God it was honestly come by for your sake. Well, you see, twopence of it will find you your bed tonight, and with the other fourpence you must begin a trading upon. You may stare, but at the place where I'm going to send you to, there's many a poor soul whose stock money is only a penny, and yet they can manage to keep themselves out of the workhouse, or the jail too, by turning that small sum over and over again. Ah, in that place twopence is enough to keep a lad like you for a year or two, and there's many an old couple has lived on even less for a much longer time." "Well, I'll tell you," said the man, "for I see you're all eyes to know what it is. It's the water-crease market I means to send you to. I'll get you an old tin trail at the Dolly, Tuss's, and start you fair with this here sixpence. And mind you, If you ever touches your stock money, if you eats a farden of it, you're a lost mutton, you are. Take my advice, lad, the advice of a man who has seen more trouble, perhaps, than any other cross-chap in London, and starve on and on rather than make your fourpence a farden less. For remember, it's only by making it more that such as you can ever hope to keep out of a prison that has even now got its jaws ready wide open to receive you. A few moments after the above scene had taken place, the boy had been furnished with his tin tray and was launched fairly into the wide world of London, with his sixpence to trade upon in his pocket and an old thief's blessing on his head. End of section 11. Section 12 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 2 of Book the Second. Childhood in the Streets. The Watercress Market. The retail trade in watercresses is followed by the very poorest of the poor, as the stock money for this calling need consist only of a few halfpence. This class of street sellers are generally honest, industrious, striving people, and consist of young children who have been deserted by their parents, and whose strength is hardly equal to any great labor, or old men and women crippled by disease or accident, who, in their dread of a workhouse, linger on with the few pence they can earn by street selling. The children are mostly sent out by their parents to get a loaf of bread somehow, and the very old take to it because they are unable to carry heavy loads and anxious to avoid becoming positive paupers in their old age. "I'd do anything," said one, "rather than go into the house. I'd sweep crossings or anything, and I should have been there long ago if it had not been for my wife selling creases." The young boys and girls are said to be well behaved, and to be mostly the children of poor struggling people. The old and young generally travel between 9 and 10 miles in the course of the day. They start off to market at 4 and 5, and are out on their morning rounds from 7 to 9, and their afternoon ones from 2:30 till 5 in the evening. At the lodging house to which Van Diemen Bill had taken young Phil to get him a bed for the night, the boy met with an old woman, who told him all about the trade he was in future to live by. She was sitting before the kitchen fire, toasting a herring for her supper, and seeing that Phil carried a little tin tray under his arm, she at once recognized the symbol of the watercress trade, and said to him, "I suppose you're at creases, young'un? Doing pretty well today? I'm in the line myself." "I've never sold in the streets yet," answered Phil, and then he told her the story of the great peril he had just run, and how the old convict had behaved to him. "Well, that Van Diemen Bill is a kind creatur', and bless him for it, although I ain't the pleasure of knowing him," said the old crone. "And how much you say he give you?" "Fourpence. You ought to do uncommon well on that, for there's a very few of us got more than twopence or threepence, and lots of 'em only a penny." "Why, let me see. For a penny you ought to have a full market hand, or as much as I can take hold of at one time without spilling. For a threepence you should have a lapful, to earn about half a shilling off, and for fourpence you get as many as I can cram into my basket." "Then I shall make a lot of money," smiled Phil. "Well, my dear," she continued, "it ain't so easy to earn a mouthful of bread. Many a time I've walked through the streets, and when I've seed a bit of old crust, as the servant has chucked out of the door, maybe for the birds, thinks I to myself, I can enjoy that as much as the sparrers. Besides, it takes a deal of learning to buy your goods property." "Ha ha!" she chuckled. "The dealers can't take me in, though. When one of 'em tries to give me a small end of creases, I says, 'I ain't a-going to have that for a pennyworth. and I move to the next basket, and so on all around, and that's what you must do, I shall tell you. Oh, they shan't cheat me, said Phil knowingly. Are you fond of getting up early? Asked the old woman, but without waiting for a reply, she went on. It don't matter if you do or no, if you wants to live by selling creases. I gets up in the dark by the light of the lamp in the court, and ain't it cold in winter. It pains my poor hands dreadful to take hold on the creases, especially after we pumped on 'em to wash 'em. You're a strong boy, and won't mind the cold so much as us old folk. Ah, it's the poor children, too, I pities in winter time. Poor babes. They make my heart ache to see 'em without shoes, and their pretty feet quite blue with the frost. So that many of 'em don't know how to set one foot afore the order, but stand still and cries with the cold, poor dears. Phil was beginning to get rather alarmed at the picture the old woman was drawing of the privations and sufferings connected with the business he was about to adopt. But I thought there was very few selling creases in the streets, he interposed. Very few? Very few, exclaimed the old thing. Why, where's the lad lived all his days? I tell you, the market's crammed with 'em of a morning buying their stock. In summertime, I've seen 'em so thick that you might a'most bowl balls along their heads, and there they are all a-fighting for the creases, making a regular scramble to get at 'em, so as to turn a halfpenny out of 'em. Why, I should think at this time of year there's as many as 400 or 500 of 'em, down on Farringdon Market all at one time, between 4 and 5 in the morning, and as fast as they keep going out, others keep coming in. Ah! If I was to say there's 1,000 young and old folks in the street crease trade, I should be under the mark. 1,000? Exclaimed Phil, with a downcast look. I shall never be able to do nothing if there's such a lot of that. Nothing like trying, my lad, continued the crone, quite delighted to have someone to listen to her. You must push along as all us does. Now, I finds places where big buildings is going on very good for selling at, and you must hunt for 'em. When the carpenter and bricklayer goes to breakfast at 8 o'clock, they enjoys a relish with their bread. Then again, courts and little streets is very tidy sellin', but Mews is the places, they're first rate. Why, coachmen's families should be very partial to creases, I can't say, but they is. P'raps it's the smell of the horse does it. I thought everybody liked creases, ventured Phil, who, from having lived at a workhouse school all his life, had never tasted them, and indeed had rather a confused notion of what the vegetable was like. Thank heaven, answered the woman. Creases has their attractions. They're reckoned for good sweetening the blood in the springtime, you see, though for my own eating I'd sooner have the crease in the winter than I would at any other time of year. Phil and his aged tutor were soon dead to all their troubles, and as happy in their slumbers as the richest and proudest of the land, and, leaving them there, we will close the old dame's account of the trade by a fact of our own gathering. There are, we learned, from accounts rendered to us by the salesmen at the different green markets of London, upwards of 6,5 millions of bunches of watercresses sold annually in London, and these, at the retail price of 1/2 penny a bunch, gives a sum of nearly £14,000 for the amount spent annually in watercresses throughout London. Then, dividing this amount by the gross number of street sellers, it shows a weekly receipt of 5 shillings and a weekly profit of 3 shillings accruing to each individual, a fact which proves not only how small is the capital required by this trade, but how terribly limited are the earnings of the poor creatures engaged in it. Next morning, Phil and the old woman were up and out in the streets while the stars were shining coldly in the silver-gray sky. As they passed on their way, the streets were all deserted, and the policeman in his long great coat busy throwing the light of his bull's-eye on the doors and parlor windows as he passed on his rounds, making the panes flicker with the glare as if a jack-a-dandy had been cast on them. On the cab stands, as they went shivering along, they found but 1 or 2 crazy cabs left, the horses dozing with their heads down to their knees, and the drawn-up windows of the vehicle covered with the breath of the driver sleeping inside. Then they encountered the early coffee stall keeper, with his large coffee cans dangling from either end of the yoke across his shoulders, and the red fire shining through the holes in the fire pan beneath like spots of crimson foil. Next, a butcher's light chaise cart rattled past on its way to the early meat markets, with the men huddled in the bottom of the vehicle behind the driver, all with their coat collars turned up, dozing as they drove along. Then some tall and stalwart brewer's drayman walked by, for these men are among the first in the streets. In his dirty drab Flushing jacket, red nightcap, and leather leggings, hastening towards the brewery, whilst here and there they came to a bone grubber in his shiny, grimy tatters, with a lantern in his hand, routing among the precious mud heaps for rich rags and valuable refuse before the scavengers were abroad to disturb them. Strange and almost fearful was the silence of the streets at that hour, so still indeed that Phil could hear the heavy single knock, followed by the shrill cry of some distant chimney sweeper echoing through the desolate thoroughfares as the sooty lad waited at the door and shrieked, "Sweep!" to rouse the sleeping cook-maid. At one house, by the way, there stood a man with dirty boots and loose, disordered hair, as if he had just left some saloon, giving sharp and single loud knocks, then stepping out into the road to look at the bedrooms to see if a light was yet stirring within them. On reaching the market, the shops all around about are shut. The gaslights over the iron grates burn brightly, and every now and then is heard the half-smothered crow of some cock caged in a neighboring shed or bird fancier's back parlor. By slow degrees the street sellers come creeping up in every style of rags, one after another, towards the gates. They shuffle up and down in front of the railings, stamping to warm their feet and rubbing their hands together till they grate like hearthstoning. Some of the boys have brought large hand baskets and carry them with the handles round their neck, so that the basket covers their heads with a wicker hood. Others have their shallows fastened to their back with a strap, the holes at the bottom of some of the baskets having been darned with rope or string, and others being lined with oilcloth or old pieces of sheet tin. One little girl, with the bottom of her gown tattered into a fringe like a blacksmith's apron, stands shivering in a large pair of old drab cloth boots, holding in her blue hands a bent and rusty tea tray. A few poor creatures make friends with the coffee man and are allowed to warm their fingers at the burning charcoal under the can. As the heat strikes into them, they grow sleepy and yawn. Phil and the old crone, with her rags and thin shawl drawn tightly about her, join in the crowd, the boys staring and being stared at by all around. As the church clocks are striking 5, a stout saleswoman, well wrapped in her shawl and cloak, enters the gates, and instantly a man in a wagoner's cap and smock sets to work, arranging the baskets he has brought up to London. One dealer has taken his seat and remains with his hands in the pockets of his gray driving coat. Before him is an open hamper, with a candle fixed in the middle of the bright green cresses, and as the light shines through the wicker sides of the basket, it casts curious patterns on the ground. Now the business commences. The customers come in by twos or threes and walk about looking at the cresses or bending over the hampers, the light tinting their swarthy faces, while they jingle their halfpence and speak coaxingly to the dealer to wheedle him into giving them good bargains. The saleswomen sit with their hands under their apron and their feet in an apple sieve, talking to the loungers whom they call by their names as if they had long known them. Everyone is now pushing about, the children crying as their naked feet are trodden upon, and the women hurrying off with their baskets or shawls filled with cresses, and the bunch of rushes for tying them up dangling from their hands. At one basket, a street seller in an old green cloak has spread out a rusty shawl to receive her bunches, and stands by her daughter in a thin cotton dress, patched like a quilt. "Ah, Mrs. Dowland," asked the saleswoman in a gracious tone, "can you keep yourself warm? It bites the fingers like biling water, it do." At another basket, an old man with long gray hair streaming over a rusty cape is complaining as to how he bought a lot of creases in the other morning of one of the saleswomen and found, when daylight came, they was quite white, so that he only made threepence on his very best day. "Well, Joe, you should always come to those as knows you and treat you well," was the answer. As the morning twilight came on, the pigeons began to fly about and walk upon the more deserted parts of the market. At length the crowd thinned, and none but the very poorest of the cress sellers were left. Many of these had come without money, and while others had their 1 or 2 halfpence tied up carefully in their shawl ends as though they dreaded the loss of their little all. A sickly-looking boy, hardly more than 5 years old, with the bare skin showing in gashes through the rents in his clothes, now crept forward, treading with his blue naked feet as a cat does over wet ground. The wretched child stole up to the saleswoman and said, "Give us a few old creases, Jinny," and the moment after off he ran with a great bundle under his arm. At another stall, an old dame, who from her rags seemed to be beyond the possibility of obtaining credit, was paying for some cresses she had long since been trusted with. "Well, we couldn't lose much by giving credit, sir, if they was all of 'em to keep away," said the saleswoman in answer to a question as to the honesty of the poor frequenting the market. "But they are generally honest and pay back, and even often remind us of trust we have given them and forgotten. Whenever we do lose anything, it's mostly by the very poor ones, though it ain't their fault, poor things, for when they stops away from here, it's either the workhouse or the churchyard that keeps 'em from coming any more." To visit the Farringdon watercress market is the best of all ways indeed to make oneself acquainted with the fortitude, honesty, and perseverance of the poor. These wretched cress sellers belong to a class so terribly poor that temptation must ever haunt them like an evil spirit, and yet they can be trusted without fear of their failing to pay the few pence they owe, even though they hunger for it. It must require, too, no little energy of conscience on the part of the boys and girls frequenting this market to resist the luring advice of those they meet at the low lodging houses. And yet they prefer the early rising, the walk to market with naked feet along the cold stones, the 10 miles walk to earn the few halfpence, and the pinched meal when they are earned, to the thief's or wanton's easier life. Verily, the heroism of the unknown poor is a thing to set the dullest marveling, and in no place in all London is the virtue of the humblest, both young and old, so conspicuous as among the watercress buyers of Farringdon Market. After the street sellers have bought the cresses, they generally take them to some neighboring pump to wet them. This is done to make them look fresh all the morning, and so that the wind shouldn't cause them to flag, for having been packed in a hamper all night, they get dry. Moreover, the hand, or quantity in which they are bought, has to be parceled out into 6 halfpenny bunches. Some do this as they walk along, while others sit in one corner of the market upon the bare stones, with their legs curled up under them and the ground round about green with the leaves they've thrown away. In the summer one may see hundreds of poor things, young and old, sitting thick as crows in a cornfield, tying their bunches up in the market. Many, however, go and sit on the steps of St. Andrew's Church in Holborn, and there make up their stock of green meat into hap'orths. There are crowds of poor little souls to be seen there of a morning between 5 and 6. It was to this spot that young Phil and the old dame who had undertaken to instruct him in the mysteries of the business had betaken themselves. There they were, seated amid a bevy of old and young, all busy tying up their watercresses, and chatting the while to one another over the gossip of the market and the trade. "I didn't see little Mary McDonald this morning," said one. "I suppose her father's gone back to bricklaying again, poor fella. It's a load upon a man having 8 small children to feed, and out of work half his time. Mary's the oldest on 'em, and a very good girl she is to pick up a halfpence." "And I ain't for a long time set eyes on Louisa, as goes along with her," chimed in an old man, who had one side of his face paralyzed. "Perhaps her feet's burst out again. Let's see, she ain't got ne'er a father, has she? She's as fine a gal for 12 as ever I met with." "I remember Louisa's father well," said an old seafaring man. "He was a carpenter by trade. It was he as put me up to this wary crease selling when times was bad, and he was obligated to turn to it hisself." "Did you notice poor Mrs. Saunders a crying this morning?" inquired a sickly-looking girl who had evidently been a maidservant of the woman next her. The parish only buried her husband yesterday, and last night she was turned out of her lodging. Ah, it's a hard upon a woman nearly 70. And so they went on chatting, the only subject they cared to talk about being their miseries. Many complained of their ailments and described their pains and sores as minutely as if they were being cross-examined by a doctor. Sickness was a favorite theme with the aged, and they were evidently trying to outvie each other in picturing the acuteness of their sufferings. One declared he had been told at the dispensary that his case was the worst ever known, and he was quite proud of it. Another made herself famous by stating that she had been sent from the hospital as incurable. Others, determined to take some share in the general conversation, detailed their coughs or the operations they had undergone or the medicines they had taken for this or that disease. With the Hale, the discourse took a different turn and was generally about the days when they were better off. Mechanics, too old for work, moaned and sighed over the times when they could earn their 6 shillings easy. Ruined dressmakers bragged of the number of hands they had once employed, and of the rich ladies for whom they had worked. The eyes of one crook-backed creature brightened again as he boasted of having always lived as the footman in the Fust of Families. And a reduced laundress, throwing up her head with pride, talked of the time when she kept her cart and bought creases instead of selling them. The little children were the only ones who talked about watercresses. With them, good bargains and getting pennies for ha'porths were what they liked best to chat over. If ever the theme was changed, it was to gossip about eating, and then adventures were told of how a big bit of pudding with gravy over it had been procured through a very ingenious method of making somebody buy the stock of cresses at double their price. When Phil, by dint of watching how the little girls twisted the rushes round each farthing bunch, had dressed up his tray as well as he could, he started off on his rounds to make his first attempt at street selling. The lad, who was strong and healthy, startled the old people by the vigorous way in which he went to work, crying, "4 bunches a penny, water creases." "He's got a voice, ain't he?" said a broken-down coster who had lost his own. "Ah, creases'll soon taken out on him," replied a wretched old crone whose trembling hands were transparent as smelts. For the first day or two, Phil only just managed to pick up sufficient halfpence to buy mere bread. At night he slept along with a number of other lads in a half-finished house. Many a time, as he lay on the hard ground, did he long for his soft bed at his old school, and wish that he had never listened to the wild dreams of Billy Fortune. It was a little girl of 8 who first taught Phil the knack of street selling, and how, if he would succeed, he must first force people to buy his green meat. She was herself as clever a little saleswoman as ever made up a farthing bunch, but she was so small and weak that often the boys in the streets, half jealous of her success, would try to drive her from their quarter of the town. Indeed, it was in protecting her that Phil first made her acquaintance. She had asked him whether she might stop by him or even walk after him, for he seemed to her to be the kindest and bravest boy she had ever met with. She was a thin, stunted child with a face white for want of food, and wrinkled where the dimples ought to have been, and she sighed continually as if overwhelmed with trouble. She half frightened Philip by the calm earnestness with which she talked of the bitterest struggles of life, for she made him fancy that he, in his turn, would also have to endure them. This child woman of the world soon saw that Phil was not adept at cress selling. "I say," she cried, when Phil turned away from the shops at the first denial. "I say, you mustn't do that. You see, I'll go and sell 'em a bunch." And to work she went, begging and curtsying, so that at last the coin was given more in pity or to get rid of her than for the sake of her goods. "Hard work to sell Auntie, ain't it?" said Phil to her one day. "Ah, it's nothing to what it is in the middle of winter," was the quick reply of the street baby. "Then people says, 'Take your creases away, they'll freeze our bellies.' I've had then to go so long without eating that I was ill one day in the puddin' shop from the smell of the meat." Phil felt horrified and cried out, "You're always talking in that way, Ellen. It's enough reproach to make a chap quite afeard of you." Then in a reproachful voice he added, "I never yet seen you laughing, why don't you?" "Where's the good of laughing?" she replied. "But don't you never play, nor nothink?" asked the lad. "Yes, sometimes of an evening we has a game of honey pots with the gals in our court, but it don't make me laugh, 'cause going out with the creases tires me." "Well, then why don't you go to bed if you're tired?" remonstrated Phil. "Well, there's mother's room to put to rights," was the answer. "I cleans 2 chairs, and I takes a flannel and scrubbing brush and does the floor." "Oh, but you are killing yourself," insisted the boy. "Oh, no, I ain't," was the calm reply. "It was much worse in the winter, and that ain't killed me, you see." Struggle as Phil would, he could never manage to put by anything out of his daily earnings. It is true he had grown quite an adept at his work, and instead of sleeping under dry arches, could now afford to return to his twopenny room at the lodging house. But he found it difficult to pay for his day's scanty food, and yet not draw upon his little stock money. By dint of entering shops and following old ladies as tea time drew near, he could always get rid of the contents of his tray and so double his fourpence. But twopennyworth of bread doesn't go far with a growing boy, and many a night he had gone to rest as early as the lodging-house keeper would let him, so as to sleep his hunger off, and avoid the temptation of spending the money that Van Diemen Bill had given him. Indeed, it was only fear of the old convict that kept him from breaking into his little bank, and ending his watercress life with a good gorge of hot food. But at last the day did come. It rained when poor Phil trudged early to market with his tray over his head in lieu of an umbrella. The wet seemed to have cast a chill upon all watercress eaters, for though he walked about the entire morning, he had only sold 4 bunches, and that was to a man at a public house, who had drunk himself into a fever. He tried all his old rounds, but everywhere he met with the same answer of, "No, it's too cold today, my boy." When, in the evening, he sat down in a gateway to count his takings, he found that he had only fourpence in his pocket, the same as when he went to market in the morning. Poor Phil's legs were aching with fatigue so severely that he almost fancied the shin bones had given way and were bulging out with the weight of his body. Still, he went to work again, hobbling and shouting out with all his might, and grew so energetic in his endeavors to get rid of his stock that he made tempting offers to all faces looking over parlor blinds, or full-length figures standing at drawing-room windows, or heads seen down areas. He even went so far as to attempt a sale with a footman cleaning some third-floor windows, but the man declined to purchase, shouting back in answer that he always bought his creases wholesale by the ton. Determined not to give in until he was positively forced, Phil crept towards the mews at the back of the squares, hoping that he might be able to tempt the coachmen's wives with large pennyworths. He caught 2 or 3 women taking in for the night the linen that had been drying on the pole over the hayloft door, but though he increased his lot to 5 bunches a halfpenny, still they wouldn't listen to him. One, indeed, did look down to examine the contents of his tin tray, but it was only to abuse them by saying they were turned as black as tea leaves, and he ought to be given in charge for trying to pisen people. For the moment the idea crossed Phil's head that everybody had taken a sudden dislike to him, and was determined to crush him. But he wouldn't allow his courage to give way, but once more crawled back to the streets. He thought he would try what he could do by entering shops, and selecting one where an old lady was stitching behind the counter. He pushed back the door and nearly startled the dame out of her life by the suddenness with which he offered to let her have all his tray contained for the small sum of 3 pence. "Drat the boy!" cried the lady, still panting with her fright. "And what do you think I'm to do with all that green stuff? I ain't a rabbit, am I?" The lad, as it grew late, felt quite spirit-broken. He sat down on a doorstep to rest himself and moan over his ill luck. "Everybody can't have given up eating watercresses all of a sudden," he remarked to himself. "No, it's luck that's agin me and breaking a chap down." And as he, like most street vendors, had grown to be a firm believer in the omnipotence of luck, He felt convinced that he had better give in at once instead of tiring himself to bits and doing no good after all. To make sure that his luck was really so resolutely opposed to his welfare, he took his fourpence out of his pocket and began tossing. He determined that if he won twice out of 3 throws, he would make one more attempt. But if he lost, he would eat the watercresses himself and give over for the day. The trial ended in Phil jumping up with fresh hope in his bosom, and away he trotted, shouting, "Water creases! Fine water creases!" as lustily as if he were making his first morning round. He trudged down Tottenham Court Road and straight through St. Giles up Drury Lane as far as Long Anchor, and yet his tray was not a bunch the lighter. He stopped at every pump to moisten the hanging leaves out of his cresses into the semblance of freshness, but nobody would have anything to do with him or his goods. A kind of disgust for the world and all the watercress eaters in it made Phil come to a sudden standstill at a corner lamp-post, and, as he leaned against it, mutter out, "I wish I had never been born, nor nobody else either." He remained in this position some time, picking off the dead leaves from his little bunches, and ruminating on the enormous drawbacks there were against the chances of earning a comfortable independence by selling watercresses, when, on raising his eyes and looking about him, he observed a crowd gathered round a shop window on the other side of the way. The window panes were covered with a mist that almost made them seem like ground glass, but the mob appeared to be very much interested in something that was going on within, and Phil, like a boy, in a moment, forgot his sorrows in his curiosity, and crossing over, made one of the lookers on. It was a cook shop, not a fashionable eating house where there are separate rooms for ladies, where dead game and magnificent uncooked joints of the finest meat are tastefully arranged before the wire blind in the window, nor was there a bill of fare framed and glazed at the doorpost, with the dishes of the day written in a bold round hand. No, it was a cook shop, with the long window board lined with pewter, in which wells had been sunk like small baths to receive the puddles of gravy in which joints of meat were perpetually steaming. There, anybody who had twopence in his pocket could boldly purchase cooked flesh, only, instead of receiving it in a plate, it was handed to him in a piece of old newspaper, thereby combining intellectual enjoyments with animal indulgences, for the possessor, having eaten his dinner, might afterward peruse a few of the events that happened the week before last. Behind the counter of this shop stood the cook himself, a sodden-looking man with a face like a washerwoman's hand. Philip gazed on him with admiration, as in his suit of white linen he turned from joint to joint, brandishing a carving knife, long and elastic as a harlequin's wand, and whipping off a half-moon slice from this leg, or whisking out a clever morsel from that shoulder. There was a pagoda of boiled beef composed of some 20 pieces, pegged into a pile with a metal skewer till it reminded one of a file of receipted bills. There were legs of pork from which the crackling was slowly barking off, peeling away with long steaming like the jacket of an overboiled potato. And there were legs of mutton with the sides scooped out, like the shape of a lady's collar, and from them all rose a dense steam, like that of a fire made with green wood, which condensed on the windows, ceilings, and walls of the shop, and then trickled in snake-like rivulets towards the floor again. Such sights as a cook-shop window may seem very sickening to those who have dinner always ready for them at 6 o'clock, but to poor Phil, who was so hungry with his 16 hours fast that he had been forced to drink cold water to allay the cramps in his stomach, the reeking steam that came up through the aerial railings and curled out at the entrance door carried with it an odor which was perfume in his nostrils. The worst of it was that this smell of meat brought back again the longing for food, which he thought he had drowned at the pumps, and the terrible hunger cramps again began to lay hold of his stomach, grasping it like a hand. He felt in his pocket and commenced turning over mechanically the fourpence, which was all he possessed in the world. "I mustn't have anything," he said to himself, "but I'll look at the meat, and perhaps the smell will make me feel sick, and then I shall be all right." He watched everybody that entered. He saw one man buy a plateful of scraps of meat, which, after they were shot into his handkerchief, he commenced eating, whilst his change was being counted out. Another, a boy, bought some fried potatoes, and held them in the hollow of his hands, which he shaped like a basin, and eat from as a horse would. Then poor Phil examined all the hot joints, one after another. There are some people eat meat like this every day, he couldn't help thinking with envy. Presently, one of the women servants in the shop hurried from the back, carrying before her an immense iron tray filled with smoking pudding, which she placed on the window board. This pudding Phil instantly recognized as being what lads call plum duff. The appearance of this favorite delicacy created an immense sensation among the crowd outside. It was brown as varnished oak and divided into large squares like a sample of tile work. Several of the youths near Phil were struck with the size of the pieces and openly expressed their approbation of the proprietor's liberality. "Ain't they big uns?" observed one boy. "And thick uns, too," he added after taking another look. "With gravy it is just prime," remarked another, "and wonderful filling at the price." The rush which was made for this tempting pudding swept away all Phil's reserves to be prudent. He could not resist the temptation, but gently yielding himself a prisoner to plum duff, he was soon struggling among the mob at the counter, calling out as loud as the others, "Me, master, I was first, please." What are 6 inches square of savouring pudding to a lad who was up at 4 and did not breakfast? A pair of gloves in a carpet bag, a baby in a railway carriage, a horse in a common. When Phil had devoured his portion, he stood still for a while and watched those who were still munching. The sight was too much for him and cost him another penny. When he had eaten that to the last crumb, it had almost the same effect upon him as drink, and made him feel merry, and think what a silly fellow he had been to feel so cut up at his bad day's work, and nearly break his heart with disappointment when, after all, his only misery was that he wanted something to eat. It struck him that the best friend he had met with that day was Plum Duff, and determined not to part with so encouraging a companion until he was forced, he continued crossing the threshold of the cook shop until his fourpence was spent. When the boy had finished his feast, he gave up his place on the steaming railings to those pushing behind him, and retired once more to the lamp-post over the way to digest his food and think upon what he was to do. His stock money was gone, and it was useless to think about any more watercress selling. He had run through his little fortune, got rid of all his property like a nobleman, by feasting, and now he must begin the world again. By the way in which he continued repeating inwardly to himself, "It can't be helped, it was no fault of mine," it would almost seem that Phil's mind was divided against itself, and that while one half was accusing him of extravagance, the other had undertaken his defense. He looked at the few watercresses that remained on his tray. They had swollen and turned soft, so he leisurely tossed them, bunch after bunch, into the gutter. His greatest fear was lest Van Diemen Bill should by any means become acquainted with his banqueting excesses. "He said he'd break my neck if I played him false, and I know he'd do it too," thought Phil. "Of course he'd never believe it was no fault of mine." To avoid the possibility of ever meeting with the eccentric patron, he determined upon retiring for a short time from all kinds of street life that would be likely to bring him in contact with the old convict's powerful arm. Where was he to sleep that night? He couldn't pay for a night's lodging, and he knew nobody who could shelter him till morning. But lads turned loose in the street are seldom, when the nights are warm, at a loss for some corner in which to double themselves up and sleep. Like a dog that had strayed from its master, Phil, when it grew late, sauntered along, examining every place that he thought would make a convenient temporary bedstead. By good fortune he wandered into a stable yard and found a cart half filled with hay. He soon jumped into it, and placing his old watercress tray under his head by way of pillow, he was in a few minutes sleeping as soundly as if he rested on the softest feathers ever made into a bed. and dreaming that he was back again at his old school, walking round the playground arm in arm with Ned Purchase. End of section 12. Section 13 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 3 of Book the Second, Childhood in the Streets, Catenwheeling and Head Over Heels. The next morning, Phil was roused from his sleep by a severe jolting, and on rubbing his eyes, he found to his alarm that his bedstead was moving. He had so completely covered himself with hay that when the men had put the horse to, they had not perceived the youngster. Like a stupid fellow, Phil, in his surprise, gave a cry, which made the man at the horse's head turn round. "What are you doing here?" inquired the driver, throwing in such a big oath at the end of the sentence that the boy instantly tried to scramble over the cart's side and be off. But the man seized him by the arm before he could reach the ground. "I thought there was no harm in sleeping on the hay," stammered Phil. "And how do you think cows is going to eat hay after you've been a-flattening of it? Do you think they likes their victuals warmed up?" Phil thought it better, instead of answering, to begin to whimper, but it didn't help him much, for the carter, before he released his hold, gave him a couple of smart whacks with his whip handle, which made the shoulders burn as if they had been branded. As the lad was scampering off, he suddenly remembered that he had left his tray behind him. "It was worth twopence," he said to himself, and then he began to calculate which was better, to try and recover his property and run the risk of another thrashing, or to keep his body sound and lose the money. As his shoulders were still smarting, he preferred letting his pocket suffer instead of his back. For 4 hours Phil wandered about the streets, scarcely knowing what to do to pass the time, for all the shops were closed and there was nobody stirring. He leant against the posts one after another and whistled all the tunes he knew. When the shop boys began to take the shutters down, he found a great relief in examining the interior of the various establishments, and by his steady staring greatly annoyed some ladies at an outfitting warehouse, who all the time they were dressing up the window felt persuaded that he was a young thief, watching for an opportunity to burst into the shop and carry off a good armful of the best fancy articles of wearing apparel. By and by, he earned a slice of bread and butter by assisting a sleepy-looking lad to polish the brass nameplates and ornaments that embellished the front of a chemist's establishment. The sleepy boy made the first advances by calling out, "I say, you there, do you want a job?" It being entirely a matter of business, Phil answered, "What will you give us?" The heavy-eyed employer suggested that some of his master's rose drops would be a fair price for a fair morning's work, but Phil, having his suspicions of Dr. Sweetstuff, suggested a more solid kind of food as his remuneration, and the terms being accepted, he in a very short time frictioned up the dull brass till it shone like ormolu. It struck Phil that Trafalgar Square would be a nice airy spot for him to rest in whilst taking his morning's meal. It was close at hand, too, so that he needn't keep his breakfast waiting long. Observing one or two gentlemen in difficulties who were performing their morning's ablutions at the fountains, Phil determined upon imitating them, and having cleared away with his hand the film of soot and grease floating on the surface of the water, he made a clear place and ducked his head in and out till he was out of breath. After wiping his face and his cap, the boy chose for himself a granite post which the sun had warmed, and jumping onto its broad, round top, attacked his bread and butter with determination, biting out pieces as big as pigeonholes. When breakfast was over, finding his seat rather hard, he shifted his position to the railings round the statue of Charles I at Charing Cross, and with the sun shining full upon him, he gazed upon the world as calmly as if he had been in an armchair at a first-floor window. There was an old crossing sweeper working at the mud and clearing a path across the broad road by the statue, and as there were very few persons to stare at, Phil amused himself by watching him. He was a fat-nosed man with a forehead so filled with dirty wrinkles that the dark waved lines resembled the grain of oak. His costume was of what might be called the all-sorts kind, and from constant wear it had lost its original color and had turned into a species of dirty green-gray hue. He seemed to have a passion for buttons, for his waistcoat was held together by a variety in glass, metal, and bone. He wore a turned-down collar over his coat, which was a dress one, long past its evening party days, and faded into an iron mold color. It fitted so marvelously tight that the stitches were stretching open like wickerwork. But the most singular portion of his toilet were his boots. They were so much too long for him that the portion beyond the toes had flattened down and turned up like a Turkish slipper, whilst the heel was worn into a wedge shape which made the foot rest sideways like a boat upon the shore. When the sweeper saw that Phil was watching him, he seemed to grow uneasy, for he several times stopped in his work to wipe his face with a piece of old flannel and stare back again. At last he advanced toward the boy. "You must have a wery handsome independence, my lively young cock salmon," he said, "for to spend the bloom of your days observing human nature." Phil didn't answer him, for he was busy watching the old fellow's exposed throat. It was brick red, and the flesh, from age, had contracted over the muscles and windpipe, so that each time he swallowed, the whole of the throat seemed to move as the tight skin was drawn over the dents and ridges of the cartilage beneath. The crossing sweeper, angry at meeting with no reply, continued. "You seems to have grown saucy since you came into your property. I can tell you what, my little spring radish, you was bound apprentice to laziness, and now you're out of your time. Do nothing is your trade, you lazy young warmint." "I ain't lazy," mildly answered Phil. "I ain't got no work, worse luck. I'll help you if you like." This offer so startled the old crossing sweeper that he rubbed his unshorn chin, on which the bristles stood up like the brass pegs on the barrel of a music box. It made a noise like stroking a hairbrush, and the sound appeared to soothe him. "Here, let's see what you're made on," he said after a time. "Whether you're real solid flesh and blood, or mere spurious imitation and counterfeits. Take this broom, and let's see how you can polish off this side the stady," and he pointed to the unswept portion of the road. Phil set to work in a minute, thinking he was to have a penny for the job. The old man leant against the railings and criticized his labors, at the same time instructing the youth whenever he saw the occasion. "Take your sweeps longer and firmer, and give more play to your elbows, that's it. Send the mud off your broom with a jerk. The mud's as stiff and sticky as batter pudding and requires heartfulness. Very pretty. Don't grind the broom down so uncommon wicious, or you'll have all them twigs worn down to stumps as quick as hair cuttin'. Never mind getting hot, it saves firin', and a moist skin is wholesomest. What are you about? Can't you see where you're going? Keep the line, my lad, as straight and regular as Virtue's path. That's the way to be happy and get happence." When Phil had made the crossings as smooth and regular as a oilcloth passage, to use his professional friend's words, he was summoned back to the statue, and both sat down against the railing. "I'm agreeably disappointed in you," said the old fellow. "I'm uncommon pleased with your conduct. My name is Stumpy." Phil exclaimed, "Oh," and, now he knew what to call him, once more examined Mr. Stumpy minutely, as if he were a curiosity. Feeling that a similar confidence was expected of him, he also told his name. Philip ain't such a nice name as Thomas, said Mr. Stumpy thoughtfully. I once knowed a Philip as was born without toes to his feet. I wish you'd been a Thomas. Phil tried to look as if he also was aware of the invaluable blessing he had lost. Yes, continued Stumpy, Thomas is more of a poetry name than yourn, and betterer to rhyme with, and consequently a sweeter name. But never mind, Philip. We all has our trials, and wery lucky is those as is acquitted not guilty. Discharge the prisoner. This little moral reflection cast a gloom on the conversation, to dispel which Phil asked whether Mr. Stumpy thought there was just then an opening in life for a youth who had his heart set upon becoming a crossing sweeper. Well, Philip, you certainly have got gifts and qualities, and the way you handled your broom just now give hopes of wery flattering promise, began Mr. Stumpy in an affecting voice. But, bless you, sweeping ain't nothing to what it were. The only advantage it have, as I can call mention, is the remarkable small amount as is required to set up shop. How much money have you got, Philip? Poor Phil, half ashamed of himself, confessed he hadn't a farthing. Mr. Stumpy seemed quite startled at the reply. For a few seconds his speech failed him. At last, with an effort, he said in a saddened tone, Either your imperence or your pluck is wonderful frothy, Philip. If you've no money, where's your broom to come from? How do you expect to sweep? Air you to do it with a duster, or with your hands, scoop-wise? Or does you expects brooms grows from seed, like cabbage and other stocky vegetables? But if I had a broom, ventured Phil. Philip, your notions is over-exacted, continued Stumpy. You're a good boy, with clean dispositions, which I saw you slicing yourself like a pigeon in the Fontings not an hour since, though you didn't use my washing basin. That there is my dressing apartment, he added, pointing to one of the fountains, and if the Board of Works was to provide jack towels and the loan of a hairbrush, it'd be the most convenientest in the universe. Seeing Mr. Stumpy had wandered away from the subject, Philip gently led him back again to crossing sweeping. It's a hard life, and not much of a living for anybody, answered the old man. As you ain't a hincome tax collector, I don't mind telling you I took 1 and 8 yesterday, and that's an uncommon good take, too. I feel in a way obligated to help you for your morning's job, so I'll give you a trial. You shall have my crossing whilst I'm at dinner, which is an hour, and I'll lend you my broom, and all you can yarn you may keep. Oh, thank you, cried Phil. And mind this here, Philip, continued Mr. Stumpy. If you don't press the people, you won't get nothing. They'll all say they ain't got no coppers, but don't believe it and stick to 'em. If you can cry easy, it's a very good help. The women is the shabbiest. They always uses the best of places and gives the least. But stick to 'em all the same. And say your mother's took bad or something affecting. The only place you has women is on the feelings. Say mother's queer and the baby dying of thirst, and that may fetch a halfpenny. Mr. Stumpy continued to give his pupil all the advice he could, until the business of the day commenced, and called the professional gentleman away to his labors. Having cautioned Philip to watch him narrowly, he took up his station on the other side of the road. Philip watched Mr. Stumpy's conduct minutely, but for the life of him he could discover no very great display of art in the manner in which he obtained his money. The old man took up his stand on the other side of the road, and all he appeared to do was to touch his hat whenever anybody passed. It struck the lad that it was one of the easiest methods of earning a living that he had ever witnessed. Mr. Stumpy, when the time came for him to go to dinner, made, as he handed up his broom, a point of asking Phil whether he had observed the art with which he had coaxed this old gentleman or wheedled that old lady, or frowned at the young children. But although Phil expressed great admiration of the sweeper's tact, yet he could not remember witnessing it. Just as Mr. Stumpy was about to hobble off to the public house where he took his meals, a boy came running up, shouting out, I say, old Stumpy, I'll give you a penny for your crossing whilst you're feeding. But despite the offer, the old man remained true to his word, and answering, "You're too late, Jim," left Phil as his true and lawful representative during his absence. When Jim found his bid was refused, he eyed Phil savagely. "How much did you pay him?" he asked. "I didn't pay him nothing. He give it to me," replied Phil. But Jim evidently had a poor opinion of old Stumpy's generosity, for he exclaimed, "None of your lies, don't try to come cramming off me," and sat down to nurse between his legs an old broom with a worn-out stump, which had been worked as round as a ball. Jim was a good-looking lad with large eyes, whose whites shone out with extra brilliance on account of his face being a light slate color with dirt. His hands were so black from want of washing that anybody might with reason have imagined that he had been walnut peeling and stained them brown with the juice. His costume was light and easy, consisting of a blackened shirt with so many rents in it that the only wonder was how he knew which one his head was to go through, and a pair of trousers as full of slits as a flycatcher, so that they formed a kind of network through which the flesh was seen. This young gentleman, with his legs curled up under him like a cat's, sat watching Phil, who, imitating Stumpy, had taken up his stand near the pavement, and was touching his cap to everybody. But the passengers passed by without giving anything, and Jim rolled about like a plaster tumbler, laughing with delight at the failure his rival Phil had made. At last he seemed to take pity on the misfortunes of the novice, for he crossed over the road, and, tapping him on the shoulder, said, "It's easy to see you ain't been up to this game long. Why, you ain't no good at all." "I don't know why they won't give me anythink," stammered the downcast Phil. "If you likes to go halves, I'll help you," offered Jim. Phil was only too pleased to accept the proposal, for it struck him he might learn a few of the tricks of the calling more easily from one of his own age. Directly Jim had fetched his broom, he went to work. His whole nature seemed to have altered in a moment. As soon as anybody set foot on the crossing, Jim was at them, grinning and looking up in the face as he ran before the passenger, sweeping away with savage industry, as if he took a special care in the person's boots. He moaned and begged and prayed, and rolled his big eyes about too, in so extraordinary a style that if they had been worked by clockwork and made on purpose, they could not have shown more of the whites. Then sometimes he held out the dirty stuff bag he called a cap, and exposed to view a crop of hair that had matted itself into so many tufts as if they were paint-brushes, or else he ran on pulling at his forelock as if pecking at it with his hand, as a bird does at a hard crust. And all the time, too, that he was doing these things, he was whining out half coaxingly, "Give poor little Jack a copper, your honor, a little copper for poor little Jack." Phil watched his companion for a few moments, and then, imitating him as well as he could, commenced the same kind of play. His success was astonishing. He was a pretty boy, and the excitement gave him a fresh color, which had a wonderful effect upon the ladies. His being decently clothed was also rather in his favor, for one old lady even went so far as to say he was a good boy to keep himself so decent and make so good an appearance as he did. By the time Stumpy came back, the boys had done excessively well. They sat down to share the proceeds. "I've taken fippence," said Phil, "and here's your tuppence. Halfpenny, how much did you get?" "Only tuppence, on my oath," said Jim coolly, though he knew very well that every farthing of the fourpence in his pocket had been earned on that very crossing. "I thought I saw you take more than that," said Phil, for it struck him that Mr. Jim's offering to take his oath, even before he was accused, sounded very suspicious. "Search me if you like," cried Mr. Jim, at the same time slipping the other tuppence into a hole in his sleeve. When Mr. Stumpy heard of the success of his protege, he felt a little envious, but was nevertheless highly pleased. "You and Jim had better stick together," suggested the old man. "He is a pushing lad and full of derwices. He knows so many dodges that if the Bank of England was to buy him at 4 a penny, it'd be smashed up before he sold him half." Phil and Jim walked away together. You want a broom, don't you? Asked Jim, cunningly. I'll sell you mine for 3 arpies. It was a worn-out stump, only worth burning, but stupid Phil paid the money. I say, said Jim, when they had walked a little farther on, I wish you'd lend me your waistcoat. I'm so jolly cold, and you've got a coat. Simple Phil thought the request very reasonable and granted it, but he never got the garment back again. When they had reached St. Martin's Church, they sat down on the steps, and the new friend began to advise Phil as to what he could in future be expected to do. I works in a gang, says Jim, and we has all the crossings from here right up to Waterloo Place. Jack Drake, as we calls the Duck, is our captain, and we've made Teddy Flight our king because he's the best tumbler of the lot of us. When I takes you onto the crossing, they'll try to pitch into you, but you mustn't mind that, and I'll stick up for you. Hit 'em hard. You don't mind being La Route, do you? Not that I know of, answered Phil so readily that he gave Jim the impression that, on the contrary, he was rather partial to the amusement. And I say there's something else, added Jim. What's that? Asked Phil, trembling lest the difficulty should be insurmountable, for he had set his heart upon crossing sweeping. You know you must give me 1/3 of all you take, or I shan't have nothing to do with you, stipulated the blackguard little usurer. All preliminaries being agreed to, the couple moved forward to join the gang. It so happened that they were just then working the crossing between the Lowther Arcade and the passage by the side of St. Martin's churchyard. The moment Phil, carrying his broom, was seen by the young rogues, a shout was raised of, "Here's a fresh un, here's a Greek!" and they all gathered round him, holding their handles as if they meant a fight. "Are you going to sweep here?" asked a very little fellow in a very pert tone. "All right, Teddy," put in Jim. "He's one of the right sort, a friend of mine." Teddy didn't seem to think it was all right, for he answered, "There's too many of us by a long sight, and it won't do." And as if to show that he meant what he said, he hit poor Phil over the head with his broom and ran off. All the boys called out, "Where's the Duck? Where's Jack Drake?" A kind of fight had commenced when Jack made his appearance. A mob, too, had begun to collect, and a policeman was seen approaching in the distance. Under these circumstances, the first thing Mr. Drake did was to shout out, "What are you making a row for?" The next was to order an adjournment to the jury house, by which important name the steps of St. Martin's Church were distinguished by the band. On the way to the jury house, Jim whispered in the captain's ear that the newcomer was willing to pay his footing to the amount of 2pence, a statement which seemed to please the Duck, for he smiled and winked. The king, as Master Teddy Flight was called by his companions, was a small-featured boy about as tall as a mantelpiece, and with a pair of gray eyes that were as bright and twinkling as chandelier drops, and moved about suddenly and quickly as mice. He was clothed in a style of comparative magnificence befitting his title, having on a kind of dirt-colored shooting jacket of tweed, the edges of which were quickly fraying into a kind of cobweb trimming at the edges. His Royal Highness's trousers were rather faulty, for at both knees there was a pink wrinkled dot of flesh, and the length of the pants was too great for His Majesty's short legs, so that they had been rolled up like a washerwoman's sleeves, making a thick roll about the feet, which, though wonderfully small, required a good deal of washing to render them attractive, and set off their beauty of formation. In the course of that day, Philip had many opportunities of witnessing His Majesty's wondrous tumbling powers. He would bend his little legs as round as the long German sausages in the ham and beef shops, and when he turned head over heels, he curled up his tiny and august body as closely as a woodlouse, and then rolled along, wabbling over like an egg. On the other hand, the Duck, or to give him his proper rank, Captain Jack Drake, was a big boy, with a face devoid of the slightest expression, until he laughed, when the cheeks, mouth, and forehead instantly became crumpled up with a wonderful quantity of lines and dimples. His hair was cut short and stood up in all directions, like the bristles of a hearth broom, and was of a light dust tint, matching with the hue of his complexion, which also, from neglecting to wash himself, had turned to a decided drab, or what house painters term a stone color. He had lost 2 of his big front teeth, which caused his speech to be rather thick, though it enabled him to be an expert whistler, which also allowed the tongue, as he talked, to appear through the opening in a round knob like a raspberry. Captain Drake's regimentals were in shocking condition. He had no coat, and his blue-striped shirt was as dirty as a French polisher's rags, and so tattered that the shoulder was completely bare, and the sleeve hung down over the hand like a big bag. Of course he had no shoes on, and his black trousers, which were, with grease, gradually assuming a dull leathery look, were fastened over one shoulder by means of a brace composed of bits of string. The solemn conclave at the jury house ended in an uproar which required all the influence of the duck to quell, and nearly ended in the king himself throwing up the broom of office and resigning his throne. But Jim, by mortgaging Phil's future earnings to the amount of 9 pence, at length succeeded in satisfying all parties. The knowing Jim, having already had some experience in Phil's success, took him with him to a crossing by themselves. And he was right, too, for they both did so well that by 9 o'clock they had made 1 shilling 3 each. They might have earned more, only it came on to rain, so Jim said he should knock off for the night. "We in general goes up to the Haymarket and tumbles and begs about there till 2 or 3 in the morning," said Jim. "But it would be no go tonight in the rain, so I shan't bother with it. I'll take you tomorrow instead." Whilst going home, Jim showed Phil the shops where he usually bought his eatables. "I shall buy a pound of bread," said Jim, "because I've done pretty tidy. That's Tumpet's fardin, best seconds, and a fardin's worth of dripping. That's enough for a pound of bread, and a ha'porth of tea, and a ha'porth of brown sugar. We've got cups and saucers where we lodge." "Don't you ever eat meat?" asked Phil, who was fond of it. "Yes, once or twice a week we get meat," answered Jim. "We club together and go into Newgate Market and get some prime pieces cheap and boils them at home. We tosses up who shall have the biggest bit, and we divide the broth a cupful each till it's lasted out." "I say, where shall I sleep? I haven't got e'er a place," said Phil, whom these pleasing visions of Jim's home had roused to a sense of his destitution. "Haven't got a crib," answered the crossing sweeper. "You'd better come along with us. It's only 3 a night, and there's a stunning nice flock bed where 4 on us can sleep easy and comfortable, and the covering is so warm it makes a cove steam in no time. Besides, it's betterer than a regular lodging house, for if you want a knife or a cup, you don't have to leave nothing on it till it's returned." The 2 boys started off for Drury Lane, and entered one of the narrow streets which branch off from that long thoroughfare like the side bones of a fish's spine. It was one of those streets which, were it not for the paved cartway, would be called a court. On the night in question, the drizzling rain had driven all the inmates indoors, but its appearance in the daytime when the sun is shining is very different. Then, at each side of the entrance in Drury Lane, is seated a coster woman with her basket before her, and her legs tucked up mysteriously under her gown into a round ball. They both remain as inanimate as if they were a couple of carved trade signs, placed there to show that costermongers dwell in the street, and it is only when a passenger passes that they give any signs of life, by calling out in a low voice, like talking to themselves, "2 for 3 harpence herons and 4 honeyons." This street is like the descriptions travelers have given of thoroughfares in the East. Opposite neighbors cannot exactly shake hands out of the windows, but they can chat together very comfortably, and indeed all day long women are seen with their arms folded up like cat's paws, leaning from the casements and conversing with their friends over the way. Nearly all the inhabitants are costermongers, and the narrow cartway seems to have been made just wide enough for a truck to wheel down it. The owners of a beer shop and a general store, with a couple of sweeps, whose residences are distinguished by a broom over the door, seem to form the only exceptions from the street vendors who inhabit the court. On entering the place, it gives you the notion of belonging to a distinct colony, or as if it formed one large home or private residence, for everybody seems to be doing just what he or she likes, and the way in which any stranger who passes is stared at proves that he is considered in the light of an intruder. Women squat on the pavement knitting and repairing their linen. The doorways are blocked up with bonnetless girls who wear their shawls over their heads, as Spanish women do their mantillas. And the coster youths, in their suits of corduroy ornamented with brass buttons, are chatting with the maidens, and loll against the house walls as they smoke their pipes, blocking up the pavement with no more ado than if they were in a private garden. Little children find that the curbstone makes a convenient seat, and parties of men seat themselves on the footway and play with cards which have been thumbed to the color of brown paper, making the points they gain with chalk upon the flagstones. The parlor windows, which look into the street, have all of them wooden shutters as thick and clumsy as the flaps to a kitchen table, and the paint is turned to the dull color of a greased slate. Some of these shutters are evidently never used as a security for the dwelling, but only as a table upon which to chalk the accounts of the day's street sale. Before some of the doors are costermongers' trucks, some standing ready to be wheeled off, others just brought home, stained and muddy with the morning's work. A few costers are seen dressing up their barrows, arranging the sieves of waxy-looking potatoes, others taking the stiff herrings, brined like a meerschaum with the smoke they were dried in, from the barrels that look as clean as a captain's biscuit, and spacing the fish out in pen'orths on their trays. You can almost tell what each costermonger is out selling that day by the heap of refuse swept into the road before the door. At one place is a mound of blue mussel shells. At another, a pile of the outer leaves of broccoli and cabbages turning yellow and slimy with bruises and moisture. Hanging up beside some of the doors are bundles of strawberry pottles, stained red with the fruit, and their pointed ends sticking out in all directions like the rays of a monster compass. Over the trapdoors to the cellars are piles of the market gardener's sieve baskets, all ruddled like a sheep's back with big red and blue letters. In fact, everything that meets the eye seems to be in some way connected with the coster's trade. From the upper windows, poles stretch out across the court on which blankets, petticoats, and linen are drying, and so numerous are these poles that they remind one of the flags hung out at a Paris fete. Many of the sheets have patches as big as trapdoors let into their centers, and the blankets are, some of them, as full of holes as a pigeon house. Rows are very frequent in such a court. The first day Phil passed at his new residence, he had the opportunity of witnessing one. He couldn't tell how it began. All he saw was a lady whose hair wanted brushing, leaning out of a first-floor window and haranguing a crowd beneath, throwing her arms about her as if she was struggling in the water, and in her excitement nearly pitching her body halfway out of her temporary rostrum, with the same energy as that with which Punch is made to jerk himself over his theater. "He dragged her," she shouted, "by the hair of her head for at least 10 yards into the court, the villain, and then he kicked her, and I see the blood on his boot. Oh, you murdering hound, you villain!" She shook her fist at a sweep, as black as a fly, who had been behaving in this cowardly way to some poor creature. Still, the man had his defenders in the women around him. One with very shiny hair and an Indian handkerchief around her neck answered the lady in the window, calling her a damned old cat, whilst the sweep's wife rushed about clapping her hands together as quickly as if she were applauding at a theater, and calling somebody an old vagabond, as she wouldn't dirty her hands to fight. This row had the effect of drawing all the dwellers in the court to their windows, many of whom inquired, "What's up with old Parkers?" Their heads popped out as suddenly as dogs from their kennels in a fancier's yard. When the two lads reached the door of the house where the gang lived, Jim stopped suddenly to say to Phil, "Don't mind what old Mother Donovan says to you. We calls her Mother Do-Nuffin. She's not a bad sort when she isn't drunk. And I say, don't pay her if she's lushy, 'cause she's sure to forget all about it in the morning and want you to pay again." With this admonition, Phil stumbled after his companion up some stairs, which, in the dark, seemed to him to be all wedge-shaped and to be continually twisting round. At last Jim stopped and opened a door. As he entered the room he cried out, "Mother, I'm always doing you a good turn here. I've brought you a new lodger." "If he's got threepence, he's entirely welcome," answered a shaky voice from inside. So Phil, having that sum, stepped boldly forward and presented himself to his landlady. She was dressed in a linen jacket which joined onto a short petticoat, and as her naked feet and a considerable portion of the legs were visible, she had something the appearance of a bathing woman. She wore a frilled nightcap, which, from her having no hair, fitted her head as tight as a bladder. "You're a nice-looking boy enough," she said, eyeing Phil. "I hope you'll behave yourself and pay your rent regular and not follow the example of the duck, who never has a penny in his dirty pocket." If she was pleased with Phil's looks, he was rather startled by hers, for one of her eyes was slowly recovering from a blow, and her lip, too, was cut and swollen. "Is it my eye you're looking at, child?" she said, noticing his surprise. "It was a dirty blackguard gave it to me, and turned it as blue as a mussel." The room was scarcely larger than a larder, and the ceiling was so low that a fly-paper suspended from a clothesline was on a level with the head and had to be carefully avoided when moving about. One corner was completely filled up with a big four-post bedstead, which fitted into a kind of recess as perfectly as if it had been built to order. There were two forms lying asleep in this bed, and by a round, fair arm, put out to pull up the coverlid, they were evidently women. The old landlady had endeavored to give the dwelling a homely look of comfort by hanging about the walls little black framed pictures, scarcely bigger than pocketbooks. Most of them were sacred subjects, principally of saints, with large yellow glories round their heads as big as straw hats, though between the drawings of two apostles undergoing their martyrdom was an illustration of a red-waistcoated jolly sailor smoking his pipe, and the adoration of shepherds, ingeniously colored in red, blue, and yellow, was matched on the other side of the fireplace by a portrait of Daniel O'Connell in a gorgeous cloak. The chest of drawers was covered over with a green baize cloth, on which books, shelves, and clean glasses were tidily set out. The first thing Jim did on entering was to wash his muddy feet. Whilst he was doing this, Phil whispered to him, "We don't all sleep in that bed, do we?" "Of course not," answered Jim. "Our place is in the next room, a first-rate turnout." They had scarcely been home 10 minutes before another of the boys made his appearance. It was one that Phil had never seen before. Mike was a short, stout-set youth with a face like an old man's, for the features were hard and defined, and the hollows had got filled up with dirt, like a wood carving. This youth wore a man's coat, which made him look all body, for the waist reached to his knees. His hair, too, was very peculiar, for it spread out from the crown like a tuft of grass where a rabbit has been squatting. The boy's countenance was so dirty that Mother Do-Nuffin roared out in horror when she saw him. The rain had beat in his face, and he had rubbed it with his muddy hands until it was marbled like a copybook cover with circles, streaks, and dots. "You ought to be ashamed of yourself, Mike, and that's gospel truth, not to go and sluice the muck off yourself. Instead of washing like a Christian, you've been larking with them girls over the way." A voice under the bedclothes cried out, "Yes, I seed him along with them, going on with their pranks." Mike laughed feebly and replied, "I can't get this here off without a drop of hot water." But the old lady indignantly silenced him by screaming out, "And haven't you had time to heat gallons by this time?" About 11 o'clock, the remainder of the gang returned home, wet through and tired out. The moment the old woman saw the duck, She began to attack him. "Where's the rent you owe, Mr. Drake? I know you've got money, so cash up." "Ah, you are hard upon the chap," pleaded the duck. "It's the candid truth I'm telling when I say I can't tell you the last shilling I handled." "For shame on you, Drake, for shame on you," cried the old landlady. "Now, didn't you make 6 shillings last week? Now, spake Bible truth, didn't you?" "What? 6 shillings?" cried the duck. "6 shillings? It would make a bright youth of me." And he looked up to the ceiling and shook his hands. "Why, I never heard of such a sum. I did once see a half-a-crown, but I don't know as I ever touched one." "Then," roared the old lady, "it's because you're idle, Drake, and don't study when you're on the crossing, but lets the people go by without ever a word. That's what it is." The duck, who made more money than anyone else in the gang, pretended to feel the truth of the reproach and said with a sigh, "I knows I am fickle-minded." "Look at Teddy Flight," continued the dame. "He's not a quarter your size, Drake, and yet he brings home his 18 pence regular. I blush for you, Drake. You're disgracing the world by living in it and never paying a penny of the rent all the time." To escape being scolded, the duck retired to rest and was speedily followed by the others. The bedroom was merely an empty apartment with a big mattress on the floor. They remained talking for some time before they went to sleep, and the conversation, for the sake of Phil, turned upon the science of throwing cartwheels, or caten-wheeling as they termed it, coupled with the art of turning head over heels. "I was the first as ever did caten-wheeling on a crossing," said the duck proudly, "and I learnt the others to do it. That's why I was made captain, because I was the best tumbler." "Ah, Teddy Flight is the one to tumble, though," cried Jim. "Go along the streets like any think he can. Ah, to see him and the duck have a race, it's just beautiful. Any way they goes, but Teddy leaves him a mile behind in less than no time." The duck said humbly, "I called Teddy the king of tumblers, the king, and I'm captain, yet I learned him. I'd give all my health and strength to that little feller if I could. I'm that proud of him." "Does it hurt, tumbling?" asked Phil. Mike, who was taking lessons in the art, broke in. "Hurt? I believe you. It makes the blood come to the head and sets all things about a turning, and don't it tire you too, that's all. Only try it." Phil had already made up his mind to do so. End of section 13. Section 14 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 4 of Book the Second, Childhood in the Streets. On the Crossing. Philip Merton is a crossing sweeper, a most accomplished and successful crossing sweeper. He has ended his apprenticeship and thoroughly learned his business. He no longer pays blackmail to the usurious Jim, nor lends halfpence that are never to be returned to Captain Drake. Neither does he trouble himself about discharging the taxes so whimsically imposed by that most free and easy monarch, King Teddy Flight the First. If he chose, he could depose that upstart sovereign, or cause the gallant duck to be degraded to the ranks, for Phil has such luck on the crossing that the half-dozen little rips who compose this muddy band are envious of his success, and treat him with the greatest respect. Phil has only to raise the broom of rebellion, and the dynasty of the Flights would be puffed out as easily as a rushlight in a gale of wind. And here it may perhaps be as well to remark that the great commercial principle of superior wealth has the same influence over little dirt-stained crossing sweepers as over great and glorious city gentlemen. The day Phil cleared 4 shillings, he was complimented and carnied by his ragged companions as thoroughly as was Mr. Sterine of the firm Margarine and Company, when he appeared on Change after realizing a cool 30,000 by the rise in tallow. In the arts of throwing cartwheels and turning head over heels, Phil has become so efficient that even the duck himself stands entranced and fascinated when watching his graceful tumbling. The compliments paid by the duck are quaintly vulgar, but unmistakably sincere. "The first time I see him," remarks the ragged captain, "I could see he were all there, and a rare bit of stuff." With his limbs outspread like opened scissors, Phil trundles along the pavement, looking one mass of revolving legs, so that, had a Manx man happened to pass, he might have fancied the arms of his native island had wandered from their escutcheon and come to London, where necessity had compelled them to sell their casings of steel and put up with tattered corduroy. Even that acknowledged bounding favorite, King Flight, whose acrobatic feats had sent him head over heels onto the throne, dares not contest with Phil for the gymnastic superiority, and the great match, made some fortnight since, to Caton Wheel along the north side of Trafalgar Square for a wager of threepence, has not yet come off, nor is it ever likely to be decided, for His Royal Highness is very doubtful of the result. But Phil has learned to do other things besides tumbling and begging. He has won the admiration of this band of lawless mud sweepers by the fullness and fire of his big oaths. If he had worn a beard a foot long, or if he had been a drill sergeant, or the stage manager of a theater, he could not have sworn rounder curses than came from his boyish, pouting lips. When he is angry, he will roar out his blistering oaths, jumbling them up together in senseless confusion, for he has picked up the silly words without understanding their meaning, and he throws them at his antagonists in the same way as he would stones. In his quiet, pleasant, friendly converse, he garnished his remarks with swearing, spaced out his words with fiery exclamations, and rouging up his sentences with powerful adjectives, but he does so, stupid lad, more because it makes his companions laugh than from what he knows of their purport or the use they may be to the phrase. When any oath stronger than usual is made use of, Mike, who is a great admirer of Phil, has been heard to remark, "He do like a bit of scarlet," and Jim has more than once observed that "you might a'most see to go to bed by Phil's swearing, it's so blazing powerful." To hear these terrible words rise fuming from a child's dimpled mouth causes many well-disposed persons as they pass along to draw in their breath with horror, for they experience the same shock as if they had seen a babe playing with a sharp knife. Should any kind enthusiast be bold enough to stop and counsel the silly boy, he soon discovers how useless his admonitions are, for oath after oath detonates in his face as if the lad were defending himself with a revolver loaded with blasphemy, and all the gang, like so many village curs, come yelping around the poor moralist, barking out their volleys of curses until he is driven away. The poor child, too, has acquired a dexterous knack of petty pilfering. To show his skill at purloining, he snatches up cabbages from outside greengrocers' shops and throws them away again when he is out of sight. The old man who sells sheep's trotters outside the public house in the Haymarket fears Phil more than a policeman, for whenever the young rip passes, either the mustard spoon is whipped up and all covered as it is with the yellow condiment rammed down the vander's neck, or else the bottom of the basket receives a vigorous tap which sends the dust-colored articles of food jumping into the air like parched peas on a drum. When a dairy girl goes past, swinging her body to and fro with the weight of her milk pails, Phil lifts up the lids of the cans and drops stones inside, which splash down into the white liquid and then rattle about inside the tin vessel with a noise like theatrical thunder. He chalks the backs of highly dressed gentlemen, he stuffs orange peel into the hoods of ladies' cloaks, and he pricks the quivering calves of fashionable footmen. At the general dealers, where the boys buy their bread in dripping, nothing is safe from Phil's quick fingers. A slice of bacon is hidden in the sleeve with the same dexterity as a conjurer passes a card, and though the general dealer herself keeps her eye upon him, he manages to rob like a clown in a pantomime, and apparently for the same result, for all the pilfered onions, potatoes, and herrings are afterwards flung about as in the pelting scene on the stage. Many a time has an apple woman, whilst dozing on the curbstone, been startled out of her life by the cries of "Hi, hi!" The scamp has, as if a cab were close behind her, shouted in her ear in order that he might, during her flutter, purloin the penny pyramids of fruit. The innocent look that once gave interest to Phil's face, and made wayfarers generous through pity, has now changed to an impudent roguish air, which from its archness amuses sufficiently to be profitable. He can twist his flexible features in 20 expressions in less than a minute, at one time appearing exhausted and suffering, then stretching his lips into a smile as readily as a circus rider, or assuming a sly raven's glance as he peeps up sideways into a lady's bonnet. The monkey manners and buffoon tricks he has picked up give a gloss to his begging, so that when the people look into his pretty face and see it's bright and restless as a jack-dandy, they are forced to laugh, and then Phil knows he is sure to get a penny. Poor little runaway boy! The dangerous hour of his life is at hand. Already he has thrown off the bashfulness of childhood, and nothing is left but its weakness and folly. He has overcome that timidity which was the careful nurse to his helplessness, and drew him back from evil. Now, the silly babe ventures into the world and engages in its conflicts, knowing as little of its dangers as the infant that holds out his dimpled hands to the bars of a lion's cage. How can his weak mind, that blank whose future depended upon what was written there, give him strength to avoid the temptations that smite down strong men, even when fortified by the sense of right and wrong? The care that watched over his infant days and labored to fit him for the struggles of existence has been upset by the experience of a month. He had toiled up the hill of life. His body had become strengthened to the journey. He was beginning to have a wider view of the world and its objects when, suddenly, he has wavered in his course, and the good of years has rolled swiftly down the slope into the dirty ditch below. The silly boy looks upon his present life as a holiday. He laughs at the time when he had masters over him, and grows extravagant and uproarious with his freedom. Already has he become habituated to the courses of his companions, and in endeavoring to imitate, he surpasses them. There is but one who could save Phil from the destiny that seems to await him. Could Sister Bertie meet with him, could he but hear her coaxing voice, he would run rejoicingly to her as a dog that has strayed bounds to the call of its master, for he bears her an earnest love which would make her reproaches sting him like whips and force him to obey her good counsels. Sister Bertie is his conscience. She is the only one he dreads to meet as he stands in his rags on the crossing. He thinks of her by day and night. She fills his bosom like his breath. When he is tossing on his flock bed, awake though his eyes are closed, it is Bertie that will not let him sleep, for she is at his ear, whispering recollections of the peaceful days gone by, and bringing back memories that make him feel faint as they pass through his brain. "Mother often wonders where you are," whispers Conscience Bertie, and the boy's temples grow hot, and he lies so still that he feels his heart beat with a dull weight that shakes all his body. In the darkness of the night, when he shuts his eyes, Phil can, by thinking intently, call up the image of any person that he resolutely fixes his thoughts upon, and many a time he is summoned to him the form of that tender-hearted woman, Nurse Hazelwood, and then she stands before him, vivid as the image on a stained-glass window, with her eyes downcast, as he has so often seen them when gazing up in her face. Then Phil can scarcely draw in his breath, and, choking with fear, he tosses about and tries to drive the shadowy form away. As if he dreaded that those phantom lips might reproach him, he sobs out excuses to his dear mother, and pleads so earnestly for pardon that sometimes his companions are awakened, and fancying he has been dreaming, shake him violently. These regrets and sorrows are the emotion that humanize the boy and help to preserve him from total ruin of soul. Whilst his fellows are laughing at his impotent oaths, or in their rough manner praising his last larceny, Sister Bertie has her hand on his heart, tightening it with remorse, or he feels a chill pass over his forehead, as if Mother had breathed upon him. And then he answers the flattery with a forced laugh that does not rise from the chest with a joyous ring in it, but is dead and toneless as a moan. The laws by which the little community of associated crossing sweepers was governed were of so simple a nature that, after studying them for a matter of 20 minutes, Phil was sufficiently versed in jurisprudence to commence his muddy profession without fear of offending any member of the body. There was a rough notion of honor preserved among these lads, which condemned any attempt at cheating among themselves, although, as a kind of compensation for this privation, it was enacted that every other member of the human family should be considered a fair object of plunder, whom it was perfectly right to cheat, defraud, trick, or otherwise impose upon. The only system of punishment enforced under this muddy code was of a summary nature, somewhat resembling in speediness of execution the celebrated lynch law, although no instance has yet been recorded of death having followed its infliction, the culprit being usually permitted to escape when the torture measured out to him had reached to within an inch of his life. According to an act which was made and passed in the second year of the reign of His Majesty King Teddy Flight, it was enacted that any boy attempting to crab, i.e., cheat, another should then and there and without warning have a broom broke about him, or indeed receive such other bodily injury as any member of the little community might feel inclined to inflict, such as kicking, hitting, or pulling of hair. By another clause of this same act it was further ordained, in order to put an end to the constant quarrels which arose during business hours as to the rightful owner of the halfpence given by the foot passengers, that a system of naming should be adopted, by which the boy who was the first to call out that he saw anybody coming should lawfully and of his own right be entitled to take, receive, pocket, and apply to his own use any money or moneys that might be handed, thrown, or otherwise given by the wayfarers aforesaid. In order to conceal their language as much as possible from their arch enemy, the policeman, a kind of slang was adopted by the sweeping crew, which was supposed to render their proceedings mysterious and unintelligible to any but themselves. For this purpose, the rather degrading appellation of toff was given to all persons of the male gender, whilst the insulting epithet of doll was applied to every aged female, the younger members of the gentler sex being known by the peculiar title of doxy. If, while they were begging, a policeman was seen to approach the crossing, the signal of tow row was instantly given so that the gang might have time to take their dirty little heels and escape from the Berlin glove grasp of the law, which they all knew well highly disapproved of alms-seeking in the streets. As a better precaution against any sudden surprise from the constables stationed near their haunts, each active officer of Scotland Yard had a nickname given to him, which was generally of an insulting character. There was Old Bandy, a highly intelligent member of the force, so called from the peculiar construction of his legs, which allowed an opening shaped somewhat like a horse collar to be seen between his limbs. Another was called Black Diamond, from his having singularly brilliant eyes, which shone out from his pale, cream-laid countenance like blots. A third was known as Bull's Head, owing to the apoplectic appearance of his neck and the tight, crisp curls which covered his forehead. Besides these, there were Messrs. Cherry Legs and Dot and Carry One and Shivery Shanks, all of whom had earned their sobriquets by their offensive vigilance and strict supervision of this more or less honorable company of crossing sweepers. A system of compulsory fines had, shortly before Phil's introduction to the society, been instituted by the captain, who, being the first to put it in force, had styled the measure smugging, and its operation was something like the following. We will suppose that Mr. Mike has dishonorably endeavored to appropriate to himself Mr. Jem's naming of some approaching foot passenger. For this want of courtesy, the injured Mike would be justified in smugging the offender's broom, or, if he wore one, his cap, and he would even be held harmless should the confiscated property be thrown down the nearest area or into the most convenient water butt. While explaining to Phil the working of this law, King Flight, to impress it thoroughly on the novice's mind, made use of these remarkable words. I'm the littlest chap among our lot, but if a feller as big as the duck was to behave unhandsome, I'd smug something and get his ha'pence, even if he smashed me like a winder. This sentiment pleasingly illustrates the strong determination ever felt by His Ragged Majesty to see the laws of his dynasty properly respected and carried out. Owing to the late hours the gang were in the habit of keeping, through their business engagements in the Haymarket, where they were usually professionally employed until 3 in the morning, the boys seldom made their appearance upon their crossings before midday. I never stops out all night, said one of the band, a promising youth of 11, to Phil, who was inquiring into their habits. It kills me for the next day. The duck is dreadful for late hours. He likes it, but I can't manage nohow without my rest, for I be so sleepy that I ain't fit to handle a broom. When Phil had become accustomed to his new life, he entered into all the peculiarities of it as earnestly and noisily as the oldest hand in the troop. If the weather was dry and the roads dusty, he generally preferred tumbling and catenwheeling along the passage by St. Martin's Church. 3 or 4 of the young gentlemen would take up their stand at the end of the Lowther Arcade, and with their eyes intently fixed upon the bazaar-like thoroughfare, await the approach of any likely-looking persons. Presently, an old lady and her child are seen advancing. "A doll and a kitty!" shout 2 of the lads in one voice, and immediately afterwards, to prevent disputes from their having named them simultaneously, one of them adds, "Go ya halves," and the terms being accepted, they both commence twirling and twisting like imps in a pantomime round the dame and her progeny, who, startled at finding the muddy feet dart past her eyes rapidly as the sails of a windmill, draws back in horror and disgust. "Shy us a copper, mum," pleads one. "Poor little Jack, miss," whines another, and then they both writhe and pull their hair supplicatingly to the unprotected couple. "A toff and a doxy," roars Phil in his turn, as a fashionably attired youth, in earnest flirtation with an elegant damsel resting on his arm, nears the school. But Phil has not noticed the little child that, laden with toys, is trotting by the maiden's side, and the sharp-eyed Jem shouts out, quick as the report of a pistol, "And a kitty!" and so claims the call, for it had been wisely enacted by King Flight that accuracy in this matters is the sole method of business. The lovers are checked in their sweet converse by the supple Jem, placing his broom behind him and assuming a honey-pot position, in which attitude he rolls before them, wobbling like a 9-gallon cask, and at the same time imploring, in a voice rendered thick by his head being held down, that the captain will give poor Jackie a little sixpence. Phil, by constant practicing on the flock bed in the sleeping apartment of his lodgings, has arrived at that state of gymnastic perfection that he can turn over head and heels about 30 times consecutively. This talent has procured him a great deal of custom, even among his companions, for, should one of them, who is unable to tumble, make a call, he will depute Phil to perform for him, and share the proceeds, if any. With gentlemen of sporting dispositions, Phil is invariably appointed to provide the acrobatic entertainment. As soon as anybody wearing the natty tight trousers and flat-brimmed hat peculiar to the frequenter of betting rooms is seen lounging afar off, the boys know that nobody can coax so many halfpence from him as Master Phil, and he is always requested to give his performance. On such occasions, the lad generally styles himself the little winner of the Derby. After he has wobbled over some 10 times, he stops to see if the sporting toff is laughing, and even the faintest smile is sufficient to send him trundling on again like a hat before the wind. It is not an unfrequent occurrence for the sport-loving gent to give the young monkey that peculiar allowance known as more kicks than halfpence, for he has been known to run at the curled-up boy, and saying, "Get out of that," administer a vigorous thrust with his boot, which has sent Phil rolling like a football. During their meal hours, which were by no means regular, the boys would talk in a professional manner of the day's exploits. If the earnings had been small, the conversation usually took a melancholy turn. "They're getting pretty nigh sick of Caden whalin'," said the king, sorrowfully, as seated on a doorstep he munched his bread and dripping. "It's enough to make a chap's 'art turn sour, it is," he went on, his cheek puffed out with the last mouthful until they were tight and round as a horn player's. Another of the associated sweepers, who was known by the nickname of the stuttering baboon, spluttered out, "And Ed Niels ain't arf a living for a fellin' if you only does it 4 or 5 goes. They says, 'Oh, anybody could do that there, and they won't give nothing.'" "Dear, dear," sighed the duck, "money is tight. It's like pulling a tooth out getting ha'pence now. People's feelings has regular froze up to what they was." "Ah," chimed in Jem, "we works hard for what we get, nobody more so. And there's the police allers a birchin' is so spiteful." Phil, too, would add his groan to the rest. "And such crammers, as I've heard people tell. One old chap says I hasn't any coppers, when I could hear him a-playing with 'em in his pocket, a-rattling 'em on like a tambourine." If, on the other hand, the morning's receipts had been equal to their expectations, the gang would laugh and make as much noise over their twopenny entertainment as if they were so many gentlemen at a Blackwall dinner. "Did you see how I forced that chap in the suiting jacket?" boasts Jem on such occasions. Says he, "I ain't got no halfpence," and says I ain't particular if it's silver," and he laughed and chucked me a fourpenny. The duck, too, is in excellent spirits, and, contrary to his usual habit, admits that he has done pretty well. Referring to one exploit, he says, "She gave me threepence," and a sweet smile burst over his grimy face, "and it were done up in paper like a young gal's curl on a Sunday morning." At this point, King Flight joins in joyously. "I seed a feller a-courting a gal, and he gave me a whole handful of coppers, just to show off he were tender-hearted afore her." "The most I got," chirps Phil, "was by following an 'oman with a baby, and says I, keeping close to the young un, 'Spare a trifle, kind lady, for there's 5 on us at home, and all took awful with the smallpox,' and says she, 'Keep off,' and she scrunches up the child into a lump, and so I got 6pence." When the ground was muddy, so that a number of persons were forced to make use of Phil's crossing, his pocket would fill rapidly with halfpence. On one such day it had been raining beautifully all night, and the roads were dirty as the path around a piggery. He had as much as a crown given to him, and all in coppers without one bit of silver among it. As soon as he had collected a shilling, the little fellow would run off to the general dealer's and deposit it with Old Mother Savings Bank, as they nicknamed the woman. This prudent step was taken through fear of getting into trouble with the police from begging, for all in this sweeping community well knew that if, when taken into custody, money was found on them, not only would the magistrate punish them severely for asking charity when they were not in positive want, But worse than all, the little fortune tied up in a rag and stowed away in pockets and corners of linings was forfeited and taken from them for that most terrible of all fates, to be spent by somebody else. Whilst Phil was, one day, having this terrible point of the law explained to him by Captain Duck, he could not refrain from asking, "And who gets the money they collars from the chaps?" The gallant Mr. Drake, whose opinion of the uprightness of a police magistrate was but a poor one, replied with a wink, "Ah, that's the game. He makes out the Crown have it, but if the Crown don't get more than he lets slip through his fingers, why, the Crown must be very hard up, I should say." Young Phil held a share as joint proprietor in 3 crossings, for although the ground from the Lowther Arcade down to the Haymarket belonged nominally to the entire gang, yet to avoid disputes and ruinous opposition during business hours, they had divided the different roads among them. Of a morning, before starting for the day's labors, they would talk of their crossings as noblemen do of their estates. "I think I shall take a run down to Charing Cross," Jem would say. "I ain't been there ever such a time. It's one of the best stands I has." "What'll you sell us your crossings for?" would ask the speculative Duck, who was fond of dabbling in muddy ventures. "Owe you a broom and a bob for it." "I likes opposite to the Arcade best," Phil would observe. "It's as good a bit of ground as any in London for bringing in money." There was a crossing near Spring Gardens in which Phil also had an interest, though he used to underlet it to a little girl, who at night would give him part of her earnings. This property was known among the gang as Grub Street, it being chiefly valuable for the broken victuals it brought in, for the servants in the neighborhood would employ the young scavengers to run errands for them, and in return give them the bits that came from the table of Dives, their master. Teddy Flight used often to moan over the slight revenue that this property returned him. "It ain't sixpence a week to a chap," he would lament, "for all the gentlemen as lives there has such a lot of carriages that catch 'em a-walking, that's all." Sometimes the food, or scran, as they called it, given to the urchins consisted of the plate scrapings collected from yesterday's dinner party, and included many scraps of the greatest delicacies of the season. On such occasions the feast was usually held on the stone steps leading to St. James's Park. As soon as the cap, which did duty as dish, was emptied of its contents, and the banquet exposed to view, an equal partition of the dainty viands took place, though not without a good deal of quarrelling among the alfresco party. The Duck, seeing a morsel of mayonnaise de volaille, would instantly implore that the chicken with the shaving soap might fall to his lot. On such occasions, bits of jelly were termed size, and fricandeau de veau was familiarly spoken of as hedgehog. Bargains, too, would be made after the following fashion: "Give us some of your smashed taters for these here fish heads, or I'll give you that there big bit of fat for some of your cold carrots." The criticisms on the cooking, too, were peculiar and original, curry being declared to beat peppermint at warming a chap, and pieces of almond-flavored custard considered to be a kind of perfumery manufactured on the same principle as scented hair oil. When evening came on, the boys left their crossings and made for the Haymarket, which they looked upon as the great hunting ground for coppers, and so much more profitable did they find their nocturnal exploits that even when they had taken nothing during the day, they seldom felt depressed if the night turned out to be fine, for then they were certain that there would be plenty of people out on the loose, and pennies as plentiful as buttons. Neither were the boys so much afraid of the constables when they could carry on their tricks by gaslight. The dark shades of night, assisted by the invisible dirt color of the lads' garments, protected them so thoroughly that no member of the police force troubled himself to pursue them, for he knew how hopeless the chase would be. The nimble young rogues could fly away from the stout-limbed guardian of peace as easily as sparrows from a lapdog. Besides, if ever a hunt were attempted, the barefooted urchins had their harbors of refuge and strong places. They would dart across the road, dodging safely among the cabs which were hurrying to and fro, driven so recklessly that had the officer attempted to follow, he would assuredly have been minced among the wheels. And when once the band had reached the stone balustrade round Trafalgar Square, they soon dropped the deep wall and were safe below, where they usually remained for a time, talking pleasantly to the constable, who, not daring to follow them, rested his elbows on the parapet and looked down upon the grinning culprits and harangued them threateningly on their bad conduct. The boys firmly believed that the policeman was not yet born who would have the courage to jump that high wall. They referred with delight to the great victory they had once gained over a red lioner, as officers of the Mendicity Society were termed. The rash but intrepid constable, in endeavoring to jump that very balustrade, had so seriously injured his trousers that they were split to ribbons, and from that day, warned by his example, none who had any regard for appearances had ever repeated the expensive experiment. End of section 14. Section 15 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 5 of Book the Second. Childhood in the Streets. A Night on Town. When all London is at rest, when bedroom blinds are drawn down and street doors locked and chained, when lights are rarely seen but in the windows of the sick wards of hospitals, which seem the only places where any are awake, then the Haymarket is in its glory, gay, lively as a ballroom, with the gaudily dressed multitudes sauntering along its broad pavements, crowding them as on an illumination night. The gas is flaring from the shop windows and throwing out its brilliant rays until the entire street is lit up as a stage. The dissolute and the idle are pouring down to this great playground of folly, like moths attracted by the glare that must sooner or later destroy them. On they come, some in silks and satins, dressed out for the fete, and others with the money in their pockets that is to pay for the banqueting and revelry. The cabs that rattle down Regent Street have all been told to stop at the corner of the Haymarket. Men that have taken their fill of wine at the dinner table have come thither to finish up the night and drink on without thirst, liquor that but a few hours since they would have sickened at. Youths, yet surfeited with their last meal, enter as a matter of course into supper rooms, and without feeling the least hunger, still eat, for the viands they would have refused at home are here flavored and rendered palatable by debauchery, and the next day they can boast about their doings. Officers with heavy mustaches have come up from the garrison towns, traveling many a mile on purpose to enjoy this one night on town. Bearded foreigners, who have heard of these midnight revels, are strolling about, smoking their white cigarettes, and gesticulating violently as they criticize the vice of England and denounce the scene they have nevertheless determined on visiting every night during their stay in the metropolis. Husbands are there too, who, when they reach home, will pass off their insobriety as exhaustion, as they tell their wives how business detained them at chambers, and brothers loiter about, caring little for the hour, though sisters are waiting up for them to open the street door silently, so that the strict father sleeping above may know nothing of their sons' excesses. Groups of men and women block up the pavement, laughing and joking roughly together, Every corner has its little assembly of gossips who presently go off in couples to the nearest oyster shop or public house. This same Haymarket is the great republic of vice, where all who enter are hail fellow well met, for everyone knows why the other has come there, and virtue being cast off for the time, all rank and station cease. Outside the tavern doors are gathered clusters of gentlemen of the land, talking to the poor souls who, disguised by some magazine de mode, have hidden the servant maid under the toilette of the lady. The heir to a title stands bowing to some pretty-faced girl who mixes up her bad grammar with oaths. The public-house door swings back to let pass the hope of a family who is about to sip gin at the counter with a chip bonnet at his side. Seated at a supper table is a pink-faced boy, fresh from his country home, helping with delicate attention the rouged-up form beside him. She laughs noisily as a man, flinging her arms about, and as the champagne foams in her glass, she tosses her head like a bacchanal. But what by daylight would disgust seems charming in the blaze of the Haymarket gas, and the lad looks with admiration upon the companion whom on the morrow he would pass without even a nod of recognition. Every street in the vicinity of this Haymarket partakes more or less of its debauched character. In some there are mysterious closed-up houses, into the back parlors of which none may enter but the initiated, there to empty tumblers of such drink that in a wiser hour they would push from them as unfit even to allay the pain of thirst. Seated on soft cushioned sofas that are as yielding as they, poor simpletons, have been, are women decked out like shop windows, clothed in the rich gloom of velvet or the brilliance of satin, with costly laces, richly worked as a Gothic tracery such as few virtuous women could afford, filigreeing about their arms and necks. But how little of the woman do these foolish maidens retain beyond the clothes they wear. They are bolder and wilder than the men who have come there to court them. They answer gentle speeches with the slang of a cab driver, and even in their merriment they jerk out oaths with their laughter. And this is called seeing life. Yes, it may be so, but it is such life as that which exists in the drop of putrid water, the life of the ditch and sewer. They say there is no rest for the wicked, and certainly there is none for the Haymarket. It is the owl of London that wakes up at dusk lively and fresh for the night, and hoots and screeches till morning comes again. Those who dwell and trade in this thoroughfare have pale faces, countenances blanched from the lack of sunlight, that in the day look used and seedy as a masquerade dress, but at night are fevered up into seeming health when the warmth of the gas strikes upon the cheek. They sleep away the morn with closed shutters and drawn curtains, and the healthful breezes of the sun-warmed day never blow against their sickly skin. They seek for health from the doctor and for cheerfulness from the wine bottle, and when, after a few years, they have heaped together the round sums they so longed for, the body that was to have enjoyed them is withered and rotten, and they envy the hunger of the beggar and the strength of the plowman. Each member of the Associated Beggar Boys was as well versed in the Haymarket as the district postman himself, and knew the different shops and names of the proprietors as thoroughly as if he had learnt them off from the London Directory. The lads had also studied with much attention Waterloo Place, and had even managed to pick up an acquaintance with some of the gentlemen who lounged about there smoking their cigars. The magnificent pavement of this latter thoroughfare, and its half-desertion, afforded the school many excellent opportunities for tumbling, an exercise which was utterly impossible in the crowded Haymarket, from the fact of most persons objecting to have either their face slapped by the cold, muddy foot of the young catenwheeler, or to be tripped up by the rolling human bundle coming head over heels against their unsuspecting legs. "It's not a bit of good a-getting to the Haymarket afore 9, the duck would say. "There's only the swells a-going to the opera, and they're too clean to laugh. Just wait till they've crumbled their waistcoats a bit, and then they unbends themselves more to a chap." The Haymarket, considered as a street, may be said to have two natures, one moral and the other immoral, for on one side of the roadway the shops give every indication of being virtuous, well-behaved dwellings, for they work at their trades during the day and put up their shutters at dusk, as if they had closed their eyelids to prepare for sleep. Of these two sides, our young band invariably chose the immoral one as the scene of their night exploits. They cared little about promenading before the closed windows of upright trunk makers, chemists, and print publishers. They liked the glare of the gas as much as a cat likes the warmth of the fire, and it was before the full blaze of oyster shops, supper rooms, and taverns that these lads carried on their professional labors. Until the busy time of evening arrived, the boys would loiter about Windmill Street, watching the crowd flock to the casino, hoping that good luck might throw them a penny for opening some cab door and putting their ragged coat-tails against the muddy wheels to protect the dresses of those alighting. They stood looking down the narrow street, gazing listlessly at the red and blue lamps placed like illuminated posters over the supper-room doors, until any vehicle drove up, when all of them would dart forward in a body, more as if they were going to attack and rifle the cab than act as rugged lackeys. To vary the monotony of door opening, the young gentlemen would sometimes amuse themselves by peeping over the red silk curtains of the Café de la Régence at the corner, either making faces at the coffee drinkers within, or flattening their noses against the plate glass until they were as white as button mushrooms, much to the horror of the lady with the accroche-coeur flourished upon her cheeks, who was seated in state behind the comptoir. Determined not to lose a chance for legitimate begging, the boys carried paper with them to accommodate gentlemen whose cigars had gone out, and if any such luckless person chanced to approach, instantly the spills were lighted at the convenient jets at the cafe door, and thrust up to the smoker's countenance, more as though they were about to singe him like a chicken rather than tender a civility. So as not to interfere with each other in their begging expeditions, the gang would separate, and whilst some crossed the road to that side of Piccadilly which is a medley of hotels, betting-rooms, and restaurants, to act as self-appointed door-openers to the crowds entering the tavern known as the Noted House for the Brighton Tipper, others would make for the opera colonnade to fascinate the French gentlemen with their bounding exercises, whilst the remainder of the gang prowled about generally, either energetically sweeping the flagstones before some well-dressed idler, or officiously dusting the boots or scraping off the splashes from the trousers of the first person who happened to be standing still. In fact, they elected themselves to numerous offices, all of a more or less useless character, and in the greater number of instances it would have been more agreeable to the favored individual if they had not shown him such delicate attentions. The boys had very knowingly arranged a number of plaintive requests that were peculiarly suitable to the occasion. It was the invariable custom of the duck, when he chanced to be outside a tavern door, to ask gigglingly for half a pint of beer to drink his honour's health. If, whilst Mike was gazing in at a baker's window, admiring the pale red tarts, or longing for the hard-crusted Scotch buns, so temptingly slashed with the snuff-coloured preserve, if, we say, he caught the eye of any passer-by, he would instantly hint that he was on the point of starvation, and beg a penny to buy a poor orphan boy a morsel of bread. With that genius which usually characterized all his actions, King Teddy Flight had framed a petition intended to move the hearts of those frequenting tobacconists' shops, for he would ask them in his most winning tones to stand a farden's worth of snuff to a poor boy out of work. But perhaps the most impudent of all these requests was the one that Phil had adopted. For whatever the time of year might be, whether Christmas or midsummer, he always tendered an oyster shell to anyone he met, begging with an innocent face that they would please to remember the grotto, adding, although it was a nightly request, that it only came once a year. A favorite rendezvous for the tattered rips was in Coventry Street, in front of the fish shop, where the barrel-shaped lamps hang from the first-floor balcony. They delighted to watch the row of aproned men who passed the evening of their lives opening oysters. To attract attention, King Flight was in the habit of requesting any customer who might be sipping his bivalves to chuck him one, a demand which was seldom responded to. These impertinent urchins were also fond of criticizing the feasters and their mode of eating, making rude observations, which caused many of the customers to feel very uncomfortable and nervous. "He don't take no vinegar with his'n," Mike would remark, or Phil would cry out, "Look at that chap, he swallows 'em like soup." Or if anybody happened to drop one of the slippery luxuries, the whole school would roar out as the glossy dainty slid along the sawdust until it was covered as with breadcrumbs. "You've dropped one, master, give it us." Phil used to like gazing at these fish shops with the window dressed out with fresh green salads and crimson lobsters until it was as gay as a bed of geraniums. He delighted in touching the quires of dried haddock that looked stiff as untanned leather, and he wondered why the lobsters should always have the end of their cactus-looking claws bound round with string, as if they had been clumsily repaired like the leg of a table. The big crabs, buff as hard-baked pies, and some of them lying on their backs and showing their hairy legs parted down the middle, were especial favorites of his. And so were the brick-red crayfish, with their nutmeg-grater backs and their feelers sticking out like riding whips, and so strong was the boy's curiosity concerning this lobster's big brother that nothing but the presence of the men in the shop prevented him from taking one out of the window for the mere pleasure of opening its springy tail that was always tucked under like that of a frightened dog. By 11 o'clock, every shop in the Haymarket is in full swing of custom, and as you look down the street towards Charing Cross, every house seems to have been decorated with lanterns like booths at a fair. Even the long line of cabs that stretches the entire length of the place is dotted with lamps, for they are most of them hansoms, and have a bright speck of light fixed in front of the hood. A noise fills the air sufficient, you would think, to rouse all London, for besides the shouting, organs are playing by the curbstone, and bands are serenading outside public-house doors, the artiste on the cornet exerting himself till his face looks all cheeks, like a prize pig's. Boys dressed up as Highlanders strut along, making their bagpipes scream out like railway whistles, the favourite jerky airs of Scotland, drowning for a time the voices of the children bawling out "My Marianne" and bobbing around in the gutter. At the French restaurants, suppers are being dressed with great vigour, as may be seen by a peep down the area railings, where men in white jackets, with caps flat as plates on their head, are discovered handing about little copper saucepans or stirring steaming mixtures which at first glance look like linseed poultices. Public houses are so full that many who would enter come back again after peeping in at the swing doors, for they find the bars four deep with drinkers who are shouting out their orders to the girl behind the bar and making her work at the groaning beer engines with the energy of a sailor pumping at a sinking vessel. The cabmen have all left their vehicles to add to the mob on the pavement, and they form groups about the horse pails belonging to the stand, either joking with the passers-by, many of whom they are acquainted with, or sparring innocently in the road, giving each other playful blows and cuffs that would be sufficient to destroy the equilibrium of an ox. Everybody, from the man carrying as many bouquets in each hand as a Bucklesbury waiter does plates, to the little girl who begs for her mother who is waiting round the corner, seems to look upon the proceedings of the evening as a kind of scramble, in which so much money is to be recklessly thrown away, and those that fight and push the hardest will get the larger share. After all, the oyster and supper rooms are the striking features of this peculiar place. Shop fronts are taken out, that the stock of chops and steaks and plates of puce-colored kidneys may tempt the hungry to spend their half-crowns in the establishment. Every device has been thought of for displaying with advantage the fish within. Semi-circles of crabs lie on their backs, with lemons between their black-tipped claws, as if they were going to toss them in the air a la Risley. At one house, mounds of hook-backed prawns are piled up in pyramids like pink basket work. At another, wells have been sunk in the marble slab to receive the oysters, that are placed one over the other like scale armor, or some of the open bivalves are spread out on a big dish where they glitter under the gas jets like part of a washed-out peacock's tail. Lower down, nearer the opera, the supper-room proprietors have endeavored to add the sale of opera tickets to that of fish, and admissions to the pit at 8 shillings 6 stand side by side with pickled salmon at 1 shilling per pound, and cases of opera glasses are fancifully surrounded by borders of lobsters. There are mysterious supper rooms, too, such as at the Blue Posts and the Café de Paris, where no display at all has been attempted to entice custom. Broughams with lighted lamps drive up, and rustling forms dart across the pavement and into the doorways. Divans, too, are plentiful enough, and the Ottoman, the Turkish, and Algerine vie with one another for the superiority of trade. But the Turkish seems to have won the day. It has in the window a chalky picture of a plain-looking lady of the harem, reclining at full length on a divan. It has lithographs of the French troops winning the battles of the Alma and Inkerman, and arranged all about are spangle-ornamented pouches and amber mouthpieces, and pipes as long as fishing rods. Sometimes the Parisian Turk who is making his fortune at this house exhibits himself for a time in his rich oriental costume at the swing doors of his divan, and having played with his long moustache to allow his jeweled fingers to sparkle by the lamps a bit, goes back again to collect the sixpences owing for his mocha. When the London season is on and the opera open, then, as the night advances, the Haymarket becomes choked up with carriages ordered to fetch, at 11, the red, white, and blue cashmere cloaks that have been flirting and chatting out the evening, thoroughly indifferent as to whether Amina should fall off that terrible 9-inch plank or not, or the roguish Rosina ultimately marry her tenor lover. Now the street gains additional importance and profit. The night broughams, the lofty chariot, the genteel fly, all crowd together, hiding from view the center line of vulgar cabs as completely as a spaniel in the tall grass. The footmen take their ease at their public house until the howl of the link boy shall summon them to duty. The powdered retainer from Belgrave Square graciously drinks from the full pot that the greasy-hatted attendant from Barnsbury Park, Islington, has admiringly offered him, for the humanizing effects of porter soften his proud aristocratic soul. The silk-stockinged coachman lolls on his hammercloth as on a couch, chatting condescendingly with the check-trousered fly-driver, who is paid for the hot gin and water. By and by, the mob of drab-coated servitors advance to the colonnade, some to stand inside the grand entrance which commands a view of stairs covered with crimson drugget, while others, to kill the time and get rid of the smell of tobacco, air themselves by hanging about the stage door in the hope of catching a glance at some Mademoiselle Petito, or captivating with a love at first sight those delights of the ballet, Mesdames Tootsie and Pootsie. Presently, gentlemen looking unnaturally fashionable emerged from the 8 and 6-penny entrance, all humming the grand finale as they pack up their binocular glasses. Then the footmen, knowing that the opera is over, become agitated. In a few moments, mighty names are shouted out by husky-voiced men, and my lord's carriage comes swinging to the curbstone, and my lady's brougham darts up as if it were trying to smash itself against the columns. Now the street loungers form a double row like a human palisade to see the company come out. Ladies with carefully dressed hair skip across the pavement, holding up their dresses as on a rainy day, and jump into little bandbox vehicles which they fill like a chair. Steps are clattered down, and old gentlemen with pink heads are hoisted up by straining lackeys. Now slowly advances the big Clarence from the livery stable, the gaunt horse shrinking from the pressure of the collar, despite the whip that whistles like a breeze about his big hips. Those who have hired the vehicle plunge head-first into its drab interior, and the crowd, startled at the number, count them with increasing amazement as yet another dress bounds past. Nobody could have enjoyed the opera nights with a greater gusto than did Phil and his companions. Had they been consulted on the subject of the lyric drama, they would have expressed themselves in terms of unqualified approbation upon the great good it effected, for they not unfrequently picked up more money in the half-hour after the performance was over than they had made by the entire day's hard begging and tumbling. Their peculiar business was either to run for cabs, or else to open the doors of such as had been fetched. The boys, politely to avoid disputes with the police, always tendered their services to those ladies and gentlemen who, in their hurry to get home, had wandered a short distance from the theater, and were helplessly staring about them in hope of hailing a stray vehicle. On these occasions all the boys separated that none might interfere with another's scramble. One very wet night, when the rain had been falling all day long, and had converted the streets to level plains of liquid slush under which the lamps were reflected as into a canal, Phil, who had only made 2pence, and that was for turning a mad cat out of a single lady's coal cellar, trotted down to the opera house, offering up supplications to luck that he might earn the 3-penny necessary for a night's lodging at Mrs. O'Donovan's. Just as the music-loving public were rising from their intellectual feast, the rain came down in streams of water as if the clouds above were being wrung like wet blankets. "Here's a soaker," thought the young bohemian, looking about him with delight as he paddled ankle-deep in the mud. "They'll be drowned as safe as caught fleas if they tries to swim home in their opera kixies." Presently a gentleman, carrying milk pails, as the boys called it, that is, with a lady on each arm, advanced up the colonnade, gazing mournfully at the rain that came straight down his iron wires. 3 or 4 times did the attentive beau shout out, "Hi!" to the passing cabs. Phil had seen this group in the distance, and was galloping towards them, his naked feet slapping the pavement like fish on a marble slab. "If we have to stay here all night, William, I'm not going through that," said one of the ladies, pointing to the shower bath without. "I should spoil everything I've got on," added the other damsel, who wore a light blue tissue dress that in 2 seconds would have pulped like silver paper. The gentleman, who was strong and manly, muttered something about coming out with women who were afraid of a drop of water, when Phil, bounding up to them, exclaimed as he pulled at his hair like a check string, "Shall I fetch a cab, your honour?" He only heard one of the ladies direct him to go directly like a good boy, and off he flew among the vehicles, shouting out as he passed, "Who wants an out-and-out job?" He ducked under horses' necks, he sidled between wheels that went within an inch of his naked feet, but every conveyance he ran up to seemed engaged. He saw Mike go by, seated like a nobleman on a box, and in vain he offered him a penny for his find. Some of the cabmen, although taken, asked him where to, and seemed inclined to play their retaining fares false. But Phil's answer of ever such a way was evidently not distinct inducement enough to warrant their being dishonorable. At length, as the rain fell heavier and heavier, the boy thought the best method was to mount beside the first driver he passed. So up he clambered, saying, "Why, wherever you been to? I was a-looking for you ever such a whiles all over." "Oh, were you as was the boy what engaged me?" asked the man. "Why, in course it was," answered Phil with assumed indignation, "and a first-rate fare it is, too, with a glass of spirits at the end of it." He had been absent some 20 minutes hunting for the vehicle, but his people had not moved from where he had left them, which proved to Phil that cabs were very scarce indeed that night, and made him think a shilling would not be too much for his trouble. Nothing could exceed the gallantry displayed by the young sweeper as he offered his hand, dirty as a cheese rind, to assist the ladies into the vehicle, or twisted his body round so that his tattered skirt might cover the dirty wheel, and when at last the door was closed, and the time had come to receive his payment, if any, he stood wet through as a dog at the Serpentine, grinning like a hurdy-gurdy boy, saying in supplicating accents, "Remember a poor boy, miss. Very wet, sir. It's the last cab left on the rank, mum. Took me half an hour, sir." "Mind you pay the poor boy well, William," said one of the ladies, whilst the other added, "He must have caught his death, poor child." "Here's more than you ever had in your life before," cried the gentleman, slipping, as the vehicle drove off, what Phil thought was a sixpence into his hand. Master Merton had got into the habit of mistrusting his fellow man, so, disregarding the elegant appearance of the gentleman, he bit at the coin to see if it were a good one. He had his doubts about its genuineness, for it felt very heavy, and nervously he advanced to a lamp to examine it. It was half a sovereign. Directly he beheld it, he clenched it up in his hand as suddenly as if he had been catching a fly, for fear anybody stronger than himself had been watching him. Then he sneaked off, still looking around him in mistrust, until he came to a deserted court, and there, raining as it was, he sat down on a step to feast his eyes on his treasure. He turned it over and over as a monkey does a bit of biscuit. He read by the gas lamp the inscription on both sides of the coin, and he weighed it on the tips of his fingers, and made it ring upon the muddy stones, wiping it carefully on his coat when he was tired of the music. How often he had seen these golden coins behind the bars of public-houses, and wondered if he should ever have one of his own. He had seen little wooden bowls full of them at the money-changers', and he had stood there by the half-hour thinking over the number of things he could buy with only one of the little bright discs. Then he grew grateful to the donors, and suddenly remembered how beautiful the two ladies were, with nothing on their heads but flowers, and only pink capes on their bare shoulders. And his heart also inclined very much towards the gentleman, and he regretted that he had not heard where the cabman had been told to drive to, that he might have done his benefactor some service in return for his generosity, if it were only to sweep a crossing before his door, or catenwheel in front of the parlor window for the ladies to see him. As it was, Phil thrust the half-sovereign into his cheek, that being the safest purse he knew of, and, determining to say nothing about his wealth to his brothers in mud, he scampered off to find them. On a fine night, what is called the fun of the Haymarket seldom begins before 1 o'clock, for by that time gentlemen of lively dispositions have imbibed enough strong drink to render them reckless of consequences. Most of the visitors, too, have just finished supper at that hour, and feel good-humored under the effects of the meal. The men and women who have come there to sell fruit and flowers have doubled their prices and are plying their trade with the greatest industry, displaying their bouquets whenever they see a gentleman talking to anyone, in the hope that he may be made to buy the extravagant nosegay, or thrusting baskets of expensive but tempting plums into the center of conversing groups, and placing the male portion of them in the uncomfortable position of having to appear mean if they refuse to purchase, however earnestly they may wish to escape the outlay. It is about this time, too, that rows begin to take place. Should the police attempt the capture of any illegal practical joker, rescues are attempted by his friends, and a crowd soon collected, which sways about the roadway, the shiny top of the officer's hat always forming the center of the riot. Under the influence of drink, gentlemen who do not take their liquor kindly, as the Duck expresses it, grow pugnacious, and like the retainers of the Montagues and Capulets, will fall to and fight on the slightest pretext, whether it be the bite of a thumb at them, or the using of disrespectful expressions, or a too vigorous push with the shoulder. The young crossing sweepers enjoy this time immensely, for though, to quote the words of His Majesty King Teddy Flight, drunken gentlemen's is always either jolly or spiteful, yet they do not mind running the risk of kicks when the chances are equally balanced by halfpence. Should any gentleman who has been too thirsty at his supper evince any inclination to joke with our muddy community, the boys, far from checking these attempts at familiarity, rather use their utmost endeavors to encourage the acquaintance. On one occasion, the school, having discovered a couple of gentlemen limp with liquor and bending backwards and forwards with the elasticity of foils made from the best steel, instantly surrounded them and commenced tumbling. As these unsteady revelers were in that condition when lamp-posts and houses revolve and spin around, their giddiness found no relief from having half a dozen pairs of legs twisting like wheel spokes before their eyes. "Go along, will you?" hiccuped one of the inebriated couple, dealing out a slash with his cane which fell upon the thigh of Mr. Mike and drew forth a long howl like tuning an organ pipe. The sufferer retired to the nearest lamp-post, there to rub his wound and make a variety of faces expressive of nipping agony, but the other lads still continued their exercise, though they cautiously increased the distance between their legs and the stinging cane. "Give us a shilling and we'll go," was the offer made by the Duck, as he saw the couple blink their heavy eyelids and flinch under the torture of the caten wheel. "Go and be hung," was the gruff answer, but the gentleman had scarcely finished speaking before he burst out laughing violently, as if some comic idea had suddenly tickled his fancy, and when his merriment had subsided sufficiently to allow him to talk, he, for some drunken freak, offered to purchase the brooms of all the boys at the rate of 1 shilling each, a bargain which the urchins concluded as quickly as possible, lest the bidder might change his silly mind. Then, with the muddy stumps under their arms, these two big men staggered up and down the Haymarket, laughing immoderately at the immense fun they imagined themselves to be enjoying. Speaking as clearly as their thick speech would let them, they began by imitating, as closely as their drunkenness would permit, the manners and customs of Dutch girls, asking everybody that passed to "buy a broom, my dear," and occasionally thrusting the dirty article they jocosely offered for sale into the face of those that refused to purchase. All these proceedings were highly amusing to the gang of young sweepers who followed the two gentlemen, cheering vociferously everything they did, and dancing closely round and about them, in the hopes that they might, in time, be sufficiently enraged to restore the brooms to their former owners by throwing them at their heads. When the two tipsy gentlemen were tired of imitating the Dutch girls, they thought it would be amusing if they pretended to be crossing sweepers, and to work they went, brushing away at the pavement before the couples who were walking about, and taking off their hats to beg quite in a professional style. Meeting with but little success or applause at this pleasant pastime, they changed it to that of flourishing the broom in the air and dancing about like wild Indians, occasionally playfully varying the entertainment by knocking off the hats of lookers-on, a feat which ended in getting the unfortunate drunkards into trouble by being, in their turn, knocked about by a broad-shouldered, thick-necked man who, if he was not a member of the ring, certainly had the most wonderful-looking nose out of the fancy, and who toppled over the two idiots in a style worthy of the most accomplished pugilist. When the genuine crossing sweepers saw the amateurs sprawling in the road, they quietly picked up the brooms and walked away, declaring that them two was the queerest characters out, and wishing, with little regard for the morality of mankind, that they could only meet with such a couple every night of their lives. It was about this time that the duck, finding that some novelty was sadly wanted to give a spurt to street begging, introduced into the Haymarket his celebrated feat of standing on his nose. It has been much doubted whether Captain Drake was really the first to think of this eccentric gymnastic exercise. One Judy Jack, who was intimate with the duck, being in the same profession, though he carried on business in Camden Town, has since brought forward evidence of a rather strong nature to prove that it was he who had taught the duck the knack of performing the trick, and had even showed him how he must bear on his hands to take the weight off the nose, or he dented in as easy as a trod thimble. The captain's method of proceeding was to accost wild-looking young men, and after asking for a copper for poor little Jack, to add, "I'll stand on my nose for a penny, your honour," and if the tempting offer were accepted, up went the duck's nimble legs, and there he rested with his face flat to the ground, at the same time drawing the attention of his patrons, in a voice resembling that of a person afflicted with a severe head cold, to the fact that his nose was slap agin the barbell. After each night's labours, the gang were accustomed to adjourn to the jury house, as they termed the steps around the portico of St. Martin's Church, there to reckon up what they had made during the day. It was usually about 3 o'clock in the morning when this business meeting took place, but the young rogues, far from feeling sleepy, were generally as fresh as bees, and in the best of spirits, especially if the takings had been equal to their expectations. Lolling against the massive iron railings, the counting up of halfpence would proceed in clerk-like silence. 14 pence, Mike would cry out when his reckoning was over. None so dusty, neither. 11 pence halfpenny, would call out in his turn the king. That's better than smashing your leg. 1 and 7, Phil would say, and, imitating his companion's style of expression, he would add, and nobody's eye put out. On hearing this amount, the duck, who for some unknown reason always pretended to be the least fortunate of the party, would beseech Phil to give him 2 pence for luck. If Phil saw no just reason for granting this request, Mr. Drake would decrease the amount asked to 1 halfpenny, and if that gift were also refused, he would beg pathetically that his wealthy young friend would, when he took his morning's pen'orth of coffee at the street stall, spare him a little of it in the saucer. There was no pride about the duck, and he always took things as they came, and indeed, not unfrequently when they didn't. During the fag end of the season, when the gay idlers of London had gone to the seaside to pick up the health they had thrown away in the Haymarket, the troupe did not make such excellent incomes as they could have wished. Indeed, their expenditure not unfrequently exceeded their gains by exactly the 3 pence which Mrs. O'Donovan required for the night's lodging, and much to that lady's disgust, she would be forced to give her young gentleman credit. The establishment of Mrs. O'Donovan being avowedly conducted on the ready money principle, and the wardrobes of the youths consisting only of the few rags they, by great ingenuity, managed, with the aid of pins and strings, to carry on their backs, the landlady grew nervous when the amount due to her amounted to a 6 pence a head. At such a time, this severely punctual woman, knowing the habits of the boys, would rise from her pillow and in the blue light of dawn suddenly appear before the assembled Yonkers as they sat at their accounts on the jury house steps. The duck, who was always the heaviest defaulter, would instantly endeavor to escape from the cold, determined gaze of his creditor's gray eye, but her voice would pull him back like a hand. "Mr. Drake," she would say, shaking her head as if prepared to quarrel. "Mr. Drake, I want me money. I'm a hard-working woman, Mr. Drake." "Why, I never seed you working yet," would equivocate the duck. "You owe me saxpence, Mr. Drake," she would continue, without heeding the reply, "and I'll thank you kindly for that same." She waited in silence for a few seconds, gazing with dreadful sternness at the other debtors, but on the duck beginning to whistle, she lost her temper and broke out wildly, "You idle vagabone, and it is for the likes of such that an honest woman is to be turned out of house and home, whilst you're larrikin' about the straits, living on the best and squandering me money, Mr. Drake. I want me rent." "Why don't you distrain?" asked the duck. "Is it distrain, ye say?" roared the lady. "You're a bundle of filth, ye. It's at the rag shop. I must carry their thin, their villain. It's only brown paper they to make it you're the best of times. Pay me saxpence, Mr. Drake." "Why, it's months since I've seen a sixpence," said the duck in persecuted accents. "I wish I had, and I'd have eaten something instead of never tasting nothing all the blessed day." "That's a lie, Mr. Drake," screamed the landlady. "You've had onions, for I can smell 'em here, and enough to knock me down. I want me sixpence I've worked hard for, Mr. Drake." "Why don't you ask the other chap, instead of only bullying me?" complained the debtor. The fiery Mrs. O'Donovan was trembling with rage, shaking like the hand of a drinker. She was about to follow the duck's advice, and had commenced her attack upon the gang by howling out, "Ye herd of plundering locusts," when the whole of the troop took to their legs and darted away from her, leaving her to shake her fists and scream after their retreating forms. As they knew it would be useless to return home in the absurd hopes of being allowed to sleep there, the entire party made the best of their way to St. James's Park, and, having climbed the railings, they silently sought out some convenient spot that would serve them for a bedstead. At length they discovered what Teddy Flight termed a place that had been made a purpose, knowing they were coming. The overhanging boughs of some valuable shrubs, the names of which were carefully painted on the labels near their roots, formed a kind of gypsy's tent, and the withered leaves that had fallen covered the ground with a soft, dry mattress, almost equal, they declared, to a truss of straw. Into this branch-curtained retreat the lads crept on all fours, one after another, to enjoy their doss, as in their slang they called sleep. "Of all beds, these here flower beds is the primest for a doss," said Mike. "It's as soft as feathers. If we pulls our coats over our ears and then scrunches together in a lump, we shall do prime," was the advice of the experienced duck. "The last in bed blows out the glim," jocosely remarked Master Jim. Then, huddling together like a litter of kittens, the boys fell asleep, some with their head resting on the stumps of trees as a pillow, others with their legs and arms sprawling about, so that the limbs were crossing together like wicker-work. Such was the kind of life these miserable lads were accustomed to lead, an existence that had no pleasure in it beyond its daring and its lawlessness, where liberty was purchased at the expense of rags and hunger, and which was gradually training them for the jail by teaching the boys that the least laborious method of earning their bread was by transgressing the laws of society instead of conforming to them. Already they were ranked among the outcasts of the world, those for whose safekeeping policemen had been appointed and prisons built. Phil, from living among these boys, had picked up their slang and forgotten the good words taught him at his school as completely as a child sent to a foreign land loses its native language. His mind, too, had taken their stamp, the one that often seals a destiny, and his morality had become as muddy as his rags. When well-to-do people passed near him in the streets, they often placed their hands in their pockets, mistaking him for a thief, for there was a cunning side look in his eyes, and when he sneaked after them to beg, his step was more like that of one ready to decamp than bent on following. He had been 1 year at this sad work. He had passed through the winter, treading the snow with frostbitten feet and cuddling together the rags that fluttered about him like a storm-rent sail. The only time he had known warmth was when he was scraping the snow from before the houses, and the only variety to his miserable life was when the boys pelted each other with snowballs for the halfpence that were thrown to them, or swept open spaces on the ice for skaters at the Serpentine. But when the warm spring returned, when the chilblained feet had healed, and the rags, wholly as a worm-eaten loaf, once more felt warm enough, then Phil forgot the wise resolutions he had made in his time of suffering, and returned, as a matter of course, to his old habits. But for a mere accident, he might to his dying day have remained a member of the Associated Crossing Sweepers. Late one night, when all the gang were prowling about the Haymarket like cats in a flower bed, they saw 2 gentlemen lolling against the post at the corner of Windmill Street, and evidently wishing they could hit upon some amusement to relieve them from the hard work of having nothing to do. By their long mustaches and their hair close cut behind, the quick-eyed and experienced young beggars instantly recognized them as belonging to Her Majesty's service, though whether foot or cavalry they neither knew nor cared. As pigeons to peas, the boys flew to the perfumed Sons of Mars. The duck instantly volunteered to stand on his nose and beat time with the soles of his feet to the tune of "Is the battle over, mother?" for the trumpery equivalent of 1 penny. The king, Edward Flight, ever willing to meet the times and distance competitors, offered to turn head over heels as rapidly as a pith ball rotates on a fountain for the totally insufficient remuneration of 1 halfpenny. Phil, whose business principles were small profits and quick returns, endeavored to undersell his rivals by proposing to cate and wheel until he was black in the face for the small charge of 1 farthing. "Well, then, the whole lot of you go to work," said one of the officers, and a second afterwards the solo with the foot accompaniment had commenced, and the other lads were twisting about as rapidly as the paddles of a steamer. But just as the entertainment was half over, it was unfortunately interrupted by the approach of a policeman, who, taking off his belt, dealt the performers such lusty blows with the buckle that they were glad to spring to their feet and scamper away. As the dogs driven from a tripe shop returned to gaze again at the wet wash-leather-looking dainty, so did these beggar boys once more appear before the officers as soon as they had given the policeman what they called the lucky dodge. The officers laughed to see the young scamps as they came up grinning and whining to ask for the little bit of silver, and they were kind enough to make several inquiries as to whether the castigation they had received had hurt them or not. But as to the payment of the money the boys thought they had earned, the gentlemen complained that the performances they had bartered for had not been given, and vowed that they would not cash up until they had witnessed something more for their money. Then they set the boys a variety of comic tasks. One of the gentlemen had a box of dinner pills in his pocket, and 4 of them were placed in Mike's hand, and he was ordered to swallow them instantly. The boy shuddered with the disgust all lads feel for medicine, and he made a face which drew up all his features into a variety of wrinkles, but as there was scarcely any enormity he would not have committed for 1 penny, he hastened to the pails by the cab-stand, and ducking his head like a horse, filled his mouth with water, and swallowed the pills as pleasantly as if they had been 4 black currants. The next boy ordered to stand forth was King Teddy, and he was led by the eccentric gentleman on town into a pastry-cook's shop, and there, being mounted on one of the marble-top tables, he was ordered like a monkey on a drumhead to begin his exercises. The young lady in the shop behind the pewter hot water apparatus where the veal and ham pies are kept, tepid, screamed out as the cobwebby flight entered, "Turn that dirty boy out! I won't have him here!" But those who promised him sixpence ordered him to advance, and although he plainly heard the fearful words, "Run for the police," the naughty child commenced his gymnastics. When Master Teddy, growing nervous, asked whether, "Please, sir, he might go now," instead of the yes he hoped for, he was commanded to cate and wheel the whole length of the shop, despite the crowd of customers, and in he plunged as into water, making the tart-eaters fly before him. His legs revolved within an inch of trays of cracknels, and nearly brought down dishes of custards or sent yellow jellies quivering over the oilcloth, and all the time parasols and canes beat at him as he trundled along. Even now these officers would not give the little sixpence that was once more employed for. A task of a decidedly cruel nature was given to the whole band, but nevertheless it was one from which these inhuman ragamuffins did not shrink. "Go and pull that tipsy man over," was the order, and like dogs at a weak cat, the pack flew at the staggering drunkard and upset him as easily as a ninepin. Their work completed, they once more asked for their money, but no. The gentlemen were enjoying themselves too much with the sport to put so speedy an end to the fun. These officers and gentlemen, thinking over what mischief they could next invent, happened to catch sight of a woman going by, and Captain Drake, as the biggest boy of the troop, was directed to go and sweep mud over her. With a vigorous dig of his broom, the duck sent a broad sheet of liquid dirt against the poor soul's dress, covering it as with a patch of brown paper. She turned round in wonder to see what had struck her, pulling her cotton skirt about her with a look of disgust and astonishment that made the troop and their fashionable abettors shout with laughter. Why does Phil not roar and dance with the enjoyment of the mischief like his companions? His face has turned as white as if a sickness had suddenly smitten him. As he saw the woman's features, his hair was lifted from his head, as when a gust of wind blows against the temples. He thanked heaven that she did not see him among her insulters, that poor nurse that used to call him her own pretty boy. The kind, patient creature that, even when he richly deserved it, would not hurt her Phil, but would rather kiss the pouting lips of the sulking boy, and coax him to laugh away his ill humours. Time was when Phil was innocent, and he had impulses which gave him no time for thought, but would have sent him bounding forward at the joy of seeing that face again. But now he is one of the foxes of the street, and as he would not be seen in bad company, he sneaks round the corner and runs along back courts, to reappear again higher up in the same street, and there he stops till his nurse Hazelwood shall advance towards him. Whilst he is impatiently waiting her approach, he runs into the road to watch what she is doing, and when he catches glimpses of her through the openings in the moving crowd, he perceives her pointing to her dress and appealing indignantly to the lookers-on. The muscles of his face twitch again, and his fingers work like a beetle's claws, as he thinks to himself, "If she only knew I was one of them that did it." Presently she advances, and, panting and trembling with anxiety, he creeps after her. Twice he calls out, "Mother!" but in so low a voice that he is not heard, and he is glad of it too, for he dreads the look he knows she must give him when she sees her Phil, a ragged street boy. More than once the thought of runaway has entered his mind, but the wish to hear of Bertie is stronger than the fear of any scoldings he might receive. At last the nervous boy pulls at her shawl, and, as his nurse looks round, his head falls on his bosom, and he says, It's me, Mother. She knows the voice in a moment, and taking that head with the dust-colored hair between her hands, she raises it to the full glare of the gas and mutters, as if to herself, "Good God, it's Phil." The poor soul is silent with grief, but the boy thinks the scolding is coming, and he stammers out, "It's no good a rowing a chap, it can't be altered now." "Are those the only clothes you've got?" she asked. As Phil played with his fingers, he answered, "Yes, and the best's uncommon bad, ain't it?" And then he peeped up to see if she was laughing, but her countenance was full of grief. "And what are you doing to earn a living?" she inquired. "Oh, knocking and rowing about, Mother, doing a job at anything." Oh, dear," she sighed, "that my own Phil should come to this." And she took up his hand, but dropped it again when she saw how black and dirty it was. "Oh, that I should live to see my boy in this state. Dear, I almost wish I hadn't met you, for I used to think of you as you once were, with your pretty pink face and your child's talk, and now, when you come into my mind, I must always see you dirty and in tatters, and with the words and ways of bad people in the streets. Oh, I wish I hadn't lived to see you, Phil." "Well, where's the use of crying, Mother? That won't do no good," the boy stammered out. "It is hard, after bringing you up and nursing you as if you were one of my own, to see you turn bad like this, with only rags to your back and perhaps dying of hunger." "Well, if a chap is, I don't see that telling him on it is much help." "God help you," she faltered, wiping her eyes on her shawl. One or two errand boys had stopped to look at Phil and his nurse, and others, as they passed by, turned round to stare at the weeping woman and the abashed boy by her side, who was trying to take the edge off his despondency by picking to pieces the twigs on his broom. Observing that they were noticed, the pair strolled towards Leicester Square. For some time they walked by the railings around the enclosure, neither of them saying a word. The woman sighing and weeping, poor soul, and the boy with his heart like a lump of lead in his bosom, although he tried to look as if he did not care, and kicked at the stones that were in his way or tossed halfpence with apparently the greatest indifference. Sometimes he would look up at her slyly to see if she was still crying, and then, finding that her grief was not allayed, he grew impatient and jerked his head on one side as much as to say, "I can't stand this much longer." At last he summoned courage to speak. "Mother, where's Bertie?" he asked, but in a meek tone, half expecting the information would be refused. Turning round suddenly so that her tearful face was looking full at him, she cried out in fear, "You shan't go there." "Why not? What have I done to her, I should like to know?" he grumbled out. "No, Phil," the woman said excitedly. "You shan't go tempting her into your ways and courses. If you've gone wrong, at least I'll keep her honest and good. You shan't go near her, I'll tell you." "You are laying it on," he answered impertinently. "One would think I was everything bad to hear you talk." "God only knows what you are, Phil," the poor thing moaned out. "But I know what Bertie is, and how good and pure is the heart within her. No, you shan't go there from any telling of mine, so don't ask me." "Now look here, Mother," began the boy, after swallowing 2 or 3 times, as if his throat were dry. "You seem to think I ain't all right, but I am all right. None righter. What have I done, I should like to know? Of course I begs, but that ain't stealing. A feller must live." "I knew you couldn't steal, Phil," was her mild reply, and it cut him the more because he knew himself better than she did. "Well, then, what do you mean? Don't you think I love Bertie? Now, look here. If a chap was to try and do her any harm, I'd go in at him if he was as big as a house. I tell you that you and her is the only two I like in the world, except Jim a little bit. I've been waiting to see you this year gone, for something told me we should meet." Many a time I've run afore people to see if it was you, and this is the way you serves a feller when you do run up agin him." He was crying and rubbing the knuckles into his eyes, so that he could not see the kind look with which she turned towards him. He felt her hand rest upon his shoulder, but he shook it off like an angry child. "Now, I'll just tell you, Mother, and it's gospel truth, too," the boy continued, sobbing. "When I've been on the crossing or caten-wheeling after buses, I've often wished tremendous I might catch sight of Bertie. I do like her really, so you might as well tell me where she lives." As no answer was given, he began to taunt his old nurse. "Ah, it's because I got rags on you won't notice a chap now." "No, no, my Philip," she cried out quickly. "It isn't the rags and mud on your back that grieve me. I was shocked, to be sure, to see the boy I loved and reared as one of my own looking like a street beggar. But it's the mud in you that hurts me so deeply. You talk mud and think mud, Phil, and you mustn't see Bertie." This made the lad angry, and he commenced threatening her. "Mind what you're about, Mother, or you'll make me reg'lar wild. If you don't tell me where Bertie lives, may my arm never come straight if I don't get locked up tonight and have 3 months of it." He stretched out his little arm to the clouds, and as she in horror seized his hand, he continued, "Now mark my words, and I ain't joking. If I have gone wrong, you and Bertie is the only ones as could put me straight again. I mind what you might say, but you won't help a feller. If Bertie were to say, 'You shan't caten-wheel again,' I'd give it over as quick as that." And he snapped his fingers. "There, that'll show you how fond I am of her. Now do tell me where she is, or if you doubt a feller, take me yourself to see her, and I'll do any mortal thing you choose as a quits." Like all boys, Phil, now that he had given vent to his anger, became very depressed, and his former excitement changed into a passionate flood of tears. All the time he was crying, he continued to talk, entreating with the greatest earnestness to be told the girl's address, and throwing his arms about him or hitting the iron railings with his broom as if he were venting his spleen upon the metal. If he could only have performed one tithe of the noble actions he and his rude manner of speech promised his foster mother should dignify his future career in life, in case she acceded to his entreaties, poor Phil would in himself have furnished virtuous illustrations sufficient for another volume of the Percy Anecdotes. At length the old nurse, seeing what influence his foster sister possessed over him, and knowing that whatever counsel the gentle-minded girl gave would be as pure and good as innocence and affection could prompt, acceded to his request. But she affixed these conditions. "You must be there," said she, beginning with stipulation number 1, "long before 7 o'clock in the morning, for it would be as much as Bertie's place is worth if the lady of the house, who has a deal of plate, was to hear of you coming in after her in those rags, Phil." "All right," answered Phil, without feeling the least insulted at the remark in his toilette. "I'll go and sleep all night on the doorstep, with my head on the scraper to wake me early." "And you must ring the area bell, mind," was clause number 2. "Yes, and I am a first-rate hand at ringing bells. I'll make it sing out like church time." "No, no, you mustn't make a noise, you silly fellow, or else you'll get Bertie turned away." "Oh, no, I forgot. What a flat I am. I'll scarce touch it loud enough to wake a weasel." "And you'll promise," was the third condition, "to do as she tells you?" "Of course I will, upon my sacred civvy. Why, if Bertie was to tell me to chuck a stone at the Lord Mayor of London himself, I'd have a shy at him if I had to get into his gold coach to take aim." End of section 15. Section 16 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 6 of Book the Second, Childhood in the Streets. The Interview. The next morning, long before 5 o'clock, Phil was leaning against the railings of the house where Bertie lived. He had not been to bed for fear that he might oversleep himself and miss seeing his foster sister, so the moment he could get away from the conversation at the jury house, he had set out for the place of meeting. For nearly 2 hours the boy had to amuse himself as well as he could in front of those railings, and to endure the annoyance of having arrived too soon at the rendezvous. To help the time along, he picked up stones in the road and had a game by himself at pitch in the hole, looking up anxiously at the house between the throws to see if anybody was stirring within. But all the blinds were down, and not a sound could he hear, listen as attentively as he would. The silence made him feel sleepy, and to shake off the drowsiness he attempted to establish an acquaintanceship with an old black cat that was resting motionless as a miniature sphinx in a corner of the area. First he called out, "Puss, puss," in his most captivating tones, but the animal, having opened its amber eyes to take a rapid glance at his costume, seemed to recognize him as belonging to the class it most dreaded, and wisely refused to stir, upon which the boy, to resent the want of confidence, changed his tactics and jerked pebbles at it, more to the danger of the kitchen windows than the poor beast, who philosophically retired to the dust-hole to finish its doze. At last he heard a great ringing of bells inside the house, and a few moments afterwards the kitchen shutters were open, and on peeping cautiously down the area, he beheld a man in a striped jacket who was evidently the bed-loving footman the bells had been intended to rouse. And never did he enjoy any pastime more than watching this servant as he shaved himself at a glass, no longer than a saucepan lid, suspended in the window. Without being aware of it, that footman was watched attentively from the moment when he first lathered a chin as black as a crape band on a white hat to that satisfactory period when he was passing his hand over the flesh and enjoying its satin-like smoothness. When Phil heard the clock strike 6, he thought he would take his first pull at the area bell. He felt excessively nervous as the jingle sounded below, scarcely louder than a clock striking, for he knew the barbered footman would come out to speak to him in a contemptuous manner, and Phil, who was a child of liberty, felt that he really could not stand any bounce from a footman. Much to the boy's astonishment, he found that no notice was taken of him or his summons. The menial merely advanced to the window, and having examined him for a minute, by waving his body about with a parrot-like movement, retired again into the dark recesses of his apartment. After the 6th time of ringing, the kitchen door was opened to make way for a woman's head, with a dull, stale look about it, caused by her having omitted to wash her face. "What are you worriting for, boy?" the maid inquired. "Can't you stand still and leave that bell alone for a moment and not go rousing the house? She'll be here directly." Naturally enough, Phil concluded that the "she" referred to Bertie, so he answered, "Oh, thank you, miss," and felt considerably easier in his mind, though it struck him as being very strange that this young woman should have been acquainted with the object of his visit. It was not long after this that a woman so fat that all her features hung down in pouches, which shook as she walked, made her appearance carrying a heavy market basket which dragged her sideways like a pail of water. She toiled up the stone steps, smiling at Phil as she said, half coquettishly, "Ah, your legs is younger than mine," an observation to which the lad mentally responded, "And a jolly sight thinner, too, I'll bet, missus." As the cook hoisted the pilferings over the area railings to the boy, she said, "Give this to your mother, my dear, and tell her it's my day out next Sunday, and I shall come round early to dress, and she's to mind, and have my pink muslin starched, and ask her to be so good as borrow them tongs again, for I don't know as I shan't curl my hair." At first Phil stared and looked into the basket to learn what it meant. When he saw the slices of meat and the half-finished joint mixed up with cold potatoes and remnants of loaves, he burst out laughing and said, "You've regular took the wrong turning, Mum, and lost your way entirely. I ain't the party as is waiting for this here breakfast." And as he saw the pilfering cook stare with amazement, he added, "If you'll tell a young woman what lives here of the name Bertha Hazelwood that she is wanted, I'll take it as an obligation." "How dare you come ringing at this time in the morning?" shouted the cook in a passion. "I shall do nothing of the kind for your imperence." Knowing the street boy was too well aware that he had the servant in his power to care much for her threats, so he leaned against the railings, and remembering the meat in the basket, said calmly, "Very well, Mum, you can do as you like, only mind this here. The family had roast pork for dinner yesterday, and by I shall pay my respects to your missus, and just ask her if she'd like to know where the cold gint is gone to." The result of this threat was that when Bernie came to speak to Phil, she found him eating a thick slice of bread and meat. The boy was hurt at the look of surprise and disappointment with which his foster sister greeted him. The last time she had seen him was when they parted at the Norwood school, and he was then a bright-faced, promising boy. She had often called to mind the picture of that separation, and how, in his sorrow at losing his Bertie, he had surlily quarrelled with her, almost as if she had been leaving him of her own free will. Then had come the news that Phil had run away, and she had heard with aching heart the many speculations that had been made as to what would become of him, whilst others croaked out their evil prophecies and augured from the flight of this workhouse bird the sinful future that awaited him. Bertha, who judged of everything through her love rather than her reason, alone stood up in her Phil's defence. Many a battle of words did she fight with stubborn talkers, arguing, poor girl, till the tears came into her eyes, that her dear brother would push his way honourably through life, and would come back to them again, when many years had passed, perhaps, if not a rich, then at least a just and upright man. And so often had Bertie in this way argued even to quarrelling in Phil's defence, that at last she had, by constant repetition, forced herself to believe that what she hoped for so devoutly was really truth. And now the reality was before her, and her courage and hopes drew back snail-like into her heart at this one touch of truth. There sat the boy she had nightly prayed for, dirty as a dust heap, and draped in rags that hung from him like the fleece of a muddy sheep. Phil saw her stare, and her gaze cut him to the heart. "Don't look like that, Bertie," he said. "It's enough to make a fellow turn desperate." She did not answer him, but her large eyes were stretched wide open and her mouth apart. For some time she could not speak, but at last she gave a sigh, as if the pain of surprise had left her, and her rigid limbs that had been fixed with wonder relaxed suddenly as if tired out by the emotion. "I've been waiting for you a long time, Phil, but—" She could not finish the sentence, for there was an unkind thought in it. "I know what you mean by that, but," said Phil. "You mean all this here," and he pushed his hands among his rags, making them flutter like feathers. Bertie could not answer him, for He had guessed her meaning. "Ah, Bertie, you can't love me half as much as I do you," he whined out, crumbling up the bread he had but a moment before been biting at so hungrily. "I knew you'd be shocked to see me, but though I was afraid, I came. If it had been the safe death of me, I should have come all the same. You're not altered a bit," he added, looking at her. "It's only me as is altered." He hoped his sister would have spoken to him, but not a word did she utter. "Come, Bertie," he implored. "Give a fellow one little word. I stopped up all night just to hear your voice. And now you won't speak anything. I don't ask you to kiss a feller, or anything of that sort, but I did think you wouldn't be downright unkind. It takes the life out of one, it do." "And, Phil, it has taken the life out of me, too," said Bertie sadly, "for you were part of what I lived for, and I was waiting so impatiently for the day when I should see you once more, and now it has come. It kills me." Poor girl. Her eyes were running over with tears, though her face was calm and her voice steady. Phil, as he sat on the doorstep, shuffled along until he was close to her, and then he felt the hot tears fall upon his upturned face. Now he, too, could not speak. There was a working in his throat and a tightness in his chest. She saw that the floodgates of his sorrow were open, and, kneeling close to the crouching boy, she drew his head to hers and kissed him as a token that the prodigal was loved and forgiven. She could not talk about the past, so they chatted over the future. "You must leave this life, Phil," she said. "It will be ruin to you." "Well, it ain't much better now," he answered. "I only made 9 pence yesterday." "I don't mean ruined for want of money, Phil. I mean you would grow up a bad man," said the little woman of 15. "Just think how Mother and me would fret if anything was to happen to you, and we were afraid to talk of you before people." "But what am I to do?" said Phil. "Nobody'll give me work with such clothes as these. I might just as well try to get took on at a bank." After they'd been talking together for some time, and he had given her a rough outline of the life he had been leading, Bertie commenced her good counsels by hinting that washing the face and hands not unfrequently added to the personal appearance. She also suggested that stopping up all night was not the natural life that had been ordained for striplings, and she further continued her admonitions by stating that in order to obtain decent clothing, the first step was to save up some of the daily earnings, and not expend every penny that was given to him either in purchasing pudding at the cook shop or paying gambling debts for lessons at pitch farthing. But Bertie's moralizing lost nearly all its effect from Phil's attention being just then occupied by watching a man who, mounted on the extreme end of a donkey, was coming up the street leading another of the patient animals by a rope around the neck. This man, to his astonishment, stopped before the very door where he and Bertie were chatting. He saw him dismount and, kneeling down, rest his head against the donkey's ribs and begin milking it into a small measure he drew from his pocket. "Who drinks that stuff?" asked Phil, turning up his nose in disgust. "Stuff indeed," cried Bertie. "It is very dear stuff, and Miss Tomsey, the lady I read to, takes it as medicine, a pint every day." Phil still kept his eyes fixed on the donkey man, and, attracted as all lads are by animals, he could not help going up to them and playing with their ears. "Ah," said he, "if I could only get a job as a stable boy or something, I should be made for life. That's what I'm most fittest for." Bertie, on mere speculation, ventured to ask the vendor of donkey's milk whether he happened to know of any place vacant just then, where an active, and she added, honest, boy might get employment. "Any character?" asked Mr. Sparkler. "Oh, I know him well," said Bertie, as Phil scratched his head, not knowing what to answer. "Well, boys is asked for pretty plentiful just now at Hampstead," answered the man. "Can the young man run?" "I'll lick any bus on the road," said Phil boastingly. "And has the young man any clothes besides them there things?" continued Mr. Sparkler, evidently not very pleased with Phil's costume. "Yes," said Bertie firmly, which made Phil stare at her with surprise. "Well," said the donkey proprietor, "he can go see my missus and talk it over with her." "Ask for Mrs. Sparkler, donkey keeper, the Drying Ground, Hampstead, Hollyhock Cottage." "Which is the nearest way there?" asked Phil with delight. "Well," said Mr. Sparkler, "keep up the road till you come to William the Fourth, then turn round as far as the Hare and Hounds, and anybody'll tell you which is the trusty friend, and my place is close by, 4 doors from the Jolly Sailor." How Phil became a donkey boy, and how he prospered in his new calling, will be seen in the next chapter. End of section 16. Section 17 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 7. Book the Second. Childhood in the Streets. Hampstead. Call the world into school, and when the millions are seated in their classes, let the schoolmaster walk among the forms and ask, "What is happiness?" How many guesses will be made at the riddle? "Glory!" roars the soldier, and yet those who have burned cities into dust heaps have, when they came to sift the cinders, found little happiness among the ruins. Alexander died of delirium tremens, aged 33. Miltiades expired in prison. Siccus Dentatus, the hero of 140 battles, was assassinated. Hannibal poisoned himself. Belisarius had his eyes put out. Caesar was murdered, and Napoleon, everybody knows his fate. Titles suggest the politician, but if a short name cannot bring happiness, how can a long one? Will extending a man's cognomen like the lengthening of a ship add to his qualities? A firmament of stars may decorate a bosom, but according to Louis XVI, there are clouds that will overcast even such a heaven. "Riches," cries the poor man, forgetting that to have more than we can enjoy is the same as not having it at all. Demidoff owned gold mines, but he ate and drank himself a cripple, and what benefit was his treasure to him? He died worth millions, and passed the better half of his life in a chair on wheels. The only privilege of his wealth was to prevent others from possessing it. "Health," groans the rich man, turning his back on the laborer who, although he never knew a day's sickness, sighs heavily over his misery in having to support the most salubrious of families on 7 shillings a week. "Beauty," simpers the woman of fashion. "A 5 years' glory and a life's misery, for even when the beauty is gone, it leaves behind it the insolent remembrance of its possession. Where did lovely Helen of Troy die? Did she expire with the serpent of remorse gnawing at her heart, with as sharp a tooth as when the asp of the Nile fastened upon the arm of the splendid Cleopatra? What is happiness? For how many 100 years have Stoics and Epicureans made themselves miserable and pummeled and cudgeled each other in argument without being able to settle the point? A house might be built up with the volumes that metaphysicians have written on the subject. Does happiness consist in sensual or mental delights, Or is it a state of continual agreeable feeling or the gratification of some desire, which enables us to enjoy the blessings already in our possession? Let wiser and better heads than ours grow gray and balding in settling the matter. We have a youth near at hand who will speedily reveal to us how his happiness was brought about and of what it was composed. Come here, Philip Merton. What's perfect happiness, sir? A strong boy's corduroy suit with a double row of pearl buttons down the breast and a coat cut like a groom's. Philip is happy and chirping with delight because his clothes are as sound as the skin of an orange. He walks along upright with pride, as if he had a family tree at his back to straighten it. A drawer had been unlocked and a little treasure taken out, and Bertha, with a half-sigh, had counted the silver pieces into Philip's hand. He seemed to be abashed at taking the girl's earnings, for, as if his conscience troubled him, he said, "I have no right to take this from you, Bertie, and mother too, a-wanting it all along." But he closed his fingers on the coin nevertheless. With his hands in his pockets, he strutted up Tottenham Court Road, delighted with himself as a footman in a new livery. At nearly every step he cast a complacent glance at his clothes, either brushing away any dust that may have fallen on them, or admiring the neat manner in which his trousers fell over his thick high-lows. The reflection of his tout ensemble in the shop windows afforded him singular satisfaction. He seemed to be greatly pleased with his general effect, and took an essential delight in making his nether garments whistle, as the noise produced by the friction of corduroy is musically styled by the vulgar. In those times the route to Hampstead was very different in appearance from what it is now. The road of Tottenham, which in our day looks like a poor relation of Regent Street, had then no furniture shops to block up the pavement with sofas, chairs, and tables. Neither had American photographists discovered the economic process of taking correct likenesses for sixpence, nor had Italian pastry cooks hit upon the original notion of giving a wine-glass full of strawberry cream or lemon ice for a penny. Down the Hampstead Road, the spirit of commerce had not then converted the gardens before the houses into shops, but every tenement had its railed-in patch of gravelly-looking mold and mouldy-looking gravel, where nothing seemed green but the weeds, and no plant flourished but the Michaelmas daisy, amid whose luxuriant stems the stray cats of the neighborhood found excellent sleeping accommodation, curling themselves up in the middle of the rank herb as securely as a slug in a box border. In the hopes of getting a flower for his buttonhole, Phil entered several of these unthriving plots, but he only found lilac bushes with twigs as black as crayons and leaves as dusty as a top shelf. When you call back the recollection of your youth, is it not wonderful to think how this big London of ours has grown and stretched itself out within the last few years? Squares and crescents have crept out like the suckers of a tree. The jagged edges of the town fill up the fields where, in Philip's time, cows were feeding and boys flying their kites. Mother Redcap's had wagons and carrier carts in front of it instead of yellow omnibuses, and where a row of shops are now built, Philip laid himself down in the tall grass and chewed buttercups. It is not far back since the renters of the Augusta and Frederica villas, the Caroline lodges, and the Laburnum cottages, lying at the foot of Haverstock Hill, thought themselves in the country, and would talk of sleeping out of town in the pure air, and boast of the landscape to be seen from their top windows. But now, fierce yellow and red brick houses, with plate-glass windows and stucco cornices, have shot past them to close out the view and mingle their smoke with the breeze. Up the hill they creep, lining each side with a vast number of the lindens without a lime tree and the elms without an elm, Besides peaceful battle-christened tenements such as Blenheim House and Trafalgar Hall, those inmates' quiet souls have never thought of any war excepting that waged against black beetles, and who, whenever they see a redcoat advancing, feel convinced that he has come to make love to the kitchen maid and sack the larder. On trudged Phil with his coat on his arm and a holly leaf in his mouth, wishing that the hills were not so steep nor the day so hot and dusty. He passed the then country-looking roadside inn, the Load of Hay, and, thirsty as he was, he felt as if he could have snatched the mug of beer from the drover, who, whilst his flock of sheep were lying panting about the road, was drinking at the bar. To prove the superiority of man over the brute creation, our youth made a point of passing every omnibus upon the roads, leaving them and their 3 horses to creep up the hills after him. And he even entered into a spirited competition with a washerwoman's cart, and could have easily distanced the hopping, mop-tailed cob, but he felt himself turning to a lobster tint with the heat, and his legs growing stiff as stilts. He never rested unless it was to take a peep over the oak palings and square-clipped hedges that enclosed some of the grounds by the way. The sight of the old Queen Anne mansions looking as red as a strawberry in the midst of the huge green trees, with their frowning roofs surmounted with a wedding cake ornament of a belfry, seemed to fascinate him to the spot, and he could not help thinking to himself what a jolly, easy time of it the young ladies must have, whom he saw working at the bow windows that opened into the lawn. Ah, thought Phil, if I had a house like that, what a first-rate chap I should be all of a sudden. And he gazed at the flower beds piled up with bloom and spotted with colors as a mound of wafers, and he stared at the square paddocks of rippling grass divided by the neatest of iron hurdles, and imagined to himself what delightful fun those same young ladies would have when the haymaking time arrived, romping among the new-mown crop, and how they would enjoy sleeping in its perfume by night. The Belsize estate also met with our young gentleman's warmest approval, and he stood at the iron gates, staring down the long avenue of trees that covered in the carriage drive like a green hood, until somebody came out of the lodge and asked him what he wanted. And his desires being at that moment of an impossible nature, being, indeed, no less than a wish to possess the estate, he did not think it fit to enter into any explanation, but moved away. He had reached Downshire Hill before he caught sight of any evidence of the donkey business being in a thriving condition. Standing at a garden gate was a Bath chair, with one of the patient dust-colored animals harnessed in front of it. The boy was so much pleased with this ingenious vehicle for invalids that he endeavored to enter into conversation with its owner, informing him that he considered the turnout to be a kind of young cabriolet before its wheels were properly grown. But the proprietor, not being in a conversational mood, gave grunts in reply, and eventually made a remark about the advantage to be gained by someone stepping it. After Phil had seen an old lady on crutches deposited inside the chair, where she bore a strong family likeness to the prompter at the opera, he went on his way again, staring about him with the greatest industry. He even became interested in the welfare of the inhabitants, and wondered to himself whether Neil, the carrier, who announced that he visited all parts of London daily, made a pretty good thing of it. At the coach office he made inquiries as to the whereabouts of Hollyhock Cottage, the residence of Mrs. Sparkler. It was some time before he could get anybody to attend to him, and the delay afforded him ample opportunities for studying the habits of omnibus drivers. He heard one lady who was seeking for information about the time of starting receive the unintelligible reply of "A quarter arter, half after, quarter to and at." He witnessed a dispute between a conductor and his coachman, who was upbraiding him for never looking about him nor nothing. and he heard inquiries made as to whether Jim had greased that off-mare's fetlock, or had had that bay oss's collar took in a bit. He was told to climb up a steep embankment that stood like a cliff by the roadside, and then turn down long, narrow lanes as steep as staircases, and round by stable yards where fierce dogs rushed about and barked behind the gates and endeavored to force their wet noses through impossible openings. He asked everybody he met which way he should go, and it was only after he had turned to the right at least 20 times that he at length arrived at the residence of the Sparkler family. There was a little colony of some dozen cottages, and washing and donkey-letting were the trades the inhabitants lived by. Over every door hung a board with either "Mangling done here" or "Donkeys for hire," and, as if to avoid too great a monotony in repeating these announcements, every style and size of writing had been employed, though the thin white spider letter on the black background appeared to be the favorite type. The day being propitious for drying, the gardens and hedges were covered with linen. Lace collars and nightcaps were spread upon bushes, pocket handkerchiefs and stockings were fastened down with stones on grass plats, and shirts and petticoats, distended to their utmost tightness by the wind, fluttered from the lines, their proportions looking so terribly unfit for human use that a notion crossed the mind that all the owners must be in the last stage of dropsy. Mr. Sparkler was evidently a refined man who, although to the world he might seem to devote himself to the letting out of donkeys, was at heart a florist. His cottage, which was about as large as a hayrick, and had a straw thatch cut close over the windows, like a Methodist's hair, was ornamented in front by a small 1-2-3-and-jump garden, intersected with gravel paths not broader than deal boards, which entailed balancing on those who tight-roped its walks. The beds were not larger than mattresses, but no lodging-house couch was ever more crowded. The flowers were packed as closely as nosegays, and how the mold could support such a crop unless concentrated like portable soup was a great unanswerable mystery. Standard roses with their blooming tops stood gay as new bonnets perched up in a milliner's window. Pansies as large as butterflies, hollyhocks like rosette-adorned fishing rods, and pinks as big as shaving brushes decorated this essence of a garden. In one corner stood the summer house, where of an evening Sparkler smoked his pipe, and even here the consummate taste of the man had exhibited itself. Adorning its summit was an arm-crossed statue of Bonaparte, and china dogs and plaster images decked the roof like a mantelpiece. Philip stood at the gate of this Eden, not daring to pass the palings of butter staves, which shut him out from its delights. He might have doubted if such splendor could belong to any being who supported himself by sixpenny donkey rides, if it had not been for the board over the door announcing that Tobias Sparkler was in that line of business. All the Sparkler family were away from home, the care of the house being for the time entrusted to a ginger-edged cur with a tail that might have been used as a crumb-brush, who went into a paroxysm of barking and showed all his front teeth in an uncivil manner. This dog was evidently kept as a kind of knock and ring to the Sparkler family, and no double rat-tat or bell-pull could have more effectually announced a visitor. 4 stout women issued from a neighboring cottage to see what the noise was about, and Philip, picking out the one whose hand seemed least like a washerwoman's, instantly addressed her as Mrs. Sparkler, Mum. "So he said you was to talk it over with me," said that lady, after the cause of the visit had been explained. "What do I know about boys? There's nothing but boys now-a-times. I never see such a lot of boys. They swarm, literal swarm." Phil tried to look as if, despite the present glut, there were very few who could come up to him. Where the boys spring from, continued Mrs. Sparkler, addressing her friends, is more than in me lies to say. If they was imported by barrelfuls, they couldn't be more abounding. And they come to you as cool as imaginable and says, do you want a boy? I had two come to me last Thursday, said one of the washerwomen in corroboration. Both nice boys enough, but what use is boys to me? Mrs. Millen's boy, too, is out of work, added another lady, and, as it might be yesterday, she asked me if I wanted a boy. What for, says I. Why can't Sparkler see to his own boys, instead of worrying my life with them, was the wife's complaint. One can't sit down to a cup of tea, but before you've raised your saucer to your lips, there's boys must be attended to. They're wuss teasers than flies. Dear me, these boys is wearing me to shreds. She was a stout woman of 30, in form resembling somewhat a cottage loaf, and Phil felt perfectly convinced that she would last her time, despite her troubles. To try and conciliate her, he ventured to say that if he were engaged, the only reason he should have her living would be to comfort and assist his mistress. It's too bad of Sparkler to leave everything to me, continued the woman. It's slaving from first thing when you get up till it's time to go to bed again. First there's saddles to look to, then there's donkeys to be sent out, then there's accounts to keep, and hundreds of other things. I don't mind what I do, and I'm very fond of gardening or working anyhow that's useful, said Phil, beginning to enumerate his good qualities. Then there's seeing that them other boys don't cheat the very eyes out of your head, she grumbled. I'm sure I wouldn't do anybody out of— No, not so much as half a farthing, Mum, murmured the lad. Don't tell me, boy, growled Mrs. Sparkler. It's like your impudence to say so. All boys is alike. You're human nature, ain't you? Then hold your tongue. This interview ended in an appeal to the feelings of the women, made by Master Merton in a fit of desperation at the slight prospect he saw of an engagement. He commenced by saying that it was very odd, but people seemed to take an especial pleasure in persecuting him, detailing with great excitement and feeling the struggles he had gone through, and wound up with a half-threat that if his good intentions were this time thwarted, he saw no help for earning a living but by leading a most abandoned and vicious existence. It's awful to hear him talk, cried one of the washerwomen. Where's your parents, you wicked boy? I'm an orphan, and that's what's agin me, he muttered. If I'd got someone to help a fellow, do you think I'd be like this? I only wish you was orphans, you'd find it out then. They were preparing to answer him when he broke out again. It ain't as if I came here without a good word to back me, but Mr. Sparkler knows our people well enough. Who's your people? Asked Mrs. S. Why, Tomsy's people, he replied, as takes in their pint of ass's milk regular. Mrs. Sparkler suddenly entered her cottage. She had gone to see if Tomsy's account had been settled. The examination of the memorandum book was evidently satisfactory, for Philip was told to proceed to the heath and ask for one Fred Jackson, and announced to him that, for the future, he was to be employed among the long-eared stud. Fred Jackson, or as his companions called him, Swinging Fred, was a tall, gypsy-looking fellow with a sunburnt face and a couple of black ringlets hanging down each cheek. He was celebrated among donkey drivers, both for the length of his locks and the admirable manner in which he managed the steeds, for whilst he could tie his curls under his chin, he, on the other hand, was so clever with his stick that, with one blow struck somewhere under the ear, he could most surely bring any rebellious animal to the ground. Dressed in his dirty flannel jacket and leaning over a saddle, he did not look such a terrible fellow, but the donkeys knew him well enough, and even when he coughed, up went the ears, as if they were on their guard against the strong-armed foe. The first thing Swinging Fred did was to make the new boy pay his footing, which he fixed at 6pence for a pot. His drink was ale with gin in it, of which he could swallow immense quantities, and the next was to roar out, "Sam Curt, in so loud a voice that all the donkeys on the heath heard him and grew restless. "Here, Sam Kurt, where is ya?" "Gone to Frognell Rise." "No, he ain't. Why, I see him there a minute since." "Got a job to the Spaniards," shouted so many at once that replies seemed to come from all quarters. Eventually a lad came shuffling up, who turned out to be the same Kurt who was in such great demand. "Been touting on the hill, Fred," he said in a frightened voice. "And who telled you to do it?" "What do you do it for, then?" growled the swinger. "I'll break every bone in your skin, you young rat." And Sam looked frightened, and all the donkeys that had been lying down rose up very rapidly and fidgeted about. Phil thought to himself, "He's a nice sort of master to have to spend your days with." "Here, take that young'un along with you," said Swinging Fred, pointing to Merton, "and put him up to what he's got to do. Do you hear? Then do it." There wasn't much work on hand for the first week or so that Phil was at Hampstead, and he had plenty of time to study the details of the business. His greatest delight was to lie down on the grass, or sit on the chains that keep the flagpost steady, and look at the landscape. The broad heath stretched out before him, covered with dots of furze bushes that seemed to freckle the ground like a countryman's sunburnt face. What a glorious fringe of trees surrounds this London's playground! If it were not for the lamp-posts in the road beyond, who can imagine so lovely a spot was so near to the monster city? Sometimes the lad would wonder who lived in the grand houses on the skirts of the heath. They lie concealed in the verdure of their surrounding trees, as if, having crept up so close to the public ground, they were afraid of being sent back again, and had hidden themselves from sight. The round, tall chestnut trees were in bloom, with their white pagodas of flowers standing up at the tips of the boughs, like candles on a Christmas tree. Philip could, from where he lay stretched on the turf, see into the gardens belonging to some of these mansions, and catch sight of the fruit trees in the orchards, big mounds of blossom with all the ground about them speckled with the falling bloom, as if 1,000 love letters had been torn into small pieces and thrown there. Sometimes a donkey, enjoying himself in the distance, would begin to bray, and then other donkeys scattered about would answer as cocks do, and eventually, after the music had been taken up in all corners of the heath, the whole body of those on the top would join in chorus and throw out their music with deafening effect. On one side of the heath, the West End side, there's an avenue of old elms where the young ladies' schools walk up and down, treading among the sun-drops that have fallen through the leaves and made golden rings on the ground, and it was our boys' delight to sit down on one of the benches and listen to these little scholars chatting with their French governess. "What on earth," he would think to himself, "does she mean by saying, after looking at me, 'Regarde, mademoiselle, c'est ça petit garçon-là'?" If ever these little ladies extended their promenade into the heath itself, he followed the petticoated regiment as it appeared and disappeared among the risings and hollows of the ground, and wondered in his mind whether Bertha would ever have such nice clothes as they wore, and be able to talk about the sale garçon-là as they had done. How lovely did the distance, too, appear, with its purple bloom of haze over it. The tree-tops, rolling round and round like smoke, looked as soft and pouting as a cushion. The fields, veined with hedges, dividing off the little bright-colored patches of ground as irregularly as the glass in a stained cathedral window. The only sounds to be heard were the cawing of rooks and the birds singing in the trees around, unless some burst of distant laughter attracted the eye to the little specks romping together among the far-off furze bushes. That lake of water, seen like a stain miles away over the tree-tops, was, Phil knew, the reservoir at Kingsbury, and Harrow on the hill stood out plainly against the white clouds on the horizon, whilst, by looking between the chimney of yonder big white house and the poplar near it, he could see a smudge of background which was Windsor Round Tower. Round the pond, with the rusty iron pipe sticking up in it, are ranged the donkey gigs and one-horse flies, and further on are clustered together the saddled asses, all with their heads together as if they were whispering like jurymen considering their verdict. How those gigs can pay we never could imagine. They are curious, shattered-looking turnouts, as clumsily put together as a schoolboy's pasteboard model. Overgrown children's carts with wheels not larger than a wheelbarrow's, and lined with limp chintz, or patched with worn-out japanned cloth that had once formed part of a table cover. The donkeys that pull them are all pot-bellied, and have under their round, drooping stomachs a fringe of hair so long that the wind blows it about. The poor brutes with their long ears lopping down look like big rabbits. Nor are the one-horse flies much better than the gigs, for their linings all look tumbled, as if they had been slept in, and the big, gaunt steeds have long heads with a drooping, sulky-looking underlip. One has been fired in the fetlock, and the bulging flesh is scored like a melon with the scars. Another, a white horse with a black nose and a dirty draggled tail stuck together at the tips, is blind of both eyes, and its ribs ripple up the carcass, each one as distinct as the folds of an accordion. Aided by his friend Sam Curt, or Snorting Sam as he was called, from an unfortunate habit of breathing loudly, Philip soon got to know every donkey on the heath as perfectly as a shepherd distinguishes every sheep in his flock. The stud of donkeys then exposed for hire by the 10 or 11 proprietors who worked Hampstead formed a most various and eccentric collection, for they were of all ages and color, some so small that swinging Fred could straddle them like a colossus, and others so large that with their bulging saddles on they might almost have passed for stunted camels. Their harness was neither first nor second rate, but of the lowest possible rate, fastened together by string instead of buckles, with the leathern tongue sticking out in every direction. The greater number of the animals were so thin that the backbone stood up almost like the keel of a boat. To prevent any rubbing from the saddle, pieces of drugget or sacking and even wisps of hay were tucked as a pad under the seat, so that, everything considered, the poor brutes had an untidy, sluttish appearance, as if they had dressed themselves with the hurry of a maid-of-all-work at a lodging-house. Perhaps those destined for the especial service of ladies were the most remarkable for a slovenly negligee, their costume being something after the grandeur of a circus palfrey, with a slight mixture of the Roman toga, for over the wide-seated saddles were placed linen coverings decorated with red braid edgings, which, when clean and not too much torn, no doubt had a very smart appearance. These ladies' donkeys were also distinguished by being nearly cut in two by the girths, which were pulled up so tightly that their waists seemed to rival in smallness the formation of a frog, a species of tight-lacing which did not improve the appearance of the long-eared quadrupeds. Poor, ill-used creatures! The worst fated of all hard-working servants, who, because they are patient, have to suffer more blows than the most vicious and ill-disposed of earthly four-legged blessings. It puzzles one, after watching these donkeys for some time, to tell whether their resignation proceeds from philosophy or stupidity. A stick rattles down on their flank, and the only remonstrance made is that the rope's end of a tail is tucked in tighter than before, and the animal, as if it knew the Christian creed, apparently chides its oppressor on church principles, for, after receiving a blow on one side, it presents the other to the enemy to receive the balancing thwack. Your intelligent horse throws out his leg and kicks. Your sensible dog bites if he can, or growls and shows his teeth. But the poor ass, awakened from its sleep by a smart blow across the loin, takes no more notice of the insult than if a leaf had fallen on him. Whenever Sam Kurt took the new boy among the donkeys for the purposes of instruction, it was his practice to direct the attention of his pupil to any particular animal worthy of his notice by flicking it adroitly on the part which he considered to be the tenderest of the body. "There, that's a nice un," said the youth, pointing to one of the brutes with the insides of its ears as full of hair as a lady's slipper. "We calls her Everlasting Tea Kettle. Get up, you there, Everlasting Tea Kettle. Mothers of families and nusses always ask for her of a morning. They're very fond of her, 'cause she carries two," and he pointed to a child's swing of a chair which was strapped to Everlasting Tea Kettle's back. "Where's the one you call the winner of the Derby?" asked Phil. "We've got such a lot of 'em," answered Sam. "They've all been winners. Only every year we changes 'em. Now this little chap as is at present called Lady Snuffers has been Eclipse, and the winner of the 2,000 guinea stakes and Flying Dutchman, and ever so many more. He's as fat as a little pig, and get his own living, don't want nothing to eat of us. Here's Crabapple Betsy, too," he continued, advancing a few paces. "She has been the winner of the Oaks and the Chester Cup, and a heap of others. She's so gentle you can almost do anything with her." And to prove his words, he administers a smart cut with his whip, which made poor Crabapple Betsy hop vigorously. She took it gently enough. A big donkey with rough curling hair, whose hind legs had been clipped to allow the stick to have better effect, attracted Phil's notice. "He's a beauty, if you like," cried Snorting Sam, leaning against it. "He's Elm Tree Joe, and the quickest that ever runs. Just you see." And he set to work beating the clipped portion of the animal's body, whilst in a guttural voice he growled out, "Go along with you, Joe," so that the brute, finding that serious work was intended, darted off at full gallop, the boy following and trailing his stick in the road to make a noise. It was astonishing to hear how well Master Kurt was acquainted with the good qualities of the different donkeys he patronized with his notice, and yet surprising to witness the cruelty with which he accompanied his praise. He passed a row of them standing as quietly as if they had been toys on a shelf, but he could not refrain from rousing them out of their sleep with his knocks. "Come up there, Crazy Jane. Hi, hi, you, White Alice. Stir up. You old One-Eye, I'll give you something, you bobtail. Now then, you old Duke of Brunswick." The hollow sound of the stick on the ribs made the mass move uneasily and run together like a drove of sheep. "That's such a one as you don't see often," said Snorting Sam, stopping before a donkey with a vicious eye, shaped like the slit in a violin. It had a thick mop of fur on its forehead, which afforded Master Kurt a firm grip, whilst he said, "Every hair in its head is worth pounds, and all over alike. You might go 1,000 miles and not meet with such a oner as this here Ingia Rubia is. Stir up there, old Ingia Rubia." "It can do almost everything but speak," added the driver, lashing at his ears as if he was trying to cut them off like tall weeds, and certainly one of the things that India Rubber could do was to kick, and very near to Snorting Samuel, too. It happened that some of the asses, being perhaps soured with life, and rendered quarrelsome by persecution, began to fight and bite each other. Like a hawk darting at a hedge sparrow, Snorting Kurt dashed into the midst of the fray and laid about him vigorously, shouting to the music of his blows. "Hullo, you Prince of Wales, would you, Laura Smith? What are you about there, bonny Black Bess? I'm after you, Lady Milkmaid, and you too, Gentleman Jerry." When the battle had ended and quiet was restored, Sam, in answer to the question as to which was the best donkey of the lot, thus delivered his opinion. "We calls Hearts of Gold the pride of the world, 'cause she's the fastest and biggest and prettiest, a piebald very handsome, and a curiosity which is in her favour, which was offered £4 for. But I'd as soon have Light Heart. You'll say why? Well, for this here. I fancies him more, and he'd go till he busts hisself." After a pause he added, "But after all, what's donkeys to ponies for fastness? Mr. Lamford, him as owns the white and roan ponies, he wouldn't take a 10-pound note for either of them. There they stand with their nose bags on, and one of them's got eyes as blue as plums. Only the worst of ponies is this. A gentleman says, 'I want a half-crown ride,' and off he goes for an hour and don't come back again. And the next thing we hears of is that the pony is in the pound or at the green yard, and they come down on you for 10 bob." The duty assigned to Phil was that of touting for custom, Mr. Sparkler considering that the newness of the boy's clothes should be duly taken advantage of, as an evidence of the respectable manner in which he conducted his business. The instructions given to the lad were to take up his stand by the Coach and Horses public house, and, whenever he saw anybody coming, to rush up to them, and, no matter what their age or size might be, to ask them perseveringly, "Do you want a nice saddle donkey?" With an honest enthusiasm, Phil carried out these instructions to the quick, and in a few days he became the terror of every old lady in the neighborhood. Indeed, many most respectable persons have asserted that he did it on purpose. "Do you want a nice donkey, Mum?" he would half confidentially ask of these aged matrons. And when they turned around to say, "No, my boy, how ridiculous," he would add, "Nice, comfortable, soft saddle, Mum, uncommon easy." "Go about your business, sir," would be the reply. Then Phil would walk by their side whispering, "Have a nice chair, Mum, or a nice easy shay, Mum?" "No, no, no, I tell you." "Got so very nice saddle ponies, Mum, carry you like a feather." Then the elderly matrons lost all patience, and they stood still and looked about them for a policeman, as they muttered between their gums, "I'll give you in charge, you bad boy. How dare you ask me to ride on a pony?" When giving Philip his instructions, Mr. Sparkler had laid down this important axiom: "Say everything's nice. Nice donkeys, nice saddles, nice shays, nice everything. It's time enough for them to find out if the things is nasty after they've paid their money." Philip didn't enjoy this touting much, for he was longing to have his share of the fun on the heath. And every night, when Sam Kurt related to him the adventures of the day, he would inveigh bitterly against old Sparkler for keeping a fellow sticking down in the beastly village. No doubt to Phil the town of Hampstead did seem a melancholy place enough. There wasn't a shop he cared to look into, for even at the library they never changed the prints exposed for sale. He hated those chemist shops with the small greenhouse windows, where pickles, sauces, and cigars were vended as well as medicine, and he looked with contempt upon the draper's establishment, where hats, shoots, boots, and cotton prints were exposed for sale in a compartment scarcely larger than a one-horse stall. The boy said it was like being in a country town 1,000 miles from town. The farrier's shop opened onto the road, and the tea dealer, the butcher, and the tailor all announced that they were from London, in so pompous a manner it was impossible to fancy you were only 5 miles away from it. It does indeed seem like some old-fashioned town. In some parts of the road there are high embankments with tall elms, in which the rooks have built, leaning over the highway as if they were top-heavy from their round, full branches. All the place is so silent that the livery stable cocks at one end of the street crow out and defy those crowing at the greengrocer's at the other extremity of town. The only excitement the place knows is when some traveling circus pitches its tent on the heath, or when some horse, coming down the steep hill, grows frightened with the pressure of the vehicle and runs away, in which case the carriage and its contents are, at the sudden turning of the road, sure to dash into the coffee-house next the Black Boy and Still, smashing the windows and scattering the customers. If you cross the road and seek out West End Square, you will find it the most rustic-looking place, with a tree growing in the center of the pavement, whilst the houses have a William and Mary look about them, being built of red brick with heavy white casements, as clumsily made as the stagecoach windows of old, and over the street doors are old-fashioned carved porticos. They don't make such stout leaden water pipes nowadays as those against these houses. Neither do we forge such iron lamp holders and gates, with twisting watch-spring curls and scrolls and foliage. It was near this square that Philip lived, down a court by the side of a rag shop, kept by the mother of Redpole Jack, another of Sparkler's boys. Mrs. Burt gave the best price for white linen rags, and a high price for kitchen fat, and the full value for copper and brass, besides letting out lodgers at 3d a night. Slowly but surely did Philip advance to the highest honours that can befall a donkey driver. His first promotion was being allowed to drive a chaise, which conveyed 4 ladies to the foot of Haverstock Hill. Next, he was entrusted with the care of those donkeys which were hired for children, and so well did he behave himself on these occasions that eventually he was raised to the dignity of accompanying young ladies in a delicate state of health. The tenderness with which he checked all desire to trot on the part of the animals soon gained for him a name among the invalids of Flask Walk and the Vale of Health. Still, this was not what Philip longed for. He wanted to join in the exciting chase of following up some 20 young damsels galloping along the road, and it was only when his grumbling was slightly tinged with the abusive that Mr. Sparkler yielded to his entreaties. The night before this great advancement took place, the following conversation was held between Redpole Jack and our young friend. They had gone into the churchyard, not for serious contemplation, but because the graves afforded a comfortable seat, and with an immense yew tree spreading out like a wing above them, the converse began. "Shall I tell you why Sparkler wouldn't let you come on the Eath?" asked Jack. "Why, because you're so well clothed, and those new things of yours gets him a name for having respectable boys. Why, there's nothing pays so well as sick people, and they won't have any driver but is decent looking." "Well, I shall be up there tomorrow, so I don't mind," answered Phil. "And a nice messing around you'd have made of it if I hadn't seen you first," continued the Redpole. "Now look here. Suppose you was driving old One-Eye, and you wanted him to gallop, what would be your little game?" "Why, shout at him and hit him as hard as I could. Give him with all my might a good feed of long oats and ash beans," answered Phil. This made Jack Burt sneer with disgust. "Oh, of course you would," he said. "I knowed it. That's like you and your proudness, thinking you know everything. And what would you get? Why, old One-Eye would stand still and kick at you. I had my hand swelled dreadful through him." "What should you do?" asked Phil. "Now you're coming to it," answered Master Bird. "Why, first of all, I should give him 3 or 4 over his head to let him know who I was." "Well," asked Phil, "and after that, when he did know who you was?" "Why, then I'd give him 2 or 3 sharp uns on the top of the hock, to show him who he was." "Go on," said Phil. "What then?" "Why, then he'd get one of my left-handers as should knock him on one side, and another as should knock him back again and send him hopping for 2 or 3 yards. "And what's the end of it?" asked Phil. "Well, for the minute," added the lecturer, "old One-Eye wouldn't know whether he was afoot or horseback, but off he'd go, regular spanking first rate." Phil's reply to his instructor consisted in reading from one of the tombstones near him the following epitaph: "At morn in cheerful health he rose, at noon and eve the same, at night retired to calm repose, the awful summons came." End of section 17. Section 18 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 8 of Book the Second. Childhood in the Streets. On the Heath. It was a hot day, with so fierce a sun that every cab and cart that passed along the road by the heath drove through the pond on the top to freshen the horses. The gnats were flying about the donkeys' ears, and they, poor brutes, were most of them lying down on the sandy ground, sleeping till their time of torment arrived. But though it was 3 o'clock and broughams had already driven up to Jack Straw's castle, and dinners had been ordered, yet no donkey riders appeared. All the proprietors were in a dreadful state of excitement at the prospect of so bad a day's work, and the men in flannel jackets, with their whips and sticks under their arms, were spread out along the road, watching like skirmishers for anyone advancing. "I never saw anything like it," cried Mr. Sparkler, unloosing in despair the girths of some of his stud. "Fine weather seems thrown away on some people. They deserves to be drownded in rain." "Bad doings, bad work," answered Mrs. Suddy, a proprietress of 6 animals. "We shan't get a little loaf today, much less a big one." And, addressing her assistant, she added, "You'll have to go without your meat today, Bill." Another of the owners remarked mournfully, "Sorry I ain't seen my mare gallop today, Tobias." "I've only had 2 out this morning," said Mr. Sparkler. "Old Milkmaid and Maria Punch is gone over to Highgate, but that won't pay rent." Whilst they were lamenting their want of customers, a governess, with 2 young ladies by her side, threw the whole of the flannel-jacketed crew into confusion by making signals expressive of a desire to take asinine exercise. It instantly became a tussle as to who should have the job, or, to use the words of the boys themselves, it was a regular scrummage for the gals. Before the imprudent fair ones had advanced 10 paces onto the sward, they beheld some 20 men and some 50 donkeys rushing at full speed towards them. "Hi, hi, hi!" roared the drivers, urging on the galloping squadron before them. "Here you are, Mum! Here's Lady Snuffers, the best as ever wore a bridle," cried one. "Little everlasting tea kettle, miss, the pride of Hampstead," shouted another. "Gentleman Jerry, lady's a real blood monkey," roared a third. Dreadfully frightened by the terrible position they were in, feeling themselves gradually suffocated by the long-eared herd, with a black-nosed donkey pushing its nose into the ribs on one side, and another animal, with a cold in his head, rubbing against the mantilla on the other, the 3 forlorn damsels allowed themselves to be lifted off the ground by the first that dared to lay hands on them, and before they had even time to scream, they were seated in their saddles and being led away. Then abuse from the disappointed fell in a volley on their devoted bonnets. "You ought to be ashamed of yourself, you wicked old woman," howled one at a governess, "making fools of hard-working people." "You deserve to be chucked off, you young cat," snarled another at one of the young ladies. "If I was a gal, I'd give you something should do you more good than riding," growled a third. And away the poor things were carried, the imaginary pleasure of the ride entirely dispelled by the idea that they had unconsciously done some dreadful act of injustice to the Hampstead donkey-keepers. "That's a queer way of doing business," said Phil to Snorting Sam. "Wait until Whit Monday. You'll see worse rigs than them," answered Master Curt. One night, as Mr. Sparkler was enjoying his pipe in his summer house, and smoking the spiders into a restless condition, his wife called out to him, "I forgot to tell you, Tobias, there's a job for tomorrow night. Same party as had the picnic by moonlight last year called today about hiring some donkeys for another jollification. Do you mean that lot of servants that stopped out all night on the heath? Oh, they're going on the loose again, are they? And after laughing, he added, and when does the spree come off? Tomorrow. And they wants the loan of a kettle, and 3 nice donkeys for the gals to ride when so inclined. It was Mr. Boxer, the footman from Tomsey, that came about it, and he says there'll be a good dozen of 'em. To think of that now, exclaimed Mr. S. It appears their families is out of town, continued the woman, so they can manage it without being the slightest uncommodated. Teddy Cutler, Captain Crozier's groom, is to be one of the party, and he's thought a deal of. They got fiddles and all a-coming. On the following evening, just as the shades of night were stealing over the heath, a cab drew up in the road near the pond, and a stout male form, fashionably attired in pumps and Berlin gloves, stepped from the interior and gazed anxiously down the road. On the roof of that cab there was a hamper, and on the box beside the driver there were paper parcels with grease showing through. After the gentleman had peered about in every direction, he returned to the vehicle and, addressing a lady inside, said, "Nothing visible of them yet, Warty, but where's the hurry?" "I knowed that Mary Ann of ours would be late," answered the so-called Warty. "She's always such a time cleaning herself and figging up with her gewgaws and fallals." The gentleman seemed inclined to bear the delay with patience. He strutted up and down, cleaning his nails, and humming airs known only to himself, and whenever the voice in the cab inquired, "Do you see them yet, Boxer?" he answered in the most cheerful of voices, "Not yet, Warty." At length a group of ladies and gentlemen were seen creeping up the hill, and instantly Mr. Boxer became excited and commenced waving his pocket handkerchief with the utmost gallantry. Some of the young damsels, seeing the signal, ran laughing towards the cab, the full skirts of their light dresses swinging in the wind as they scampered along. "What an uncommon fine-growed gal that Susanna is," observed Mr. Boxer. "She's a remarkable showy dresser, to be sure." "Then she's been at Mrs. Drawer's again," snarled Mrs. Warty. When the cab was surrounded, the introductions, reproaches, and excuses began. "Here we are, Warty dear," cried Mary Ann. "This is Fanny from number 12, and here's Susanna and Caroline from number 16. "What on earth's kept you so long, Mary Ann?" answered the surly Mrs. Warty. "If you'd been dressing for a evening party, you couldn't have been more time." "It was that horrid shoemaker never sent Susanna's high-heeled home, and she is such a fiddle," playfully observed the fair accused. "Oh, how can you, Mary Ann?" cried Susanna. "It was all along of her a-doing out her ringlets, and then cleaning her white kid gloves with Indy rubber." "Have you brought the shrimps?" asked Mrs. Worley in a half-whisper. "And the cowcumber? There's a good girl. Where have you put 'em? Oh, in your pocket. Mind you don't get sitting on 'em, there's a dear, for they're not worth a thanky if they're scrunched." Every one in the party was dressed with such scrupulous cleanliness that the stiffness of the linen seemed to impart a corresponding rigidity to the behavior. The coachman from number 27, with his face firmly fixed in his unbending shirt collar, seemed to have lost the use of his neck. Indeed, Mrs. Warty, observing that when he wished to turn his head round, his body moved also, inquired of Mary Ann if the man had a carbuncle on his nape, or what. You might have mistaken the gentlemen for noblemen's sons, for their boots creaked when they walked, and their hats were shiny in the bow of their satin ties. Some had stuck double breastpins, whilst a big brooch ornamented the center plate of Mr. Boxer's shirt front. Whenever they stood still, it was with an imposing attitude, the hand either resting on the hip or being thrust into the coat tail. The ladies in their light starched dresses and black silk mantillas looked divinely aerial. Those who had on shoes and open-worked stockings coquettishly raised their skirts to allow their feet to be seen. With the hair done in ringlets, with the parasol firmly grasped in one white-gloved hand, whilst the other held the pocket-handkerchief ready to relieve the warm countenance, those who beheld these damsels must have imagined them to be so many duchesses of the land. When Mr. Sparkler first saw the company, he mistook them for a wedding party that had dressed overnight so as not to be late in the morning. Even the cabman was dazzled by the gorgeous display of raiment, and though Mr. Boxer paid less than his fare, yet the imperious manner in which that gentleman answered his grumblings by saying, "I live in Arley Street, number 23, and if you don't like it, summons me," completely awed the vulgar fellow into respect. The place fixed upon for holding the picnic was at the lower extremity of the heath, and, the gentlemen carrying the hampers, they all adjourned there. Now came the delights of the evening. Shawls were spread over the furze bushes so as to form tents, and some dry wood having been collected, a fire was lighted to boil the kettle and supply hot water for tea and grog. The unpacking of the hampers was witnessed by all with great interest. Nothing had been broken but a bottle of gin, which had given rather an intoxicating flavor to the veal and ham pie. "Now, who on earth brought this here bit of cold lamb?" asked Mrs. Wharton in disgust, as she drew forth the remainder of a shoulder. "Hush," whispered Mary Ann. "It was Caroline, and she says she's very sorry, but it was the only thing in their larder, so she made up with a pot of pickles, some lump sugar, and half a bottle of ginger wine." "And don't number 16 keep their butcher? Couldn't she order something, I should like to know?" murmured the cook. "I've no patience with such timidity. If we could run the risk for a veal and ham pie, what was to prevent her?" Mr. Sparkler and the donkeys, on one of which Phil was mounted, were received with a cheer of delight from the entire party, and, flattered by their reception, they in turn rendered every possible assistance in spreading the cloth and arranging the glasses. The moment Phil saw Mrs. Wharton and Mary Ann, he recognized them. "Why, there's the cook from where Bertha lives," he thought to himself, "and blessed if that ain't the girl and the man, too." But as they did not remember his face, he was but too glad to escape detection. Whilst they were eating, no behavior could, for elegance or gentility, have surpassed that which dignified the actions and conversation of these picnickers. "Allow me the honor of a glass of ale with you, Mrs. Wharton, ma'am," asked Teddy Cutler. "Please pass the stone jug, Mr. Boxer." "Your good health, ma'am, and prosperity equal to my best wishes, ma'am." "Try another bit of this custard pudding, my dear," said Mr. Boxer, looking skittishly towards Miss Caroline. "It won't hurt you, my gal, and the dancing will shake it down." "What? Haven't got room for it? Well, I'm glad you've eat hearty." Healths were even proposed, Mr. Boxer speaking in the highest terms of Mrs. Wharton and saying it was an honor to live in the same establishment with her, for her behavior was, he might and would say, at once conciliating, virtuous, and complaisant. But the health which Miss Mary Ann undertook to give met with the greatest success. It would seem that Bertha Hazelwood was not a favorite with Miss Tomsey's domestics, for when Mary Ann, after sarcastically stating that she was about to speak of one whom they all adored, added, "Need I mention that my allusion is to Miss Bertha?" her speech was received with shouts of laughter, in the midst of which Mrs. Wharton was heard distinctly to say, "Drat the stuck-up minx, I'd bertha her out of the house if I had my way." Philip was so startled at this singular incident that, by mere accident, he let fall a glass of ale right over Miss Mary's bonnet. an act for which he was pursued some considerable distance by the enraged Teddy Cutler, and narrowly escaped a severe drubbing. Nothing could persuade Mr. Boxer to join in the dances that subsequently took place. He had eaten so much, dear man, that he preferred lying down with his head resting on Mrs. Wharton's lap, and in this position he quietly smoked his pickwick, whilst she, kind soul, plied him with hot gin and water, lifting the liquid by spoonfuls to his sipping lips. The moon was up and shining brightly, and from under their shawl-covered resting-place they could hear the music of the vigorous violins, and see their companions stepping it like fashionable fairies on the green sward. "That Caroline's a sweet dancer," murmured Boxer, "and for a hupper housemaid her foot and ankle are above her station. I've seen many a worse stepping into a carriage." "It ought to be a nice one," answered the spiteful Wharty, "for there's enough of it. But if you call that a leg, I don't. Posts is their right name. Opinions differ, Boxer, and I know what a leg is as well as any woman who has one." "That there Fanny from number 12, continued the gay, unabashed Boxer, "is a well-formed gal, but I'm afraid she pulls her figure in a bit, and her hands is uncommon hot and rough." "Lord do ha' done, Boxer," again remonstrated Mrs. Wharty, hitting him on the nose with the spoon. "If you was the grand sea-rag of Turkey himself, you couldn't be more after the girls." But Boxer heeded her not. "What a luptious eye that gal Susanna have," he muttered in an exhausted tone. "But her nose for a woman's is prepoisterious, and at meals she's a gluttonous feeder." The indignant Mrs. Wharty made no reply to this, but suddenly rose from her seat and allowed the head of Boxer to fall with a dull sound on the ground. It took him a quarter of an hour before he could pacify the outraged lady, and coax her to rest him once more in her lap, and ladle gin and water into his mouth. As it grew late, after many dances, when the fiddlers were tired, and the donkeys had been galloped to death, the whole party assembled in a circle to partake of further refreshment, and Bertha being the person they most disliked, they once more commenced to talk of her. "What Miss Tomsey can see in her," cried Marianne, "a supercilious, high-flown squit, with her please do this, and be so kind do that. Oh, it's most comicable." "And after all, who is she?" added Mrs. Wharty. "Is her pretensions beyond her humble sphere? Has she any fortune? I never in my life see such a small box as she brought. Has she any birth? I myself hear her call a common beggar boy her brother." "I'm sure she has no beauty," added Marianne with a sneer. "If you was to take away her hair and mouth, she'd be a nice object, poor thing." "But there's some persons, perhaps, think she's a perfect Weners de Medicine," slyly remarked Mr. Cutler. "La!" cried all the young ladies. "You do not mean to say that you—" "Thin gals is not my choice," answered Mr. Cutler, looking fondly at the plump Marianne by his side. "If I liked, I could tell something that would make you all laugh fit to burst your laces." "Oh, do now, won't you?" shouted the ladies in chorus, and some of the party thought they heard the donkey boy call out, "Oh, do," like the rest of them, but on looking round they found that Phil was fast asleep. "Well, you're very hard on me, but I must give way," fascinatingly replied Mr. Cutler. "One day Captain Merton Crozier, my young chap, was standing at our window, and talking to Mr. Tattenham and another gent, the Honourable Chanticleer Sutton by name, friends of ours, and they see your Bertha. They was down on her in a minute." "You don't say so!" cried the ladies. "Ah, they was, though. The captain says, 'Tat, I must look after my neighbours a little,' and, says Mr. Sutton, 'she's as nice a little toddles as I ever see.'" "And what then?" they asked. "Well, I left the room then, you see," replied Mr. Cutler, "but he's always at the window looking over your way, and if you keep a spy on her, there'll be some fun." In such pleasant sport did the night pass, and by the time the gray morn showed in the east, everybody was thoroughly tired out. The plump boxer, fuddled with gin and water, was carried on a donkey to the nearest cab stand, his head reclining on the shoulder of the compassionate Worty, who walked by his side, whilst ever and anon he in gratitude tried to look up in her face as he murmured forth, "Dear cookie." Susanna and the coachman from number 27, Fanny and the young man at the baker's, Mary Ann and Teddy Cutler all sauntered across the fields in the direction of town, their personal appearance bearing strong testimony of their having been out all night. The next day, when the 12 o'clock postman called at Miss Tomsey's with a letter, he had to knock 3 times, and eventually the parlor window was open, and the epistle was taken in by a pair of tongs, at the end of which was a plump arm with a red elbow, a limb much resembling one to this day in the possession of Mrs. Worty. End of section 18. Section 19 of Paved with Gold. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Judy Mason. Paved with Gold by Augustus Mayhew. Chapter 9 of Book the Second, Childhood in the Streets. Every man has his fancy. In one of the back streets near the Haymarket, there existed, in the days whereof we write, a small, humble-looking public house, well known to all sporting gents and members of the prize ring, for its proprietor was no less a person than the celebrated Alf Cox, the champion of the light weights. So long as England is a sporting nation, the name of Cox must be remembered with admiration as belonging to one of the most gentlemanly boxers in the profession. Those who had the pleasure of being present on the occasion when he fought and beat Ned Box have never failed to declare that he was the prettiest sparrer ever out, and that when he sent one of his right-handers home, it was the severest punishment ever witnessed. The renowned Alf Cox had been prudent enough to retire from the ring and all active sporting life while he was in the height of his fame, and now he devoted the entire of his attentions to his public house, exerting all his strenuous endeavors to please, and holding out innumerable inducements to attract lovers of the fancy to his tavern, for, like the rest of the world, Alf Cox's fondest desire of his heart was to make his fortune. The entertainments given at the Jolly Trainer were of the most varied description. On Monday evenings there was a galaxy of sport in the shape of sparring, at which such glories of the pugilistic world as the Clapham Smasher and the Hackney Crasher assisted. The great match between the Southwark Pounder and Tripey Faggots was got up at his house, and the men showed there publicly the night before the battle. It was well known to his friends that Alf Cox was a great advocate for reviving old times. Indeed, his circular says as much. He would, too, in his printed cards, invite the lovers of song to meet their social brethren at his house on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and on such occasions that public favorite Mr. Thomas Timms presided, assisted by a host of talented friends. These musical treats were, as Alf Cox said, open to all, he ever catering, the only return expected from the visitors being that they would drink as rapidly and as largely as they could. To make use of the noble lines printed in large type over the bills wafered up in the tavern window, the especial mission that Alf Cox had marked out for himself was the reunion of old friends and the fancy generally, harmony, conviviality, and good fellowship, refreshments moderate and of the best quality. A favorite hobby with Alf Cox was the improvement of the breed of dogs. and he was reckoned among the dealers to be as good a judge of what a dog was or ought to be as any man in the metropolis. Moreover, he was the founder and chairman of the West End Spaniel, Terrier, Small Bulldog, Bull Terrier, and Toy Dog Club, and a meeting of the members was held every Wednesday in his public parlor, when any other fancier was also invited to attend and exhibit. On such occasions, the glass circulated merrily, and the waiter was ever in the room to receive the gentlemen's orders, whilst the most interesting discussions were held as to the excellence of this terrier strain, or the point in that bull's build. But of sports, that for which Alf Cox was more especially renowned was his public ratting, which came off every Tuesday evening at his public hostelry. He said that the reason why he gave away silver snuff boxes as prizes, to be killed for by novice dogs of any weight, was because he was determined to encourage the useful and good sport of destroying that destructive vermin, the rat. But we fancy he must have had some other motive, for such excessive devotion to the public welfare would, in the end, have entailed certain ruin, and no publican, however enthusiastic, could have afforded to indulge in such expensive antipathies. Mr. Alf Cox had caused 200 handbills to be printed and distributed amongst his friends and patrons, and they caused the greatest excitement among all earnest supporters of the fancy. In these handbills he announced that a great 100-rat match was to come off, and all the grocers, barbers, and tailors in the neighborhood were already discussing the chances the different dogs had of winning the silver collar that was to be killed for. This great match, too, was, according to the handbill, by distinguished desire, and many were the pots of beer emptied at the bar of the Jolly Trainer in the hopes of discovering who was to be the patron of the evening. "It's no good asking me, Mr. Noakes," replied Mrs. Cox to her constant customer, the cab proprietor, "but I'll tell you this much. The Viscount Ascot and Lord Oakes are as fond of sport as any man I ever see of their weight and size." When the important evening arrived, the open space before the long bar of the Jolly Trainer was, long before the performances were to take place, crowded with customers who were all drinking, smoking, and talking about the match. Most of them had brought dogs with them, so that a kind of canine exhibition was going on. Some carried under their arm small bulldogs, whose flat pink noses rubbed against the arm as you passed. Others had Skye terriers curled up into balls of hair and sleeping like children as they were nursed by their owners. The only animals that seemed awake and under continual excitement were the little brown English terriers, who, despite the dandy brass-ringed leather collars by which they were held, struggled to get loose as if they smelt the rats in the room above and were impatient to begin biting their foes. There was a business-like look about this tavern which at once let you into the character of the person who owned it. In establishing it, the drinking seemed to have been only a secondary notion, for it was without any of those adornments which are generally considered so necessary to render a public house attractive. The ceiling was low and bulging, and the flies had speckled it into a granite color, whilst the tubs in which the spirits were kept were as dirty as water butts, and blistered with the heat of the gas. Even the once gilt hoops had turned black as shoe ribbon. Sleeping on an old hall chair reclined an enormous white bulldog, a great beauty, as many of the drinkers observed, with a head as round and smooth as a clenched boxing glove, and seemingly too large for the body. Its forehead seemed to protrude in a manner significant of water on the brain, and almost overhung the small nose, from which it breathed heavily. It was a white dog with a sore look, from its being peculiarly pink about the eyes, nose, and, indeed, at all the edges of its body. On the other side of the bar was a bull-terrier dog with a black patch over the eye, which gave him a rather disreputable look. This gentleman was watching the movements of the customers in front, and, occasionally, when the entrance door swung back, would give a growl of inquiry as to what the fresh comer wanted. Mr. Alf Cox was kind enough to inform a particular friend of his, who was patting the fork-like ribs of the brute, that he considered there'd been a little of the greyhound in some of his back generations. As the hour advanced, the visitors arrived in such numbers that Mrs. Cox, finding that her appeals to the gentleman not to block up the bar were of no use, was obliged to get her husband to address the multitude in a neat speech. "My good friends," he cried, mounting a chair, "there's as nice and comfortable a parlor as ever was used, if only you'd step that way. Though I'm fond of seeing handsome faces about me, yet I'm too busy now for such enjoyment." Then did the laughing crowd make for the green baize door of the parlor, headed by a waiter shouting out, "Give your orders, gentlemen." Like all other parts of this establishment, no pains had been taken to render this parlor attractive to the customers, for, beyond the sporting pictures hung against the dingy paper, it was devoid of all adornment. Over the fireplace were square pigeonhole boxes containing the stuffed heads of dogs famous in their day. Preeminent among the prints was that representing that wonder among rat-killing dogs, Mr. Cox's Tiny, 5 pounds and a half in weight, as he appeared killing 200 rats. "He was the handsomest little thing as ever entered a pit," Mr. Alf would say, "and in honor of his performance, which is unequaled in annals, I had that engraving printed on white silk which you see before you. Poor Tiny! They don't make 'em like him now. He wore my Mrs. Gold bracelet as a collar, such was his proportions." Among the stuffed heads was one of a white bulldog with tremendous glass eyes sticking out as if it had died of strangulation. Young Mr. Cox, Alf's eldest, was kind enough, whenever he saw any stranger examining the canine mausoleum, to offer up a tribute to the memory of the departed favourites. "They've spoilt her in stuffing, made her so short in the head, but she was the greatest beauty of her day. There wasn't a dog in England as dared look her in the face. There's her daughter," he would add, pointing to another head, something like that of a seal. "But she wasn't reckoned half as handsome as her mother, though very few could show agin her, especially for form. That is a dog," he would continue, directing his finger to one represented with a rat in its mouth, "that was the best in England, though it was so small, a quart pot might be its kennel. I've seen her kill a dozen rats almost as big as herself, though they killed her at last, for sewer rats are dreadful for giving a dog canker in the mouth, however much you may rinse the mouth out with peppermint and water." The company assembled consisted of sporting men, or those who, from curiosity, had come to witness what a rat match was like. Seated at the same table were, talking together, those dressed in the costermonger's suit of corduroy, soldiers with their uniforms carelessly unbuttoned, coachmen in their livery, and tradesmen who had slipped on their evening frock coats and run out from the shop to see the sport. The room seemed full of dogs. They were standing on the different tables, or tied to the legs of chairs, or crouching under forms, or sleeping in their owners' arms. Each animal in its turn was minutely criticized, the limbs being stretched out as if feeling for fractures, and their mouths looked into as if a dentist were examining their teeth. Nearly all the dogs were marked with scars from bites. "Pity to bring him up to rat-killing," said one who had been admiring a fierce-looking bull-terrier, and although he did not indicate what line in life the brute ought to pursue, Still, everybody understood that fighting was the occupation referred to. Mr. Cox had taken the chair and installed himself as head man of the meeting. "Now, gentlemen," he cried after he had lighted his pipe, "give your minds up to drinking. Do just as you would at home and get drunk as soon as you like." The laughter which followed this neat address set all the dogs barking. "Silence, dogs! Order, little dogs!" shouted Mr. Alf. "I'm ashamed of you." After a time he asked, "Has anybody got a Skye pup he's tired of?" "Don't believe him," answered one of the men. "He's only kidding us. If you says you have, he'll tell you to go and eat it for your supper or something." Mr. Alf Cox, far from feeling displeased at this attack upon his character, began to titter, and merely said, "Well, you are a good un for a tale, uncommon." "I say, Alf, when are you going to begin?" asked somebody in the room. "I'm only waiting, my dear friend, for these here swells. Can't be long now." And, ringing the bell, he made inquiries of his firstborn, which ended by Mr. Cox suddenly vacating the chair, for as he told the company with a wink, his distinguished patronage was in the bar parlor, and his missus making love to them. In the dingy little back parlor, which was the ex-prize-fighter's sanctum, sat the noble patrons of the ratting match. They had come there more out of curiosity than any love of the sport. Indeed, it was Captain Merton Crozier who had tempted them to witness the performance. There was Viscount Ascot lolling on the horsehair sofa, smoking a cigar as big as a desk ruler, and watching Mrs. Cox, who was preparing some brandy and water for his cousin, Lord Oakes. They had brought with them a French officer. He had lately arrived in England with letters of introduction to Captain Merton Crozier, in which le Colonel Victor Baudin Rataplan du 11 Léger was spoken of as one of the braves of Algeria, and at that moment the foreigner and the captain were engaged in a discussion on dogs, to which Fred Tattenham, Tom Oxenden, and the Honourable Chanticleer Sutton, the remainder of the distinguished patronage, were listening with considerable delight. The colonel, who spoke English almost fluently, had related an anecdote of a friend of his who had endeavoured to give a fashionable appearance to his bulldog anglais by having it shaved like a poodle. The sports of the evening were naturally enough made to await the leisure of such noble guests. It was in vain that the company in the parlour stamped on the floor and rang the bell. Even when Jack Pike, the celebrated rat-catcher, was sent to the bar to make inquiries, it did not advance matters, for the ambassador, being recognized by Captain Merton Crozier, was instantly had into the room in order to assist Alf Cox in emptying a quart pot of champagne, as well as to amuse the noble company by some of his vermin-destroying experiences. Before such honourable society, Alf Cox put on his best behaviour. He saw in a moment that the captain was only asking him questions that he might show off before his friends. When Jack Pike was seated, the conversation was taken up at the point where it had been interrupted. "Well, Captain," said Alf, in answer to a question put by that gallant officer, "I should think I buy in the course of a year, on an average, from 300 to 700 rats a week. I've had as many as 2,000 rats in this very house. Ah, that I have, at one time. Eat a sack of barley meal a week, they would." "I suppose they fight each other like fury," suggested the captain. "Well, my esteemed friend, if I didn't feed 'em, they'd get uncommon ill-behaved," answered Mr. Cox. "They'll eat each other like rabbits, so vicious is their propensities, for I've watched 'em. And when they've done devouring their companions, they turns the dead un's skins inside out, as neat as purses, and polish the flesh off beautiful clean." "Where the devil do you get them from?" asked the Honourable Chanticleer Sutton. "Get them from, my good friend? It's a regular trade, bless you," cried Mr. Cox. "I should think I have 20 farmerlies depending on me, and I suppose I have hundreds of thousands of rats, sent me in cages fitted into baskets. They don't make a bad thing of it, neither. I paid a man 5 guineas only yesterday for 35 dozen at 3 pence a head. Catching them is dangerous work, take my word for it." "Do you mean the bites?" nervously suggested Viscount Ascot. "You see, my esteemed friends, there's a wonderful deal of difference in the species of rat," explained the landlord. "The bite of the sewer and the water-ditch rat is, I can assure you, very nasty, for they live on filth. Now, Mr. Barn Rat is a plump fellow, and live on the best of everything, and he ain't so poisonous. Sewer rats is shocking for dogs." "You may say that, and for men, too," cried Jack Pike. "I was once, gentlemen, bit on the muscle of the arm. I shall never forget it if I live 20,000 year. It turned me queer all of a sudden, and made me feel upheaving, and there I was kept in bed for 2 months, and my arm swole, and went as heavy as a ton weight pretty well." "Curse 'em, it's true," cried Captain Merton Crozier, looking at Lord Oakes, who was beginning to feel uncomfortable lest any accident should happen to him during the match. "What disgusting beasts!" lisped his lordship. "Oh, I've been bit by 'em hundreds of times," continued Jack Pike. "It's a 3-cornered bite, like a leech's, only deeper, of course, for it goes right to the bone, just as if you had been stuck with a penknife, and the quantity of blood that comes away, dear, dear! The best thing I ever found for a bite was the bottoms of a porter cask as a poultice." "It's all gammon," exclaimed Tom Oxenden. "I've seen fellows handle them as coolly as possible." "Aye, and I've handled many 100, said Jack Pike calmly. "But they don't bite the less for all that. Look here, and here," he added, showing some scars on his hands. "Right through this thumbnail, too, yet Alf Cox has seen me handle 'em, haven't you, Alf?" "That I have, my noble friends," replied the landlord, "and much do I admire your nerve, Jack. Why, I've seen him put rats inside his shirt next his bosom, and into his coat, and breeches pockets, and on his shoulder, in fact, anywhere. He let them run up his arm while he was stroking their backs and playing with them. Would you like to see him do it, my esteemed friends?" "No, hang it, not here. Make a fellow sick," cried the patrons. On which le Colonel Rataplan, seeing that there was a fair opportunity for showing off, pretended to be much grieved at the timidity of his companion, and said something about un brave not being alarmed by une pauvre bête. "The most dreadfulest, spitefulest rat I know of is the snake-headed rat, as we calls it, gents," observed Jack Pike, who, during the silence, had been taking a long pull at the champagne pot. "So it is, my friend, a very ugly customer," said Mr. Alf Cox in corroboration. "They're what we calls the blood rat, gentlemen," continued Jack, "and I give you my word I've known 'em attack children asleep in their cot, and gnaw their little hands and feet." "How could you tell that rats did it?" asked Viscount Ascot. "Because, your honour," he replied, "I traced the blood which their tails had trayed through the openings in the lath and plaster. Ah, what 2 pretty little children them was, uncommon handsome. Whenever they see me now, they says, 'Oh, here's Ratty, ma.'" "I can't stand this any longer," said Lord Oakes. "It's enough to make you ill." And, despite the assertions of le Colonel Victor Baudin Rataplan that it was Miss child's play talk, the whole body of the patrons rose from their seats, and whilst Mr. Cox returned to the parlour to make his peace with the crowd, the distinguished Desire was conducted to the room above, where the pit had been erected for the purposes of the match. To avoid all reproaches, Mr. Cox, as he entered, cried out, as if addressing somebody, "Let me know directly the shutters is closed in the room above and the pit lighted up." This announcement seemed to raise the spirits of the impatient assembly, and even the dogs, tied to the legs of the tables, ran out to the length of their leathern thongs, and their tails curled like eels, as if they understood the meaning of the words. But although pacified, the customers were surly at the delay, so the cunning Mr. Cox had to win their esteem once more by noticing their dogs. "Why, that's the little champion," said he, patting a bull terrier with thighs like a grasshopper, whose mouth opened back to his ears. "Well, it is a beauty. I wish I could gammon you to take a fiver for it." Then, looking round the room, he added, "Well, gentlemen, I'm glad to see you do look so comfortable." At last, word was brought that all was ready, and instantly a rush was made to the door, which caused dogs to yell and growl and men to swear and curse. In a few moments, all the customers were mounting the broad wooden staircase, which led to what was once the drawing rooms, and having dropped their shillings into the hand of the doorkeeper, entered the rat-killing apartment. What was called the pit looked like a small circus, some 6 feet in diameter, about as large as a center flower bed, with strong wooden sides reaching to elbow height. Over it the branches of a gas lamp were arranged, which lit up the white-painted floor and every part of the little arena. On one side was a recess in the room, which the proprietor calls his private box, and this apartment the noble patrons had taken possession of, whilst the audience clambered into convenient places upon the tables and forms or hung over the sides of the pit. All the little dogs which the visitors had brought up with them, the moment they saw the pit, began to squeal and bark, struggling in their master's arms as if they were thoroughly acquainted with the program of the evening's sport. And when a rusty wire cage of rats filled with the gray moving mass was brought forward, the noise of the dogs was so great that Mr. Cox was obliged to shout out, "Now, you that have dogs, do make 'em shut up or take 'em out of the room." The captain was the first to jump into the pit. A man wanted to sell him a bull terrier spotted like a fancy rabbit, and a dozen rats was the consequent order. The captain, to show off before his friends, insisted upon pulling the rats out of the cage himself, laying hold of them by their tails and jerking them into the arena. He was cautioned by Mr. Cox, with great tenderness of manner, to desist, lest any of the brutes should bite him, for, "Believe me," were the words, "you'll never forget it. These here rats are none of the cleanest." Whilst the rats were being counted out, those that had been jerked into the arena innocently amused themselves by sniffing about the white-painted floor, little knowing the fate that awaited them. Sometimes one of the poor doomed brutes would cause great merriment by running up the captain's trousers, making that gallant officer shake his leg vigorously as he exclaimed, "Get out, you varmint! Miserable little wretches!" Some of them were even sitting on their hind paws, cleaning their faces. When the dog that was to massacre this dozen was brought into the room and saw the rats, he grew excited, and stretched himself out straight in his owner's arms like a Gothic waterspout, whilst all the other animals in the apartment burst into a full chorus of whining. "Chuck him in!" cried the captain, and over went the dog, and in a second the rats were running round the circus or trying to hide themselves between the small openings in the sideboards. Although Mr. Alf Cox, who was very intimate with the owner of the spotted terrier, endeavored to speak up for the dog by declaring it was a good 'un and a very pretty performer, still it was evidently not much worth in a rat-killing sense. If it had not been for his backer, as the youth who accompanied the terrier into the arena was called, if this boy had not beaten the sides of the pit with his hand and shouted, "Hi, hi, Adam!" in a most bewildering manner, it was very doubtful if the terrier would not, as far as he was concerned, have preferred leaving his antagonists to themselves to enjoy their lives. Some of the rats, when he advanced towards them, sprang up like balls in his face, making him draw back with astonishment. Others, as he bit them, curled round in his mouth and fastened on his nose, so that he had to carry them as a cat does its kittens. It also required many shouts of "Drop it! Dead 'un!" before he would leave those he had killed. We have never been able to ascertain from Captain Merton Crozier whether he eventually bought the dog, but from its owner's saying in a kind of apologizing tone, "Why, he never saw a rat before in all his life," we fancy no dealings took place. The captain seemed very anxious to afford his friends as much sport as he could before the grand match came off, for he frequently asked those who carried dogs in their arms whether his little un would kill, and seemed angry when such answers were given as, "His mouth's a little out of order," or, "I've only tried him at very small uns." "Here, let my young un have a sniff at the dead uns," said a coachman who had a rough-haired little terrier under his arm. As soon as the animal was in the pit, it seized hold of a carcase almost as big as itself, shaking it furiously till it thumped the floor like beating a tambourine. A shout of laughter burst from the audience, and Alf Cox, looking at the coachman, said patronizingly, "I say, Muse, he's a good un at heads and tails, ain't he?" Preparations now began for the grand match of the evening. The bodies of the rats slaughtered in the last match were gathered up by their tails like so many candles and flung into a corner. The arena was swept clean, and a boy sent downstairs with orders to tell Tom to bring up that basket which had the rats picked for the match, the one that came from Enfield ditches. During this delay in the performance, the following dialogue took place between Viscount Ascot and Fred Tattenham. "Who the devil's that French fellow?" asked the nobleman, nodding with his head in the direction of le Colonel Victor Baudin Rataplan du 11 Léger. "I don't know," answered Tattenham. "He's a friend of Crozier's. I never saw him before." "Hang me if I like the fellow's face at all. It has a kind of hang-dog look about it, don't you think so?" "It strikes me I've seen him before, but I don't know where," replied Fred Tattenham. "He speaks English very well for a Frenchman. Didn't you hear him saying, 'Go it, you cripple'? That doesn't sound as if it was his first visit to England, does it?" "I don't like him at all," continued the Viscount. "Has Merton spoken about him?" "Why, Crozier's as much puzzled as we are," was the reply. "I'm told he brought excellent introductions with him, and, what is stranger than all, he seems to have known a good deal about Merton's family affairs. At least so he told me." This conversation was put an end to by the entrance of men carrying a big flat basket, like those in which chickens are brought to market, but it had a wire-work top, under which were moving mounds of closely packed rats. An attempt was made among the lookers-on to do a little betting, but nobody seeming inclined to make book, the pugilistic landlord cried out that for the sake of sport he would make a wager, and straightway offered to lay his eldest son a bottle of lemonade on the match, stipulating, however, that he should have the first drink, and he added, "As your mother says, you take after me in almost everything, you shall take after me in lemonade. You won't drown in what I leave, I can tell you." Of all the sights of the evening, the one which most seemed to astonish the noble patrons was the daring manner in which Mr. Alf Cox's firstborn introduced his hand into the basket of rats, sometimes keeping it there for more than a minute at a time, as he fumbled about and stirred up with his fingers the living mass, picking out, as he had been requested, only the big uns. When the 100 animals had been flung into the pit, they gathered themselves together into a mound, which reached 1/3 up the sides, and reminded one of the heap of hair sweepings in a barber's shop after a heavy day's cutting. They were all sewer and water-ditch rats, and the smell that rose from them resembled in offensiveness that from a hot drain. Captain Merton Crozier was immensely excited by these preparations. He amused himself by flicking at the rats with his scented pocket handkerchief. For the fun of the thing, he offered the little brutes the lighted end of his cigar, which they ran up to and tamely sniffed at, and then convulsed the company by the droll manner in which they drew back after singeing their noses. It was also a favorite amusement of the captain, who was allowed to do anything he chose, to blow on the gray pyramid of rats, and so much did they dislike the cold wind that it completely broke up their gatherings and sent them fluttering about like so many feathers. Indeed, whilst the match was going on, whenever the little animals collected together and formed a round mass into which the dog dare not force its nose, the cry of blow on 'em," was given by the spectators, and the dog's backer puffed at the rats vigorously as if he were extinguishing a fire, and away they darted like so many sparks. The company was kept waiting so long for the match to begin that the impatient captain at last threatened to leave the house, and was only quieted by the proprietor's reply of, "My dear friend, be easy, the lad's on the stairs with the dog." True enough, a noise of wheezing and screaming was heard in the passage without, as if some strong-winded animal were being strangled, and presently a boy entered, carrying in his arms a bull-terrier in a perfect fit of excitement, foaming at the mouth, and stretching its neck forward so that the collar which held it back seemed to be cutting its throat in two. It was nearly mad with rage, scratching and struggling to get loose. "Lay a little closer up to the head or he'll turn around and nip you," cried Alf Cox in tenderness to his son. Whilst the gasping dog was fastened up in a corner to writhe its impatience away, inquiries were made for a stopwatch, and also for an umpire to decide, as it was comically observed by Mr. Cox, whether the rats were dead or alive when they're killed, as Paddy says. When all the arrangements had been made, the second and the dog jumped into the pit, and after allowing the terrier to see him a bit, he was let loose. The moment he was free, he became quiet, and in a most businesslike manner rushed at the rats, burying his nose in the mound of fur, snapping and snuffling until he brought out one in his mouth. In a short time, a dozen rats, with necks wetted by the terrier's mouth, were lying bleeding on the floor, and the white paint of the pit became grained with blood, as if hens had been scratching about on a wet red flooring, or a painter had been imitating some crimson-veined wood. Everything was proceeding very pleasantly for the dog, when a rat, more bold than the rest, fastened onto its nose, and, despite his tossing, still held on dangling there. In vain the terrier dashed the pendant rat against the sides, for, though it left a patch of blood as if a strawberry had been stuck there, it still clung to the snout. "He doesn't squeal, that's one good thing, but he looks rare and silly over it," said one of the lookers-on. "He's lost 42 seconds by that ornament on his snout," cried the timekeeper, when this brave rat had at last been shaken off and killed. When any of the 100 fell on their sides after a bite, they were collected together in the centre, where they lay quivering in their death gasp. Hi, butcher!" shouted the second. "Good dog! Hurroo!" And he beat the sides of the pit like a drum till the dog flew about with new life. "Dead 'un! Drop it!" he howled when the terrier nosed a rat kicking on the floor as it slowly expired of its broken back. When 4 out of the 8 minutes allowed for the match had expired, time was called, and the dog was seized by the backer and forced to repose itself. Panting as if it had been running miles, with its neck stretched out like a serpent's, it remained staring intently at the wounded rats which crawled about the floor. The poor little wretches that had as yet escaped, as if forgetting their danger, now their enemy was held back, again commenced cleaning themselves, some nibbling the ends of their tails, others hopping about, going close up to the legs of the lad in the pit, smelling at his trousers, or advancing sniffing to within a few paces of their executioner, the dog. The conduct of le Colonel Victor Baudin Rataplan du 11 Léger was, while this match was going on, in the highest degree remarkable. With every rat the dog killed, he seemed to grow more and more excited, beating the pit sides with the backer and laughing louder than anyone in the room. Strange to say, too, he suddenly, began to speak English with almost a pure accent. Indeed, if he had been born in the metropolis itself, the pronunciation could not have been much better or clearer. "Good dog, at 'em, pitch into 'em, hi, hi, bite their damned heads off, ha, ha, ha," cried le Colonel Victor Baudin Rataplan, urging on the terrier. Even Mr. Cox was startled by the Frenchman's sudden improvement, for he urbanely remarked to him, "Very good, monsieur, you très bon. Learn very well here, good lesson. See kill rat." And, turning to his other noble patrons, he added, "You must bring the Mounseer here again, my esteemed friends, and by God, after 3 riding matches he'll speak like a member of Parliament." The French officer, who at first seemed slightly agitated by Mr. Alf Cox's remarks, soon recovered himself, and indeed joined with great good humour in the laugh which had been raised against him. "Qu'il est drôle ce coeur," he remarked to Viscount Ascot, but the nobleman either paid no attention to the observation, or else was rather deaf. During the pause which now took place in the proceedings, the gentlemen were again requested by the landlord to give their minds up to drinking. "You know the love I have for everybody here, and that I don't care a cuss for any of you," jocosely remarked Alf Cox, though there was more truth in the observation than many fancied. "Any other gentleman like to have a few rats?" asked the firstborn, whilst he was gathering up the halfpence which had been thrown into the pit as a reward for his exertions in backing the dog. "Let's have a dozen," cried a man, who spoke as if he had been struggling to resist the temptation, but could not. Another batch of rats and another bull terrier were thrown into the pit. This dog did his work so well, cracking the necks of the rats like so many walnuts, that the admiration of the spectators was focused upon him. "Ah," said the owner, "he'd do better at 112, I know," whilst another, hanging over the pit, observed, "Rat killing's his little game, I can see," and Mr. Cox himself, in his admiration, cried out, "She's a very pretty performer, and though not my own dog and no ways interested, I'd back her to kill against anybody's, at 8½ or 9. It was nearly 12 o'clock when the noble patrons rose to depart. There were a good many persons on the staircase as they went down, and a little pushing took place, despite all that Mr. Cox could do to prevent his esteemed friends being in any way annoyed. They parted outside the door, the Viscount and Fred Tattenham going one way, and the remainder of the party directing their steps towards the Haymarket, it being their intention to treat le Colonel Victor Baudin Rataplan to a night on the town. When Viscount Ascot reached his club, he found, on searching for his purse to pay the cab, that his money was gone. "It's a good haul, too, for the fellow that's got it," he said, "for there were 30-odd pounds in it, and I never bother myself about the numbers of notes. It's a nuisance to lose so much, though, isn't it? There was a blank, unsigned cheque in one of the pockets, but that doesn't matter so much." "I'd give notice to the bank about it all the same," suggested Fred Tattenham. "It might be filled up for you." As they were going up the steps, the Viscount stopped suddenly, and taking hold of his companion's arm, said earnestly, "Do you know, I half suspect that French colonel of the robbery. I can't be certain on account of the pushing on the stairs, but I remember he kept very close to me as we came down." "Confound him," replied Tattenham. "I have my suspicions too." What these ended in remains to be told. End of section 19.
Part 1 has ended. Please click on Part 2 to continue listening.